522. Jingnan country was covered with rivers, but the two still traveled day and night. However, it was a little troublesome to travel from Jingnan Kingdom to northern Yang Kingdom. Not long ago, a series of battles broke out on the border between the two kingdoms. It was initiated by northern Yang Kingdom. Many light cavalry of several hundred to 1,000 riders wantonly entered the pass to harass them. Since Jingnan Kingdom did not have any cavalry that could fight in the wild, they could only retreat to the city. Therefore, the border passes of the two countries had been sealed. Under such circumstances, any martial artist traveling would become a target. But the two still decided to choose the border mountain path to pass. Sui Jingcheng seemed to understand something when he thought about the infiltration of Jingnan country by the scouts of Wuling country. At dusk, they rode on the hillside and saw a village built along the river. Flames were everywhere. Sui Jingcheng thought that the senior would look from afar for a moment and then take a detour, but a horse had already galloped straight down the hill and went straight to the village. Sui Jingcheng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly followed. After entering the village, it was like a scene of purgatory on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and most of the women were barely clothed. Many of the young men had their limbs pierced by spears and died from excessive blood loss. They struggled to climb up, leaving behind a trail of blood. There were also many broken limbs and bones that had been cut by sharp blades. Many of the children's fates were especially miserable. Sui Jingcheng dismounted and began to vomit on the ground. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and listened. After a moment, there are no survivors. Sui Jingcheng did not listen at all. He only felt that his bile was about to come out. Chen Pinggan squatted down and picked up the blood-soaked soil. After gently kneading it, he threw it on the ground. He stood up and looked around. Then he jumped onto the roof and looked at the footsteps and horse hooves. His eyes kept looking further and finally landed on the ground. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and handed it to Sui Jingcheng. Then he handed the reins to Sui Jingcheng. "We will follow. We can catch up. Remember to protect yourself. It may not be safe for you to stay here alone. Try to keep up with me. When the horse is tired, change horses." Chen Pinggan swept away. Sui Jingcheng mounted the horse. Resisting the dizziness, he urged the horse to gallop. Fortunately, the green-robed man didn't chase after Sui Jingcheng with all his might. He was still taking care of Sui Jingcheng's mount. About an hour later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from a shallow beach in the valley. The senior did not stop. "I've already caught up. You don't have to worry about injuring your horse. Just keep up with me. It's best if you don't fall more than 200 steps behind me. But be careful, no one knows what will happen." Sui Jingcheng leaped onto the back of another horse, tied the blade-strengthening gourd that the senior had temporarily placed on her side, and began to gallop forward. The elite cavalry of the border army had an iron law regarding the matter of cleaning the horse's nose and feeding the provisions. That group of light cavalry should have stopped for a while in this valley, and had just set off not long ago. A group of cavalry at the tail of that group of light cavalry just happened to turn their head. Seeing the indistinct figure with a fluttering green-robed figure, they were first taken aback. Then they roared at the top of their lungs, "The martial artist is attacking." The green-robed figure arrived in the blink of an eye like a wisp of smoke. Dozens of well-trained elite cavalry had just turned their horses around. Just as they were about to draw their bows and raise their crossbows, the standard blades at the waists of the two cavalry were unsheathed for some unknown reason. In an instant, two heads flew high into the air. Two headless corpses fell off the backs of the horses. The green-robed figure did not land on the ground again. He only bent his waist, moving around on the warhorse time and time again, holding the blade with both hands. In a few blinks of the eye, more than 20 cavalry had been killed. They were all cut in half at the waist by a single blade, or cleaved in half at the head. The elite cavalry of northern Yang began to quickly disperse. They abandoned their bows and crossbows and took out their blades. There were also people who began to take out armor from their armor pouches and put it on their bodies. There was an elite cavalry that looked like a general. He held a long spear in his hand as he flew over. The long spear swiftly pierced towards the green-robed figure. The latter was using the tip of his blade to lightly poke the neck of the cavalry beside him. He had just retracted his blade and was about to lean back to kill the cavalry behind him. The long spear just happened to accurately calculate the opponent's movement. Sui Jingcheng wanted to shout out to be careful, but he quickly shut his mouth. In the next moment, Sui Jingcheng saw that the green-robed figure did not know how he did it. He leaned his body in the air and stepped forward, directly crashing into the long spear. He allowed the sharp edge to pierce his chest, and then he continued to move forward. The cavalry shouted angrily. Even though his palm was already badly mutilated, he was still unwilling to let go. However, the long spear continued to slide from his palm. Under the intense friction, the bones in his palm could definitely be seen. The cavalry knew that the situation was not good. He was finally about to abandon this ancestral long spear. However, in a flash, the green-robed figure had already bent his waist and stood on the horse's head. In the next moment, a blade pierced through his neck, instantly penetrating it. That person suddenly stood up. The long blade in his right hand pierced through the cavalry's neck. Not only that, the hand holding the blade was raised up high. The cavalry's entire body was lifted off the horse's back. On the war horse, the green-robed figure's standard war blade of the Northern Yang border cavalry had almost completely pierced through the cavalry's neck, revealing a large portion of its sharp edge. Because the blade was too fast, it was so fast that there was not a trace of blood on it. Chen Pinggan suddenly withdrew his blade. The cavalry's corpse rolled off the horse's back and smashed onto the ground. Taking this opportunity, the cavalry of the Northern Yang border cavalry launched a volley of arrows. Chen Pinggan held the blade with both hands. With a shake of his green robe, all the arrows in the air shattered with a bang. The war horse under his feet instantly fell to the ground with a broken leg. His green robe was almost undetectable. Only 2 rays of resplendent blade light lit up everywhere. Just like the fire in the village, it was chaotic and disorderly, but there were corpses everywhere. 200 elite cavalry of the Northern Yang border cavalry, 200 incomplete corpses. Chen Pinggan stood on the back of a war horse. He threw the 2 long blades in his hands on the ground and looked around. You've been following us for a long time. Now that you've finally found such an opportunity, why don't you show yourself? In the stream where the water surface was no more than one's knee, a head unexpectedly emerged. It was covered with a snow-white mask. Ripples kept on coming. Finally, a black-robed figure stood there. A smiling voice seeped out from the edge of the mask. What a handsome blade technique. At the same time, several black-robed and white-masked assassins floated down from the cliffs. There was a graceful woman holding a cosmetic powder box in one hand. She pinched her orchid fingers and smeared the powder on her fair neck. Another person hid his hands in his big sleeves. Another person squatted beside the corpse of the cavalry general and pressed 2 fingers between the eyebrows of the head. Another person was burly like a small mountain and carried a huge bow on his back. The only black-robed figure standing on the water surface smiled and said, "Start making money. Let's end this quickly. Don't delay the Sword Immortal's journey to the Netherworld." The assassin who was smearing the powder on her neck said in a charming voice, I know. She put away the cosmetic powder box in her sleeve. With a shake of her sleeves, she drew out 2 glittering daggers, which were engraved with ancient talisman patterns. As she slowly rushed forward, 2 identical women appeared on her left and right sides. Then, 2 more appeared out of thin air. There seemed to be no end to it. More than 100 women holding short blades rushed toward the young man in green robe from all directions. However, only one of them left the battlefield. She kept changing her trajectory and rushed toward Sui Jingcheng, who was sitting on the horse. However, a sword light from the blade-strengthening gourd penetrated her head. With a bang, the woman's body turned into a cloud of green smoke. That was the real battlefield. The women were smashed into green smoke by the punches one after another. However, each of the women and their short blades were extremely sharp. They were not fake illusions. Not only that, the women seemed to be covered with hidden weapons. It was impossible to guard against them. If it wasn't for the fact that that person was a golden body martial artist with thick skin and flesh, An ordinary 6th realm martial artist would have died dozens of times over just from this move of hers. Immortal spells were like this. Even if she was only a military cultivator in the sea viewing realm, she could win by numbers and naturally suppress martial artists. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. Nothing was absolute. A man in green robe suddenly disappeared. He appeared in front of a woman at the edge of the battlefield and punched through her heart. All the women suddenly stopped. She smiled sadly and said, "How did you know I was the real body?" "The cosmetic powder box was not in my sleeve." Chen Pinggan frowned. In the next moment, the woman laughed coquettishly and turned into a cloud of green smoke. All the women did the same. Finally, the green smoke gathered in one place. A woman walked out slowly. She put her hands behind her back and rubbed her chest. She smiled and said, "You found the right person. Unfortunately, as long as I can't kill all of them, I won't die." "Sword Immortal, are you angry?" The woman made a gesture with her hands behind her back. That person nodded. The woman's body exploded into a cloud of green smoke. All the women flew toward the man in green robe again. After a punch, Chen Pinggan stood where the women were standing. Almost all the women were smashed by the steel horse's powerful fist aura. Only a woman with blood seeping out of the gaps of her snow-white mask was left. She stretched out her finger and pressed heavily on the mask. A short assassin who was squatting on the ground nodded and stood up. "It's done. Relying on you won't work. You almost messed things up." The woman was obviously seriously injured. "If I didn't delay you, would you be able to draw the talisman array?" Flying sword 15 flew out of the blade strengthening gourd at Sui Jingcheng's waist. The sword light went straight for the short array master's temple. The short assassin, whose hands had been hidden in his sleeves, had already taken out a golden talisman while talking to the female assassin. He smiled and said, "Since I know you're a sword immortal, how could I not be prepared?" When the man raised 2 fingers, the talisman hovered beside him, waiting for the flying sword to fall into the trap. Flying sword 15 suddenly turned around and returned to the blade strengthening gourd. A white rainbow flew out of Chen Pinggan's forehead. The sword light flashed. Unexpectedly, the man raised a talisman with his other hand. Flying sword 15 sank into the talisman like it was stuck in mud and disappeared in a flash. The golden talisman hovered in front of the short assassin and trembled slightly. The man smiled and said, "Luckily, I prepared a priceless talisman for sword preservation. Otherwise, I would have been dead." How can a sword immortal be so insidious? Sword immortals are the most powerful people on the mountain, and you're so shrewd. How can chi cultivators like us survive? That's why I'm so angry. In fact, after Flying Sword 15 was trapped by the talisman for sword preservation, a talisman array with flowing light appeared in a radius of 5 feet under Chen Pinggan's feet. The light rays crisscrossed like a chessboard and kept shrinking. However, the light rays became more and more dazzling, like the purest essence of the sun and the moon gathered by an immortal. The short assassin, who was the formation master of the mountain, twitched the corner of his mouth. The array had 2 great benefits. First, it could stagnate the circulation of the cultivator's spiritual chi. Second, it could trap the trapped person, be it a military cultivator with a jiu-pil or a pure martial artist in the spirit refinement realm. No matter how tough your body was, your soul would be entangled by the crisscrossing light rays. The pain of being whipped was no longer a pain of the skin. It was similar to the torment of a mortal or an ordinary cultivator when their soul was lit. The formation master cursed and took out a stack of yellow paper talisman. It hovered near the golden talisman for sword preservation. Spiritual light guided it. It seemed to be another small talisman array. The outcome was decided. The black-robed man with a snow-white mask standing on the water glanced at the distribution of the corpses on the battlefield. Then, he began to replay the previous attack in his mind. There was a small matter that needed to be confirmed. Now, it seemed that it was time to end it. Under normal circumstances, if they were to encounter a golden core sword immortal who was extremely adept at killing, they would only die sooner or later if they were to encounter him in a hurry. If 1 or 2 of them were to escape, it would be considered as him being merciful. However, in a battle between cultivators on the mountain, cultivation realm and treasures were naturally extremely important. They were not absolute. Moreover, the battle prowess of the world was never a simple matter of 1+1. He nodded towards the assassin who had been collecting the souls. The latter stood up and began to form hand seals while chanting in his heart. The azure-robed sword immortal in the array was already bound. He actually staggered and his shoulders shook. Chen Pingan actually had to use all his strength to raise his right hand slightly. Looking down, the veins on his palm were crawling with twisted black threads. It was as if his entire arm had been locked down. Chen Pingan clenched his fist and shook it. He was still unable to shake off those pitch-black veins. At the same time, the burly assassin took out his huge bow and drew it to a full moon. The black-robed man on the river smiled. "Why do you need to hold incense in your left hand after entering the temple? Your right hand has too much killing karma. It's not suitable for worshipping Buddha. It's not easy for ordinary cultivators to see such a supreme technique. If I wasn't afraid of any mishaps, I would have used this Buddhist divine power to deal with you from the beginning." An arrow with a flowing luster tore through the air. It was grabbed by the person's left hand. The azure-robed sword immortal had no choice but to turn his head to dodge the arrow. His left hand released a fist aura and snapped the arrow, causing it to fall to the ground. The chessboard beneath his feet was constantly shrinking. Finally, countless thin threads of light climbed up the wall like living creatures. They were like a net that instantly enveloped the azure-robed sword immortal. As for the burly man, he did not stop shooting arrows. After 6 arrows, they were all sent flying by the azure-robed sword immortal. The black-robed man on the river did not move at all. A sword beam shot out. That person reached out with his left hand and actually grabbed the sharp flying sword in his palm. The flying sword of a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm was still a flying sword. Moreover, the sharpness of the flying sword was not inferior to ordinary golden core sword cultivators. As the person wanted to block and imprison the flying sword, even if he dodged slightly, his left shoulder was still pierced by an arrow. After the arrow pierced his shoulder, its momentum was still like a rainbow. From this, one could see the power of the immortal's arrow and the outstanding strength of the person who drew the bow. His right hand was already immobilized by the divine power and his left shoulder was heavily injured. In addition to the talisman array that caused his soul to tremble, the azure-robed sword immortal would not be able to retaliate. Sui Jingcheng's face was covered in tears. She slapped the blade-strengthening gourd and shouted, "Go save your master. Even if you try, it'll be good." However, the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist was silent. Sui Jingcheng did not dare to die because she cherished her life. It was not that she did not want to charge forward. She knew that if she went, she would only increase the danger for the senior. She began to hate her own cold calculations. Sui Jingcheng gritted her teeth and squeezed the horse's belly. She took out 3 golden hairpins and began to charge forward. "At most, I'll die first. Who knows, he might not have to worry about me. Then, I won't delay the senior from killing the enemy and escaping." Chen Pingan, who was bathed in blood and had his soul tortured, flung his left hand and threw away the flying sword in his palm that was about to lose control. He smiled and said, "Is that all? Don't you have any more trump cards?" The assassin who had immobilized the azure-robed sword immortal's right hand with the Buddhist divine power said in a low voice, "Something's wrong. How can there be a living person who is unmoved by such torture?" Chen Pingan's right arm hung down, allowing the talisman array to cover his body. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. "Kill the array master first." This was what Maro Xiaodong had repeatedly told him after the thrilling battle in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The short man naturally knew his importance. He escaped through the earth. The flying sword of the black-robed man on the river and the flying sword and arrow of the bow-wielding man almost simultaneously shot toward the short array master. However, the azure-robed man did not appear there. Instead, he took 5 or 6 steps to the side and grabbed the woman's neck with his left hand, lifting her into the air. The woman died on the spot, her soul instantly blown up by the thick aura chi that poured out like a flood. Throwing the corpse in his hand toward the second arrow, Chen Pingan stomped his foot and the earth trembled. With a muffled groan, The array master broke out of the ground and appeared behind the burly man. Chen Pingan casually waved his hand and shattered the talisman and the other yellow paper talisman. Then, he disappeared again. A punch pierced through the chest of the burly man who wore the dew armor under the black robe. The left hand that pierced through the chest and back just happened to grab the array master's face with 5 fingers. The latter's entire head burst open with a bang. The black-robed man on the river sighed and put away the flying sword. His figure quickly submerged into the water. Only the chi cultivator who could imprison one of the cultivator's arms with his killing karma was left. His body fell to the ground and his soul turned into wisps of green smoke that scattered in all directions. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot out together, quickly dispersing the wisps of green smoke. Chen Pingan's right arm was still hanging down, his shoulders swaying slightly. He staggered a little, but he still rushed into the stream in 2 steps. Standing at the spot where the black-robed man had disappeared, a sword immortal appeared in his hand and he stabbed down. The water in the entire stream burst open with a bang, splashing up countless water droplets. However, near the peak of the mountain, a figure stuck close to the cliff suddenly leapt up and transformed into a rainbow. Chen Pingan released his hand. The sword immortal in his hand drew an extremely long golden line and flew away. Moreover, Chen Pingan looked around, narrowing his eyes and sizing up the surroundings. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot back to Chen Pingan's chi residence from 2 different aperture points. Chen Pingan's gaze finally fell on a stone cliff on the other side of the river. He slowly walked over. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You shouldn't have used your flying sword. Otherwise, I really would have let you escape." The black-robed man with the snow-white mask suddenly shot out from the stone cliff. The 2 sides exchanged flying swords. Chen Pingan's left hand protected his chest, his fingers clamping down on the flying sword. The tip of the opponent's sword was only a few millimeters away from his heart. But the opponent's forehead and chest had already been pierced through by number 1 and number 15. The flying sword pinched between Chen Pingan's fingers instantly dimmed, without the slightest bit of sword chi or spirituality. Then it was quickly thrown away. The black-robed man, who still had a sliver of chi but knew that he was going to die, chose to commit suicide. He blew up all of his vital chi residents, leaving no trace behind. Chen Pingan flew backwards, floating across the stream. Standing on the shore, he withdrew his 2 flying swords and dispersed the turbulent ripples of chi with a punch. The sword immortal returned. It was held in Chen Pingan's hand. Leaning on the sword with his left hand, he took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Sui Jingcheng urged his horse forward and then dismounted. Chen Pingan turned his head and said, "I'm fine." Sui Jingcheng blinked his eyes. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The opponent has no more tricks up his sleeve." Only now did Sui Jingcheng's eyes burst into tears. Looking at the green-robed sword immortal covered in blood, she choked out, "Didn't I say that the battlefield has its rules and the Jianghu has its rules? Why did I have to meddle in other people's business? If I didn't meddle in other people's business, there wouldn't have been this great battle." Chen Pingan squatted by the stream and used his left hand to scoop up a handful of water to wash his face. The sword immortal stood to the side. He gazed at the stream that had returned to tranquility and gurgled. He said indifferently, "I told you before to talk about complicated principles. Why is that? It's for the sake of simple punches and swords." Sui Jingcheng squatted by his side, holding his face with both hands and sobbing softly. Chen Pingan said, "You're lucky. Go search through the corpses of those assassins and the nearby area. See if there are any immortal treasures you can pick up." Sui Jingcheng's tears turned into laughter. Wiping his face, he got up and ran off to search for spoils of war. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 2 of them left the valley along the original path and headed for the village. Chen Pingan's body swayed slightly. That arm of his had already regained some feeling. Sui Jingcheng's complexion improved a lot. He asked, "Senior, what are we going back for?" Chen Pingan said, "To let those commoners die with intact corpses." Sui Jingcheng nodded vigorously. Then, Sui Jingcheng felt somewhat guilty. Chen Pingan said slowly, "There's no need to be like this. There's a time when a person's strength is limited. Just like when your father stood by at the pavilion and watched with folded arms. The matter itself was not wrong, so there's no need for any spectators to be harsh. However, there are some people who, when the matter is not wrong, ask their conscience again. Sui Jing-cheng, I think you can ask your conscience clearly. Remember, when encountering a calamity, everyone will have a moment when they have the will but not the strength. If you can survive, then there's no need to feel too guilty afterwards. Otherwise, your state of mind will collapse sooner or later. Sui Jing-cheng hesitated for a moment and turned his head to look. Senior, although there's a small harvest, but after all, you suffered such a heavy injury. Won't you regret it? Chen Pinggan raised his left hand and pointed behind him. You should ask them this kind of question. Sui Jing-cheng did not follow the finger of the green-robed sword immortal and turned to look. She just stared at him dazedly. On the other side of the village. From dusk to night and then to dawn. The two slowly left and continued to travel north. Sui Jing-cheng was silent for a long time. When he saw the elder take off the blade-strengthening gourd and drink, he asked, Senior, on this journey, why were you willing to teach me so much? Chen Pinggan did not answer the question. What do you think of Elder Wang Dun of Sasao Mountain Villa? Sui Jing-cheng said, very good. Chen Pinggan asked again, what do you think of the disciples that Elder Wang Dun taught? Sui Jing-cheng answered, although I'm not familiar with the true temperament of those three, but at least I think they're not bad. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, then have you ever thought, with Wang Dun, is it really just another master of Sasao Mountain Villa? The Jianghu of the Wuling Empire, and even the entire Wuling Empire, how much will it be influenced by Wang Dun alone? Chen Pinggan continued, so I want to see, in the future, when the Sui family of the Wuling Empire has another cultivator, even if she will not stay in the Sui family often, when she replaces the old assistant minister Sui Sinew, or the next master in name, she will always be the true backbone of the Sui family. Then will the Sui family give birth to a family style worthy of the word pure and righteous. Sui Jing-cheng looked at him. Chen Pinggan said to himself, I think there is hope. Finally, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I have Luopa Mountain, you have the Sui family. A person should not be arrogant, but also should not belittle themselves. It is difficult for us to change the world so much at once. But we are changing the world all the time. Sui Jing-cheng made a sound of agreement. A moment later, Chen Pinggan turned his head and seemed puzzled. Sui Jing-cheng was confused. Elder, what is it? Chen Pinggan shook his head and put away the blade-strengthening gourd. Previously, when you wanted to die, it was very good, but I want to tell you something very meaningless. Being willing to die and live for others will only make yourself feel more uncomfortable. This is a very great thing, but not everyone can understand. Don't let that kind of incomprehension become your burden. Sui Jing-cheng suddenly blushed and asked loudly, Elder, can I like you? Chen Pinggan's expression was calm, and his heart was still like water. Like me? That is your business. Anyway, I will not like you. Sui Jing-cheng was relieved and said with a smile, it is okay. Chen Pinggan seemed to think of something happy and smiled brightly. Without turning his head, he gave Sui Jing-cheng a thumbs up. Good taste. On the road to the north. Elder, don't drink anymore. You are bleeding again. It is okay. This is called the demeanor of an expert. Elder, why don't you like me? Is it because I am not good looking? Or is my temperament bad? It has nothing to do with you. It is okay. Every good girl should be liked by a good man. You only like him, and he only likes you. This is right. Of course, you are not young anymore. You are not a girl. Elder. Finally, let me teach you a lesson that Elder Wang Dun taught me. You must listen to the beautiful words and also listen to the ugly truth. The sound of horse hooves. As he walked, the old locust tree in his hometown disappeared. As he walked, the girl he loved was still far away. As they walked, the flowers bloomed in the spring breeze, but the teacher they respected the most was no longer there. As he walked, the swordsman he admired the most had not seen for a long time. He did not know if he still wore the bamboo hat or if he had found a good sword. As he walked, He did not know if his best friend had seen the highest mountain or the largest river. As he walked, the slug who had been bullied became the person he hated the most. As he walked, he did not wear straw sandals for many years. A disciple of Wang Dun named Luge was sent a letter to the carefree villa. This letter was then sent by the recipient to a person with the surname Qi using the immortal method of flying sword transmission. Lu Zhuo and that man had met by chance in Jianghu and regarded each other as bosom friends. But in fact, that friend was the real god's favored one. On the other hand, Lu Zhuo's talent in martial arts was average. Not to mention so many cultivators on the mountain, even compared to Fu Lu Tai, Wang Jingshan, and the pair of junior sister and junior brother, Lu Zhuo was the least talented one. Therefore, Lu Zhuo's final position in the carefree villa was to replace the old butler and help his senior brother Wang Jingshan with some trifles. Lu Zhuo liked the carefree villa. He liked the lively atmosphere here and everyone was friendly. His master and his fellow disciples took good care of him. He felt that he was not capable of taking care of them, so he would take care of the people he could, such as the elderly, women, and children in the villa. Lu Zhuo liked to watch Wang Jingshan teach his junior brother swordsmanship meticulously. His junior sister always regretted that she was too tanned and was not beautiful enough. Moreover, her bladesmanship was always so far away from her senior sister's. She did not know if she could catch up with her in this lifetime. Lu Zhuo did not know how to comfort her, but he was willing to listen to her talk about her worries. His master, who had not been in Jianghu for several years, left the villa again. Lu Zhuo did not know what kind of Jianghu story his master would bring back this time. Wang Dun left quietly and went to a place outside Jianghu to find his first disciple, Fu Lu Tai. It was a small county town some distance away from the villa. He had a drink with the mediocre man. His disciple, Fu Lu Tai, had learned some culinary skills. He personally cooked 3 dishes to go with the wine. The taste was not good. The peanuts were too salty and the lotus root slices were too bland. He just needed to mix them well. But looking at his disciple's eyes and the young man's smile, Wang Dun did not say anything. After all, the wine was not bad. It was a pity that he had brought it himself. The young man was not good with words. He just drank and did not say anything nice. When he heard Wang Dun talking about the things in the villa, he took the initiative to toast him every time they came to an end. Wang Dun also drank with him. Fu Lu Tai sat quietly on the side. The 2 men drank a pot of wine. No matter how slowly they drank, they could not drink for long. Wang Dun said in the end, "Drinking with you is no worse than drinking with that sword immortal. If there is a chance in the future when that sword immortal visits the carefree villa, I will definitely delay him for a while and invite you and Lu Tai." The young man was a little anxious. He quickly put down his cup and chopsticks. No, I won't be able to talk. I won't be able to say anything if I sit at the same table with that sword immortal. Wang Dun smiled. "You will get along. Trust me. After you talk, let's see which little bastard in the villa dares to look down on you." The blushing man hesitated for a moment. "Lu Tai has already suffered a great grievance by following me. Her junior brothers and sisters aren't too happy about it. This is only natural. Moreover, it's already very good. At the end of the day, they are doing it for her own good. Knowing this, I am not unhappy. In fact, I am quite happy. It is a good thing that my wife has so many people who care about her." Wang Dun picked up the wine pot and poured a few drops into the cup. He gestured to Fu Lu Tai that he did not need to get new wine. He said to the young man, "If you can think this way, then Fu Lu Tai has not been wronged by you." Wang Dun opened his bag and took out a pot of wine. "I don't have any other gifts. I only brought you a pot of good wine. I only have 3 pots. I drank more than half of 1 pot. The last pot is hidden in the villa. I plan to drink it when I wash my hands in the golden basin. This is the last pot." Fu Lu Tai was knowledgeable. He asked, "Master, is this the wine of the immortals?" Wang Dun smiled and nodded. "After I sparred with the sword immortal, he saw that my martial virtues were higher than my martial arts. He gave me 3 pots. I had no choice but to give it to him. I couldn't stop him." Fu Lu Tai smiled. "Others may not know, but how can I not know? Master, You have some immortal money. It's not like you can't afford it. Wang Dun shook his head. It's not the same. There are not many people in the mountains who are like Jianghu people. Fu Lutai was straightforward. Isn't it just to show off that you drank with the sword immortal? If I'm not wrong, you left the last pot of wine to drink with your old Jianghu friends and talk about your sparring with the sword immortal? The man gently tugged at her sleeve. Fu Lutai said, "It's okay, master." Wang Dun was resentful. He laughed and scolded, "A married daughter is like spilled water. Let's go, there's no need to send me off. Come visit the villa when you have time. It's your home too." The couple still walked them to the door. In the evening, the old man's shadow was elongated by the setting sun. The man gently held her hand and said guiltily, "Being looked down upon by the villa still bothers me. I lied to your master earlier." She gently held his hand. "It's okay. I know. Master actually knows too. You did not dare to return to the Ghost Hatchet Palace immediately. Instead, he quietly roamed the Jianghu alone. There were many injustices in the Jianghu, as well as occasional disputes among the cultivators on the mountain. You still chose to observe from the sidelines. Now, he really saw who was a hidden expert. For a while, he still could not recover from it. He was vexed. When would he be able to be a chivalrous good person for once? In the end, he ran into a group of Jianghu people with great disparity in strength. A group of big shots from the underworld were chasing after a righteous disciple. With lightning speed, you defeated those gangsters. Then, he carried the young man and ran away. After running for dozens of miles, he threw the rescued person on the ground and ran away himself. Not only was the young man sitting on the ground in a daze, but the Jianghu bandits behind him were also confused. Skeleton Beach, Hemp Sect. There was only one shop left in Mural City. Business was slow, but because there was only one shop left, it could barely survive. There were still some people who came because of its reputation. It was rare for Pang Lanchi to be free today, so she came down the mountain to help. Although Pang Lanchi's cultivation was getting more and more arduous, the number of times they met was actually getting less and less. But the young girl's eyes were bright. She had never looked forward to the future so much. Even when she did not see Pang Lanchi, she was much less worried. Liu Jiqing of the Jinwu Palace sat alone on the peak of the mountain. Only a few cultivators, including the palace master of the Jinwu Palace, knew that this young martial uncle had started to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Therefore, the mountain had been sealed recently. He did not allow anyone to climb the mountain. As for why Liu Jiqing was cultivating in seclusion on the peak of the mountain, among the few people who knew, no one knew, and no one dared to ask. At an immortal ferry upstream of the Skeleton Beach swaying river. It was rare for a wild cultivator couple to stay in an immortal inn for many days. When the woman, who had finally reached the cave-dwelling realm, walked out of the room, the man's eyes were filled with tears. The two entered the room together. After closing the door, the woman said softly, "We still have so much snow left to spend." The woman wiped her tears. "I know that after giving us those bones in the Ghost Valley, that sword immortal did not even think of returning to the Limitless Pass Market to find us." "Why?" The man smiled. "We owe it, and we'll keep it. Whether we have the chance to meet that benefactor or not, whether we can return it in this life, is our business. But whether we want to return it or not is also our business." Under the secret planning of Lord Kangyun Lake, the Fire Temple was built with money and effort. The Fire God Temple in the escort city was rebuilt, and a new painted statue was built. The incense was flourishing. As for the City God Temple, it was not built yet. The imperial court also did not confer a new city god for a long time. Inside the Fire Temple, a pair of youths from a shabby alley were blocked by a group of young ruffians at both ends of the alley. They were holding sticks and approaching with a smile. One of the tall youths used his hands to support himself between the walls and quickly climbed to the top of the wall. The other thin and weak youth also followed suit, but his speed was slow. He was grabbed by the ankle and fell to the ground. A stick hit his head. The thin and weak youth used his arms to protect his head. He was hit by a stick and fell back against the wall. The youth who could have escaped jumped down lightly. Because he was a little high from the ground, The vigorous youth stepped on the left and right walls of the alley several times and landed on the ground. After knocking down a few people with his fists, his 2 fists still could not escape from 4 hands. He was quickly served with sticks, but he still tried his best to protect the thin and weak youth behind him. In the end, the tall youth's head was pressed to the ground. The thin and weak youth was beaten until he rolled against the wall. A young ruffian stepped on the tall youth's head. He stretched out his hand and asked someone to bring a prepared white bowl. The latter pinched his nose and quickly put the white bowl on the ground. "Since you dared to spoil our plans, I should teach you a lesson." The young man threw a string of copper coins beside the white bowl. "See, I've prepared the money and rice for you. After you finish the food in the bowl, the money is yours. If you eat fast enough, you might even earn some broken pieces of silver. If you don't eat, I'll break one of your legs." The tall youth refused no matter what. The thin and weak youth wailed. It turned out that he was hit on the back by a stick. In the end, the ruffians laughed and left. Of course, they did not forget to pick up the string of copper coins. The tall youth squatted by the wall and vomited. The bruised and weak youth hugged his legs against the wall and cried out loud. The tall youth struggled to get up and finally sat beside his friend. "It's okay. One day, we will be able to take revenge." The thin and weak youth was silent for a long time. He stopped crying and was in a daze. Finally, he said softly, "I want to be like the sword immortal." He wiped his tears and did not dare to look at the tall youth beside him. "Isn't it stupid?" The tall youth rubbed his head. "Sure, what's wrong with that? Who knows, that sword immortal might not even be as good as us when he was our age. Don't you always like to eavesdrop on the old master's lectures at the school? What's my favorite sentence?" The thin and weak youth said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." Then he lowered his head and said, "But even if I have the ability, I don't want to be like these hooligans who only know how to bully others." The tall youth laughed. "It's okay. When we become like the sword immortal, you can specialize in doing good things. I won't do bad things. I'll specialize in bullying bad people. Come, let's make an oath." The 2 youths raised their palms together and clapped. The tall youth turned his head and exhaled at him. "Does it smell good?" The thin and weak youth hurriedly pushed him. The 2 of them exchanged blows and soon grimaced in pain. In the end, they both laughed out loud. They looked up together. The alley was narrow, as if the world was so big that there was only a line of light and a way out. But after all, that line of light was above the 2 youths' heads, and they saw it. In Shui country, Song Yu left the villa in the middle of summer and went to a familiar restaurant in the town. He sat in his usual seat and ate a steaming hot pot. The old man was proud of himself and said to himself, "Kid, did you see that? This is the spiciest. In the past, I took care of your taste. You are stronger in sword arts, so when it comes to eating spicy food, I can beat a few Chen Pingans." In colorful clothes country, a haggard old woman was lying on a sickbed. One of her withered hands was gently held by a woman sitting at the head of the bed. The old woman, who was already at the end of her life, tried her best to open her eyes and murmured, "Master, madam, this year's wine hasn't been brewed yet. If young Master Chen comes, he won't be able to drink wine." The woman's eyes were hazy with tears. She gently bent down and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will brew this year's wine myself." The old woman muttered, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "And young Master Chen's favorite dish is stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Madam, remember to bring him a big white bowl and not a wine cup. These trivial things should be done by me, madam. Madam, don't forget, don't forget." When Kui Dongshan left Lakeview Academy, Juju felt that he was a wonderful person. Not long after Kui Dongshan left, Lakeview Academy and the Great Sway Kingdom's Cliff Academy in the north had some changes. From the Mountain Master of the Academy to the Deputy Mountain Masters, all the gentlemen and sages had to take enough time every year to teach in the academies and directorates of the major dynasties. It was no longer the case of the saints preaching to the gentlemen teaching to the sages, and the sages lecturing to the scholars in the academies. In all the territories of Dali, except for private schools, all the schools in the towns, villages, vassal courts, and government offices had to increase the salary of the teachers. As for how much to increase, it was up to the discretion of each region. Those who had taught for more than 20 years would receive a one-time reward. After that, every 10 years, there would be an additional reward. On this day, the idle young man in white finally finished watching the show from beginning to end. He appeared and landed in a mansion of a rich man that no longer had any living people. In the end, he and a young girl who was a maid sat side by side on the railing. The young girl had already been implicated by the madam who had an affair with someone and exposed the matter. She was killed by a pair of heroic sworn brothers all the way to the backyard. She happened to pass by and was stabbed to death by a sharp knife. The madam was even more miserable. She was skinned alive by the resentful master of the mansion. At that time, the sworn brother who exposed his sister-in-law and the man had a burning gaze. The hand that held the knife trembled slightly. When he first saw his sister-in-law, the woman smiled like a flower. After greeting him, she slowly walked into the inner courtyard. When she lifted the curtain and crossed the threshold, her embroidered shoes tripped and fell off. The woman stopped but did not turn around. She picked up the embroidered shoes with the tip of her foot, crossed the threshold, and slowly left. After that, he always restrained himself. He just could not help but look at her a few more times. That was why he was able to see that ugly thing. Kui Dongshan placed his hands on his knees and chatted with the pitiful maid who had long died beside him. The world in the future may be better, or it may be worse. Who knows? A mixed-breed youth with a huge sword rack on his back and a broken sword like a peacock spreading its tail slowly walked with his master towards the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Previously, his master had taken him to the most forbidden place in the world. Thrones of different heights hung in the air. His master brought him to stand in the position that belonged to his master. Master, that boss sword immortal, or your friend Alliance, whose sword is faster? It's hard to say. Master, why did you choose me to be your disciple? I don't understand. Before today, I didn't dare to think about it. Because you are the person who has the best chance of drawing your sword the fastest in our wasteland. You may not be the swordsman who stands at the front of the battlefield, but you will definitely be the swordsman who holds the line at the back. The youth said in fear, how can I compare to Master? He grabbed the youth's neck and slowly lifted him up. You can doubt yourself for being a trash with a slow cultivation and a mixed breed with a bad background, but you can't doubt my judgment. The man grabbed the youth's neck with one hand and pointed with the other. He explained to him who those thrones were. Finally, he let go and said expressionlessly, what you need to do is, if one day you don't like them, you can draw one less sword than your master. When I am sure that you can't do it in this lifetime, you can die. Not everyone with the same talent as you can have the same opportunity as you, so you have to cherish every moment now. A young Daoist with a lotus crown and a young Daoist without a crown began to travel the world together. They both changed into Daoist robes that could not be identified. The former only had one request for the latter, to do as he pleased. Everything he did, as long as he followed his heart, he could ignore the consequences. However, there was a prerequisite. Do what you can and don't court death. The young Daoist was a little hesitant, so he asked a question, can I kill the innocent? The young Daoist nodded with a smile and answered, of course. After pausing for a moment, he added, that's for the best. The young Daoist nodded. Then, the young Daoist asked, do you know what innocence is? Do you know what indiscriminate killing is? The young Daoist fell into deep thought. The young Daoist shook his head, you knew before, even if it was a little superficial, but now you don't know at all. That's why it's not good for a person to be too smart. I once asked a similar question, and the answer I got was better than yours, much better. The youth's face was pale. Because of this little senior brother. It was the sect master, Lu Chen, the current owner of the Beko Kekyang building. Even if the youth was the Dao ancestor's last disciple. Facing this little senior brother who had slapped him into a pulp, the young Daoist was in awe. When he first left the Beko Kekyang building, Lu Chen said with a smile, I've suffered a little from struggling at the bottom and enjoyed the great fortune of the Beko Kekyang building. Now that I've died once, it's time to learn how to live well. It's time to walk the middle path of the mountain. At that time, he asked Lu Chen, little senior brother, will it take many years? At that time, Lu Chen replied that if he learned quickly, a few decades would be enough. If he learned slowly, it would be normal for him to take hundreds or even thousands of years. In the end, Lu Chen said with a smile, don't worry, even if you die, your little senior brother's Dao techniques are not bad. I can save you again. In fact, after the young Daoist came back to life, his body was practically a rare natural Dao bone in the world. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he was born in the cave abode realm. Not only that, there were 3 immortal weapons quietly placed in his 3 natal acupuncture points, waiting for him to slowly refine them. According to his little senior brother, Lu Chen, these were gifts that his 3 senior brothers had prepared long ago, and asked him to accept them without worry. Apart from that, the young Daoist's worst possession was the semi-immortal robe named Lotus Seed. Its rank was relatively low, but in the entire green netherworld, apart from a handful of immortals who had attained the Dao, there was probably no one who knew the origin of this robe. Simply put, wearing this Daoist robe, even if the young Daoist went to the other 3 realms and went to the most dangerous places, the higher the realm of the person in charge, the safer the young Daoist would be. Even if the young Daoist stretched his neck for someone to kill, the other party would have to pinch his nose and obediently send him out of the realm. One day, when he had nothing to do, Lu Chen was playing chess alone above the sea of clouds, while the young Daoist sat cross-legged beside him. Lu Chen smiled and said, Qi Jingchun played the last game of chess in his life. The black and white chess pieces were clearly distinguished, and the situation was crisscrossed. The rules were strict. It was the end of the game that had already been decided. When he decided to break the rules for the first time in his life, it was also the only time he made an unreasonable move. After that, he did not place another chess piece, but he saw that on the chessboard, there were resplendent rays of light and colorful glazes. The young man asked curiously, little senior brother saw this with your own eyes and deduced it? Lu Chen shook his head and said, no, it was our master who told me, and it was Qi Jingchun who told our master. The young man was speechless. Lu Chen smiled and squinted his eyes. He stretched out a palm and gently placed it on the young man's head. Qi Jingchun dared to give such great hope to a bumpkin young man. What about you? What about me? After traveling in the human world for a long time, the young man had become more and more mature. His mind was moved and he blurted out, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen retracted his hand and laughed. The 2 of them continued to walk in the green netherworld. One day, the young man asked, little senior brother, if you accompany me to walk around and leave the Beko Keikyang building, won't it affect the important matters? The young Daoist shook his head and smiled, there are no important matters in the world. Luo Po Mountain's bamboo building. Kui Cheng rarely walked out of the 2nd floor. Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and Wei Pai were already gathered. Wei Pai was holding the tung leaf umbrella that Chen Pingan took from the lotus blossom blessed place. Kui Cheng nodded and said, bring Pei Qian over and let's go in together. Since the lotus blossom blessed place has been divided into 4 and we're occupying one of them, let Zhu Lian and Pei Qian take a look first. Wei Ba used his innate mystique. The charcoal girl, who was practicing the mad demon sword style in the backyard of the Dragon Rider Alley, suddenly realized that one of them was in the air and the other was on the ground. She stood outside the bamboo house and shouted angrily, what the hell? I still have to copy books after practicing the sword technique. Wei Pai said seriously, you and Zhu Lian go to the Nanyuan kingdom of the lotus blossom blessed place. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Wei Pai opened the umbrella and released it. Precious light continuously flowed down from the umbrella. Zhu Lian pulled Pei Qian in. In the next moment, Zhu Lian and Pei Qian stepped into the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Pei Qian rubbed her eyes. It was that familiar street. The alley was not far away. It was drizzling. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking stick around and laughed heartily. An old Confucian in a green robe flew over. It was Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Zhu Lian glanced at him. Yo, an expert. Zhong Qiu seemed to have seen the 2 banished immortals appear in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. He was not puzzled. Instead, he smiled and said, "Where's Chen Pingan?" Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and puffed out her chest. She said like an old man, "My master is free, so he let me, the first disciple, come and see you." Then, as if struck by lightning, Pei Qian no longer had any arrogance. Her hands and feet even turned cold. After that, she was in a daze. Only when she left the lotus blossom blessed place did she regain her senses. Wei Yipai and Zheng Dafeng both felt strange. Zhu Lian shook his head, indicating that there was no need to ask. That day, for the first time in her life, Pei Qian took the initiative to go to the second floor of the bamboo house. After greeting and receiving permission, she took off her boots and placed them neatly outside the door. Even the mountain walking staff leaned against the wall outside. She did not bring it with her. After closing the door, she sat cross-legged, facing the barefoot old man. The old man asked, "Why are you looking for me? Do you want to learn martial arts from me?" For some reason, the charcoal girl who had not grown up for so many years nodded vigorously. "I want to learn martial arts." The old man asked, "Aren't you afraid of hardship?" Pei Qian's eyes were firm. "I'm not afraid of death." The old man sneered. "What a big tone. When the time comes, you'll cry." At this time, there is no Chen Pingan to protect you on Luopa Mountain. Once you decide to learn martial arts from me, there is no turning back. Pei Qian said in a low voice, "I've thought about it. Even if I cry and regret, you must beat me until I don't dare to cry or regret." The old man seemed to be a little surprised by this answer. He laughed heartily. Finally, he looked at the little girl's eyes. "One last question. Why do you want to learn martial arts?" Pei Qian clenched her fists. After a long silence, she said, "I, Pei Qian, can lose to anyone except for one person." "I can't lose to him." "Absolutely not." The old man said, "Well, then from today onwards, you are my, Kui Cheng's, direct disciple. Don't worry, you don't need that bullshit title of master and disciple." Pei Qian raised her hand and wiped her tears. She nodded heavily, stood up, and bowed to the old man to thank him. The barefoot old man who had never put on airs at Chen Pingan's side actually stood up, hands behind his back, and solemnly accepted this bow. Pei Qian stepped forward and stepped back. She pulled open a fist. "Come." Kui Cheng flashed and pressed the charcoal girl's head against the wall. Pei Qian's bones creaked and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. The old man smiled. "Do you still want to learn?" Pei Qian roared. "I want to learn even if I die." The old man nodded. "Very good." Back then, in the alley of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital, a young man in a green robe walked out. He held an oil paper umbrella and smiled warmly. He looked at Pei Qian and was slightly surprised. His voice was warm. "Pei Qian, long time no see." 523. Northern Yang's terrain was flat. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he worked hard to govern the country. There were also 2 places where horses were raised. Therefore, the battle power of the cavalry was far greater than that of Jingnan and Wuling. Further north was the Green Oriole Kingdom, which had many immortals' deeds since ancient times. Sui Jingcheng wore a hedgerow and a bamboo robe. Although it was summer and the sun was scorching, it was still not a big problem to ride during the day. In fact, there were more people taking care of the horses. One day, the 2 stopped under the shade of a tree by the riverside. The river was clear and there was no one around. She took off the hedgerow and took off her boots and socks. When her feet submerged in the water, she let out a long breath. Senior sat not far away. He took out a jade bamboo fan but did not fan it. He just opened the fan and shook it gently. There were words on it like duckweed in the stream. She had seen it once before. Senior said it was from a mansion on the mountain called Spring Dew Garden. It was a talisman's treasure boat. Sui Jingcheng was actually a little worried about Senior's injury. His left shoulder was pierced by an arrow from a cultivator and he was also entangled by a talisman array. Sui Jingcheng could not imagine why Senior seemed to be fine. Along the way, Senior often rubbed his right hand. Sui Jingcheng turned around and asked, "Senior, were they assassins sent by Master Cao Fu and the Golden Scale Palace?" Chen Pingan nodded. I can only say that it was the most likely one. That group of assassins had obvious characteristics. They were from a very famous cultivation sect in the south of the North Continent. Although they were called a sect, other than the name Deer Mountain, they did not have a mountain base. All assassins were known as the Faceless Men. Cultivators from all walks of life could join, but it was said that there were more rules. There were rules on how to join, how to kill, how much to charge. Chen Pingan said with a smile, Deer Felling Mountain also has a great rule. After receiving the money, they will send out assassins. They will only kill once. If they fail, they will only receive half of the deposit. No matter how great the casualties are, they will not ask for the remaining half from the employer. And after this, the Deer Felling Mountain will definitely not act against those who fail in their assassination. So now, at least we don't have to worry about Deer Mountain's harassment. Sui Jingcheng sighed, feeling a little sad and guilty. In the end, it's still because of me. Don't be fooled by Senior's carefree demeanor. Sui Jingcheng was very meticulous. He knew that Senior didn't have an easy time dealing with the assassination attempt. Chen Pingan closed his fan and said slowly, on the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Most of the qi cultivators have endured it this way. There may be big or small bumps, but the magnitude of the tribulations varies from person to person. I once met a pair of Daoist couples on a mountain in the lower 5 states. The female Daoist practitioner spent a lot of money on a few hundred pieces of snow and could not break through the bottleneck for a long time. If she continued to delay, good things would turn bad and her life would be in danger. Therefore, both parties had to take the risk and enter the skeleton beach in the south to earn money. Not only that, but it wasn't small either. It's not as easy as walking in the pavilion. Sui Jingcheng smiled. Senior, did you happen to meet them and decided to help them? Chen Pingan didn't say anything. Sui Jingcheng knew the answer. Chen Pingan pointed at Sui Jingcheng with his folding fan. Sui Jingcheng smiled knowingly and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to breathe and cultivate the immortal technique recorded in the Shong Shong Xian Xian collection. When a cultivator breathed, there would be subtle qi ripples around him. Mosquitoes and flies wouldn't get close to him and he could resist the cold and heat. Although Sui Jingcheng's cultivation wasn't complete, he already had the embryonic form of a qi aura. This was very rare. It was just like when Chen Pingan practiced the mountain quaking fist in the small town. Although his fist stance wasn't stable yet, his entire body was flowing with fist intent. He didn't even realize it, and that was why Ma Kuxuan's Daoist protector on Marshall Mountain could see through it. Therefore, Sui Jingcheng's aptitude was really good. However, it was unknown why that wandering expert disappeared after giving him the 3 items. There had been no news of him for more than 30 years. This year was obviously a big tribulation on Sui Jingcheng's cultivation path. Logically speaking, even if that expert was thousands of miles away, he should have some mysterious senses. As for the expert's voice and appearance, it was even more strange. Sui Jingcheng could only look at the booklet but not read it. Otherwise, his qi would be messed up and he would feel dizzy. Sui Jingcheng asked the elders in the residence a few years ago, but they all said that they couldn't remember clearly. Even the old assistant minister, Sui Sinew, who had a photographic memory since he was a child, was no exception. Chen Pingan knew that this wasn't an ordinary camouflage on the mountain. After Sui Jingcheng opened his eyes, an hour had passed. His body was flowing with light, and his bamboo robe was also overflowing with spiritual qi. The 2 lights complemented each other like water and fire. However, ordinary people could only see a blur, but Chen Pingan could see more. When Sui Jingcheng stopped circulating his qi, the strange phenomenon on his body instantly dissipated. It was obvious that the bamboo robe was carefully selected by the expert. It allowed Sui Jingcheng to cultivate the magic recorded in the booklet. It could be twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that the expert had put in a lot of effort. The qi aura was lofty and honorable. Therefore, Chen Pingan was more inclined to believe that the expert didn't have any sinister intentions towards Sui Jingcheng. However, he still had to take it one step at a time. After all, on the path of cultivation, Even if one was extremely careful, one could fail because of one careless mistake. Not only did the two of them not deliberately hide their tracks, but they also left behind traces, just like in the small town of Sasau Mountain Villa. If they walked all the way to the Green Oriole Kingdom and the expert did not appear, Chen Pingan could only board Sui Jingcheng on the Immortal Ferry and go to the Skeleton Beach and the Hemp Sect, then go to the Aquarius Continent's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. According to Sui Jingcheng's own wishes, he would register with Kui Dongshan and cultivate with him. He believed that if there was really fate in the future, Sui Jingcheng would meet the expert again and renew their master-disciple relationship. When they arrived at the Green Oriole Kingdom ferry that Senior Wang Dun had pointed out, the news that Chen Pingan wanted to know the most was about the movements of the Yushi River flood dragon in the Great Seal capital. Had the Ape Core Mountain sword Immortal Ji you already fought with the 10th realm martial artist? Sui Jingcheng put on his socks and boots, stood up and looked at the sky. Previously, the sun was scorching in the sky and the heat was rising. Now, the sky was covered in dark clouds and there were signs of a storm. Chen Pingan had already taken the lead and walked to the place where the horses were tied. He reminded, "Continue on, it will rain in at most 5 minutes. You can put on your straw raincoat." Sui Jingcheng jogged over and asked with a smile, "Senior, can you predict the weather? Previously at the pavilion, you also predicted the time when the rain would stop. My father said that only the expert of the Wuling Kingdom Qintianjian would have such ability." Chen Pingan put on his bamboo hat and straw raincoat. After he mounted the horse, he said, "Do you want to learn this ability?" Sui Jingcheng nodded, "Of course." Chen Pingan smiled, "You have worked in the fields for more than 10 years, begging for food from the heavens all year round. Naturally, you will learn how to read people's expressions." Sui Jingcheng was speechless. In fact, Chen Pingan only gave half of the answer. The other half was because he was a warrior. He could clearly perceive many subtle things in the world, such as the breeze blowing leaves, mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings, and dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. In Chen Pingan's eyes and ears, these were not small movements. It was useless to talk to a cultivator like Sui Jingcheng. A torrential rain came as expected. The two rode slowly and did not deliberately hide from the rain. Sui Jingcheng had never asked or complained about the wind, sun, and rain of the journey to the north. In the end, she quickly realized that this was also cultivation. If she could find a suitable breathing method while the horse was bumpy, she could maintain her vision even in the heavy rain. In the hot summer, she could even occasionally see the flow of thin water hidden in the hazy fog. Senior said that this was the Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, Sui Jingcheng often circled back and forth while riding, trying to catch the flashing Ling Qi. Of course, she could not catch it, but the bamboo robe on her body could absorb it. The heavy rain did not last long. It came and went quickly. The two riders took off their straw raincoats and continued on their journey. Before the night ban, the two riders rested in a county city. There was a water god temple upstream of the river. This was not the most worthwhile reason. The main reason was that the mountains and rivers were interconnected. The river was called Yaroming River and the mountain was called Mount Aoe. The temples of the mountain and river gods were not far away, less than 3 miles away. Senior said that this was an extremely rare scene and they had to see it. Sui Jingcheng actually did not understand why Senior liked to visit scenic spots and historical sites so much. She was afraid that there was something particular on the mountain, so she could only hide it in her heart. In the market of northern Yang, cricket fighting was a common practice. Many people went out of the city to the wilderness to catch crickets and sell them for money. The poems and songs of the literati about crickets were widely circulated in northern Yang. Most of them were critical of current affairs with hidden sarcasm. However, it was the worries of the literati of the past dynasties. Only poetry could solve their worries. The mansions and courtyards of the officials and nobles, as well as the narrow doors of the market, were still enjoyable. The chirping of crickets resounded throughout the country. Therefore, when the two riders entered the city, there were more people leaving the city than entering. Everyone was carrying various cricket cages, which was quite a strange thing. The inn occupied a large area. It was said that it was transformed from a large relay station. The current owner of the inn was a descendant of an influential family in the capital. He bought it at a low price, and after spending a lot of money to renovate it, business was booming. Therefore, there were many calligraphy treasures on the walls, and there was a bamboo pond at the back. At night, Chen Pinggan walked out of the house and strolled along the small path beside the pond. When he returned to the house to practice, Sui Jingcheng, who was wearing a hedgerow, was standing on the small path. Chen Pinggan said, "It's not a big problem. You can take a walk by yourself." Sui Jingcheng nodded. After watching Senior leave, she walked one round and returned to her house. Chen Pinggan continued to practice the 6-step stance and the 18 stops of sword aura. However, he still could not break through the last bottleneck. Occasionally, Chen Pinggan would blindly ponder. Was his aptitude for swordsmanship that bad? Back then, after passing the inverted mountain, those young geniuses at the Great Wall of Sword Aura seemed to have quickly grasped the essence of the 18 stops of Sword Aura. However, Chen Pinggan also had a reason to comfort himself. In the key acupuncture points of the 18 stops pathway, there were 3 strands of extremely small sword aura. The obstruction was great. The last bottleneck was blocked at one of them. Every time he passed through this pass, his chi movement would be blocked. Stopping his stance, Chen Pinggan began to draw talismans with his brush. The material of the talisman paper was the most common yellow paper. However, compared to the common taoist of the lower 5 realms, the most they could use was gold and silver powder as the ink for talisman drawing. Chen Pinggan bought a lot of cinnabar from the mountain at Laohui Street in the Spring Dew Garden. There were a lot of bottles and jars. Most of them were 2 or 3 pieces of snow coin per bottle. The most expensive one was a large porcelain jar, which was worth 1 piece of snow coin per bottle. During this journey, Chen Pinggan spent a lot of money on 300 talisman of various colors. The attack in the valley proved that sometimes, it made sense to win with quantity. Sui Jingcheng's luck was not bad. She found 2 secret books on the Tactical Array Master. One was the Talisman's illustration, the other was the Tactical Array Master's truth that had lost its pages, and the other was a book that was similar to an essay. It recorded in detail all of the Tactical Array Master's experiences since he started learning talismans. Chen Pinggan valued this book the most. Of course, there was also the deity's due armor on the tall and sturdy man's body, as well as the large bow and all of the talisman's arrows. In addition, the female assassin's 2 talisman knives were respectively engraved with the words Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. Unfortunately, the deity's money was not worth even a single piece of snow coin. This sudden battle was the closest to the atmosphere of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's encirclement and killing. It caused Chen Pinggan to suffer heavy injuries, but he also benefited a lot. Once, when he was bored with Sui Jingcheng and was reviewing a chess game, Sui Jingcheng curiously asked, "Senior, so you're left-handed?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I've been that way since I was young. But after I started practicing martial arts, not long after I left my hometown town, I pretended that I wasn't." The leader of that group of Deer Mountain assassins, that sword cultivator on the river face, was quietly observing the battle at that time. It was precisely because he wanted to make sure that there were no what ifs that this person repeatedly checked the distribution of the Northern Yang cavalry's corpses on the ground. In addition, the hand that Chen Pinggan used to stab the Northern Yang cavalry to death was the right hand. Only then did he confirm that he had seen the truth. He made that assassin of Deer Mountain who had grasped the trump card of Deer Mountain use a Buddhist supernatural power to detain Chen Pinggan's right hand. The power of this secret technique, as well as the severity of its repercussions, could be seen from the fact that Chen Pinggan was still somewhat affected to this day. Chen Pinggan actually did not know that the cultivators on the mountain had this kind of strange secret technique. Therefore, it seemed that Chen Pinggan was just lucky and made the other party miscalculate. In reality, this was the way Chen Pinggan traveled the Jianghu. It was as if he was always in the middle of an encirclement and killing situation. Sui Jingcheng really could not help but ask, "Senior, aren't you tired?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's natural to get used to it. Didn't I tell you before? Talking about complicated principles seems tiring, But after you get used to it, it's actually easier. By then, when you use your fists and swords again, you'll get closer and closer to the realm of being unrestrained by heaven and earth. It's not just about the killing power of your fists and swords, but also the recognition of heaven and earth, conforming to the great Tao. At that time, Sui Jingcheng definitely did not understand the elegance of being unrestrained by heaven and earth, and even more so the profound meaning of conforming to the great Tao. The next day, the two of them went to two neighboring temples of the mountain water god and continued on their journey. They were not far away from the Green Oriole Kingdom, which was located on the coast of the East Sea of the North Continent. The two of them traveled slowly. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, "Heaven and earth are great cauldrons, yang charcoal is used to cook everything, and humans are not exempt." Sui Jingcheng was a little sleepy. After hearing the words of her senior, she immediately perked up and asked, "Senior, is this what the immortals say? What's the deep meaning?" Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "It's something my best friend heard from the old master who taught us how to burn the cauldrons. At that time, we were still young, so we just took it as a joke. When the old man was with me, he never talked about this. In fact, to be precise, he was almost never willing to talk to me. Even if we went deep into the mountains to look for soil suitable for burning porcelain, we might stay in the mountains for 10 days to half a month, and the two of us would not even speak 2 or 3 sentences." Sui Jingcheng was surprised. "Senior's sect still needs to burn porcelain? Is there such an immortal mansion in the mountains?" Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. He nodded and said, "Yes, there is." Sui Jingcheng asked carefully, "If that's the case, does that mean that your best friend has a higher cultivation talent?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's hard to say about cultivation talent. In any case, I will never be able to catch up to him in the art of burning porcelain. He can do it with just a few glances, but I might need to fumble around for a few months. In the end, I'm still not as good as him." Sui Jingcheng asked again, "Senior, don't you feel pressured to be friends with such a person?" Chen Pinggan dismissed it with a smile. The two of them passed by the borders of Northern Yang and Green Oriole Kingdom. They were only 200 miles away from the Immortal Ferry. The ferry was called Longtu Ferry. It was the private territory of the Green Oriole Kingdom's top immortal sect, Guyu sect. It was said that the founding ancestor of Guyu sect once had a game of chess with the founding emperor of Green Oriole Kingdom. It was the former who lost to a mountain because of his outstanding chess skills. The sect had nothing to do with the Guyu money of the immortal money. It was just that this immortal sect produced 2 items, Guyu Invitation and Guyu Token. They were popular at the foot of the mountain. The former was sold to the rich families of the secular dynasties. It was divided into 2 types, calligraphy and painting. It had the superficial effect of the immortal talisman. Compared to the door gods posted on ordinary doors, it could protect families and dispel evil spirits. As for the Guyu Token, it was hung on one's waist. It was of a higher grade and was a must-have item for all the Qi refinement warriors who were not of a high realm in the surrounding areas of Green Oriole Kingdom. The price was not cheap. Every general and minister of Green Oriole Kingdom also had one. Even during the imperial court meeting, the Green Oriole Kingdom's high officials were not allowed to wear this item. His Majesty even often used this item to reward important officials who had made meritorious contributions. Longtu Ferry was a huge ferry. It originated from the Great Xuan Kingdom in the south, which included more than 10 countries. There were very few Qi refinement warriors. Apart from the Great Xuan Kingdom and the Golden Scale Palace, which each had a small ferry route, there were no other immortal ferries. As the most important hub at the eastern end of the North Continent, the Green Oriole Kingdom, which did not have a large territory, was very familiar with the cultivators on the mountain. It was a world of difference from the Great Xuan Kingdom where martial artists ran rampant and immortals made way for them. The two of them sold the horses to a local escort agency in the county city. As they traveled on foot, Chen Pinggan handed the mountain traveling staff to Sui Jingcheng. Chen Pinggan's clothes were getting simpler and simpler. He was wearing a bamboo hat and a green shirt. He had even kept his hairpin and no longer carried the bamboo box. He had also kept the blade strengthening gourd and the sword immortal. As for Sui Jingcheng, he spoke less and less. The two of them walked along a raging river that flowed into the sea. The river was several miles wide. However, this was not the famous Great Blasphemy River that entered the sea. It was rumored that the Great Blasphemy River stretched as far as the eye could see. Many citizens of Green Oriole Kingdom did not have the chance to go to the other side in their lifetime. The river breeze blew past their faces. The summer heat was completely gone. Sui Jingcheng asked, "Senior, if that otherworldly expert does not appear, I hope that I can still be your disciple. I will be your in-name disciple first. When you feel that I am qualified, you can remove the word in-name. As for whether Senior Kui is willing to teach me magic and guide me, I will not force him. Anyway, I have cultivated alone for 30 years. I don't mind waiting for him to return home." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the raging river. He smiled and said, "If you don't become his disciple, you will regret it. I can guarantee that." Sui Jingcheng shook his head and said firmly, "I won't." Chen Pingan said, "Let's assume that your preacher never shows up again. Then the person I let you recognize as your master is a real immortal. Cultivation, temperament, vision, no matter what, as long as you can think of, he is much better than me." Of course, no matter how high that guy's cultivation was, he was still his disciple. In the past, Chen Pingan did not think much of it. Most of the time, he only regarded it as a burden. Looking back now, it was quite satisfying. Sui Jingcheng said firmly, "Is there such a person in the world?" "I don't believe it." Chen Pingan said, "It's up to you to believe it or not. Seeing is believing. When you meet him, you will understand." Sui Jingcheng wore a hedgerow on her head and held a walking stick. She was skeptical, but she felt a little depressed. Even if the senior with the surname Kui was really so powerful, so what if he was an immortal on the mountain? Sui Jingcheng knew how long cultivation was. Then, could the lifespan of a cultivator on the mountain, or even hundreds of years, really compare to the experience of a person in Jianghu? Would there be so many stories? On the mountain, one would sit in the cave and another would be in seclusion for several years. Then, he would go down the mountain to gain experience and not be stained by the mortal world. He would go through it alone and return to the mountain without hesitation. Was such a cultivation really a worry-free life? What's more, it was not a quiet cultivation of a chi cultivator. There would be no disasters on the mountain. It was also possible to die. There were many obstacles and bottlenecks. Ordinary people could not appreciate the scenery on the mountain. No matter how magnificent it was, after decades or hundreds of years, would they really not get tired of it? Sui Jingcheng was a little vexed. Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks. He picked up a few stones and casually threw them into the river. Sui Jingcheng faced the river. The wind blew, causing the thin veil of the hedgerow to stick to her face and her dress to one side. There were many pedestrians on the riverside road. Most of them were chi cultivators who came and went from the Longtu ferry. When a burly man passed by on his horse, his eyes lit up. He suddenly reined in the horse and patted his chest with all his might. He laughed and said, "This lady, why don't you follow me to eat and drink well? That pretty boy beside you doesn't seem to be of much use." Sui Jingcheng turned a deaf ear to him. That man leaped up and landed beside Sui Jingcheng. He slanted his hand downwards and patted Sui Jingcheng's round buttocks. Before he could succeed, the burly man fell into the river the next moment. Chen Pingan pressed his head and pushed him lightly. He fell heavily into the river. The splash caused by this pebble was quite big. That man paddled upstream with all his might. He howled and then whistled. That steed also spread its hooves and continued to charge forward. It had no intention of getting back at Sui Jingcheng. Sui Jingcheng was extremely nervous. "Is there another assassin probing?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No, it's just a vagabond. I can't control him." Sui Jingcheng said with an aggrieved expression, "Senior, this is just walking on the side of the road and there's already such a lecture. If we were to board the immortal ferry boat and we're all cultivators, what should I do if Senior doesn't travel with us?" Chen Pingan said, "Didn't I tell you before? When we reach the Longtu ferry, I will make the necessary arrangements." Sui Jingcheng's eyes were filled with resentment. But there are so many what ifs and accidents on the path of cultivation. Chen Pinggan did not say much. He just hurried on with the journey. Sui Jingcheng followed him and walked side by side. She said, "Senior, is this immortal ferry similar to our ordinary riverboats?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "About the same. When encountering the astral winds in the sky, it will be like an ordinary boat. There will be some ups and downs, but it is not a big problem. Even if it encounters some thunderstorms, lightning, and thunder, the ferry will pass through safely. You can just treat it as admiring the scenery. The ferry will travel through the sea of clouds. The scenery will be quite good. Maybe there will be red-crowned cranes following you. When you pass by some immortal sects, you can also see many mountain and river anomalies contained in the protective formation." Sui Jingcheng smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. I will take good care of myself." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "The heart of the great Tao is like an unpolished jade, carved and polished. Every time you use the blade, it will definitely be uncomfortable. But every time it is uncomfortable, as long as you endure it, you will have the so-called success of cultivation. This is as important as your gradual cultivation of immortal techniques in the future. Otherwise, you will walk with a limp and it will be easy for you to fall down the mountain. The gravity of the world does not pay attention to reason. People cultivate strength and not the heart. Many people can also be happy and content. They can reach a balance with the world, allowing people to be at ease. You can see and think more about the right and wrong. Good people will have bad habits, evil people will also have good reasons. Just remember one thing. Ask your heart. Such a general principle is also learned from me, a person who wanted to kill and be happy." Sui Jingcheng nodded, "I will remember." As Chen Pinggan walked, he stretched out his finger and pointed in two directions. This is the strange thing about the world. When you and I meet, the path of cultivation that I point out will be different from the guidance of anyone else. For example, if it is that half-preacher who gave you 3 opportunities in the early years, if it is this wandering expert who personally preaches the Tao to you, in the end, there will be 2 Sui Jingcheng. The more choices there are, the more Sui Jingcheng will have. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and pointed to one side and the other. At the moment, whether it is me, a bystander, or you, Sui Jingcheng, no one knows which of the 2 Sui Jingcheng will have higher achievements and live longer. But do you know what the heart is? Because this is something that everyone can know at the moment. Chen Pinggan walked along one of the paths for a dozen steps before stopping and pointing at another path. All the way here and all the way back, no matter whether you're suffering or enjoying life, you're always determined. Then, at a certain juncture, especially after suffering a lot, you'll definitely doubt yourself. You'll look around and look at the other possibilities that you've abandoned in your life. After careful consideration and pondering, the answer you'll get at that time will be your own heart. What you should do next is to ask your own heart. But let me tell you, at that moment, there will be a maze. We will all subconsciously do one thing, and that is to use the principles that we are best at to convince ourselves that it is a very easy thing. Because as long as a person does not die and is able to endure to any position on the road of life, everyone will have their own merits. What is difficult is that the heart does not change and the principles change. Sui Jingcheng timidly asked, "If a person's heart is evil, the more they persist, the worse the world will be, right? Especially if this kind of person can learn a lesson every time, won't it get worse and worse?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Of course. So I will only say these words to myself and the people around me. There is no need to speak of ordinary people. There are also some people who use their fists and swords. That is enough." Sui Jingcheng was stunned speechless. After a long silence, the 2 slowly walked. Sui Jingcheng asked, "What should we do?" Chen Pinggan's expression was indifferent. That is a problem that the Confucian Academy and the sages of the 100 schools should consider. The 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought have so many principles. It is like heavy rain falling on the world. Different seasons and different places can be like rain after a long drought, but it can also be a flood disaster. What we can do is to have a heart like flowers and trees at all times, growing towards the sun. On the road, a young man in a scholarly robe who had just passed by the two stopped and turned around with a smile. I think Sir's theory is correct, but it is not the most correct. Chen Pinggan stopped and turned around with a smile. What do you mean? Sui Jingcheng acted as if he was facing a great enemy and hurriedly stood behind Chen Pinggan. The young man smiled. There are also various principles in the streets and alleys. As long as ordinary people practice these principles for their entire lives, they will be people who will not lower their heads when meeting sages, immortals, or Buddhas. Chen Pinggan asked, if a fist smashes down and your face is bruised and swollen, will the principle still be there? Will it still be useless? The fist is the most powerful principle. Isn't this the most natural principle? The young man smiled. Principles can't only be eaten as food, nor can they only be used to block fists. It is a fact that there are many sufferings in the world, but how can there be few peaceful people in the world? Why are there so many people with small fists still living and working in peace? Why are there so many cultivators who pursue absolute freedom on the mountain, but the secular dynasties below the mountain still generally live a stable life? Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, if the fist is big, there is no need to talk about principles. There are countless weak people who follow like clouds and shadows. How do you explain this? If this principle is denied, is it possible that the principles will always be in the hands of a few strong people? The young man shook his head. That is only the appearance. Sir, you clearly have the answer in your heart. Why do you have such doubts? Chen Pinggan smiled. The young man said, I am Qi Jinglong. According to the records of the ancestral hall of the mountain gate, I am Liu Jinglong. As it involves family matters, I will not explain it to you. Sui Jingcheng was confused. Because she had never heard of the name Liu Jinglong. Chen Pinggan asked, then let's talk while walking? Qi Jinglong smiled and followed the two of them, continuing to walk along the river. Chen Pinggan said, when it comes to appearances, I hope that Sir Liu can dispel my doubts. Even if I already have the answer in my heart, I hope that Sir Liu's answer can be verified and matched. Qi Jinglong nodded. Rather than saying that the fist is the reason, it is better to say that there is a difference in order. The fist is big, but it only belongs to the latter. There is still a key truth hidden in front. Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes, but did not speak. Qi Jinglong continued with a straight face, what is truly powerful is the rules. Knowing these and being able to use them. Is the emperor a strong person? But why is it that everywhere in the world, there are cases of countries being torn apart and mountains and rivers being destroyed? Why is it that some people have good endings and some people do not? The immortal master of the records of the immortal mansion, the son of the world's great clan, the grandson of the rich, are they strong people? Once you stretch out a vein, look at the founding emperors of the past dynasties, the person who founded their sect, the first person on the ancestral hall's ancestral record. How did they build up their family business? Because these existences are not truly powerful. They only rose because of the rules and the general trend, and then were destroyed because they did not conform to the rules. They are like a flash in the pan that does not last long, like a cultivator who does not live forever. Then, Qi Jinglong narrated his own views to the two outsiders who had met for the first time. First, to truly understand the rules, to know the strength and complexity of the rules, the more the better, and under the rules and regulations, all kinds of omissions. Second, to abide by the rules, or to be more precise, to rely on the rules. For example, the foolishly loyal officials, the restless military generals in the frontier towns. Third, to set the rules yourself, of course, you can also break the rules. Fourth, to uphold the rules. Peddlers, emperors, generals and ministers, cultivators in the mountains and lakes, immortal masters of the records, ghosts and demons, there were no exceptions. During this period, the truly powerful rules would protect countless weak people. Of course, this rule was very complicated. It was created on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, in the imperial court, in the Jianghu, in the marketplace, and in the countryside. Therefore, the emperor had to rely on the principle that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The cultivators on the mountain had to be afraid of the unexpected. The martial artists who usurped the throne had to worry about being in the wrong position. The people in the Jianghu had to tirelessly pursue fame and reputation, and the businessmen had to pursue a golden signboard. Therefore, the nascent soul cultivators wanted to integrate with the Tao, the immortal cultivators wanted to be real, and the ascendant cultivators wanted the Tao of heaven and earth to acquiesce. They wanted the sages of the three sects to sincerely not feel that it was conflicting with their Tao of the three sects, but to make way for them to continue ascending. Sui Jingcheng was confused and did not dare to speak casually. She clenched the mountain traveling staff tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. She just secretly glanced at the senior in the green robe and bamboo hat next to her. He still looked calm. Chen Pinggan asked, about the purpose of the three sects, "Does Mr. Liu have any understanding?" Qi Jinglong said, "Some, but it's still very simple. Buddhism is not stubborn, and it pursues that everyone has no butcher's knife in their hands. Why is there a difference between Hinayana and Mahayana? It's because the way of the world is not very good. It's not enough to cross by oneself, so we have to cross people. Taoism seeks peace. If everyone in the world can be peaceful and have no desires, it will naturally be a peaceful world where everyone has no worries. Unfortunately, the Tao ancestors' Tao skills are too high. It's really good, but it's a pity that when the wisdom of the people is not fully developed, smart people will do smart things, and the Tao skills will be empty. Buddhism is vast and boundless, and it can almost cover the sea of bitterness. Unfortunately, the monks who pass on the teachings may not be able to get the right Tao. In the eyes of Taoism, there are no outsiders. Even if chickens and dogs rise to heaven, how many can they take away? Only Confucianism is the most difficult. The principles in the books are intertwined. Although it's generally like the shade of a big tree, if you really want to look up, it seems like there are fights everywhere, and it's easy to feel like falling into the clouds. Chen Pinggan nodded and asked, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Liu is not a disciple of Confucianism. Then, on the path of cultivation, are you pursuing all the laws in the world do not restrict me, or following my heart and not violating the rules?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "The former is one reason why it's hard to find. I'm also not particularly willing, so it's the latter." Previously, Mr. Liu said that the original mind does not change, but the principles change. You said it very well. People are changing, and the world is changing. Even the old saying of unmoving like a mountain is actually changing. So, Mr. Liu said, following your heart and not violating the rules. It has always been the sage realm that Confucianism has highly praised. Unfortunately, in the end, it's still a kind of limited freedom. On the other hand, many cultivators on the mountain, especially those who are closer to the peak, are tirelessly pursuing absolute freedom. It's not that I think these people are bad people. It's not that simple. In fact, those who can really achieve absolute freedom are the real powerhouses. Qi Jinglong said with emotion, "These powerhouses who enjoy absolute freedom, without exception, have extremely tenacious minds and extremely tyrannical cultivation. In other words, their cultivation has reached the peak." After Chen Pinggan got the answer, he asked a question that he couldn't ask when he was with Sui Jingcheng. If the world is a table and stool with loose rules, and the cultivator is no longer within the circle of the table and stool, what should be done? Qi Jinglong said without hesitation, "First, support it. If you have the heart and the strength, then you can be careful and hammer a nail or two, or squat to the side and mend it." Qi Jinglong said with emotion. He looked at the rolling river and sighed, "Immortality is certainly a very amazing thing, but is it really a very interesting thing? I don't think so. Not only good people could be reasonable. In fact, bad people could be even better at it. In order to avoid battle and survive, the Lord of Kangyun Lake controlled the Sea of Clouds and put on a posture of flooding the territory. Chen Pinggan was afraid of breaking the vases and could only withdraw. This was the Lord of the Lake's principle. Chen Pinggan had to listen. In the disturbance of the pavilion, Sui Jingcheng bet that Chen Pinggan would always tail them. This was also Sui Jingcheng's principle. Chen Pinggan was also listening. In the pavilion, old Assistant Minister Sui Sinyu and River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan, two people with different identities, subconsciously said a sentence with roughly the same meaning. Sui Sinyu said, "This is the territory of Wuling Kingdom, reminding the group of Jianghu bandits not to commit crimes. This was the invisible protection of the rules. And this rule implied the dignity of the emperor of Wuling Kingdom and the imperial court, the loyalty of Jianghu, especially the fist of the first person of Wuling Kingdom, Wang Dun. In the territory of Jinfu Kingdom, before and after the small town on the top of towering peak, Chen Pinggan did not intervene twice. A sword immortal silently watched, which was equivalent to acknowledging Chen Pinggan's principle. So Chen Pinggan survived both times. Previously, in Escort City, a golden-bodied god of the fire god temple had chosen to sacrifice himself for Chen Pinggan, even though he knew it was meaningless. Because what Chen Pinggan did, the fire god temple felt that it was reasonable, it was the rule. Was Tongyi sect's Du Mao's fist big? But when he wanted to leave Tongyi continent, he also needed to follow the rules, or take advantage of the loopholes in the rules, to be able to walk to Aquarius continent. Was Wuling Kingdom's Jianghu Hu Xinfeng's fist small? But before he died, he said the rule of not harming the family. Why did he say so? Because this was the rule of Wuling Kingdom. Since Hu Xinfeng said so, naturally this rule, year after year, had protected countless old, young, women and children in Jianghu. Why was it that every new Jianghu person who showed off their ability always bumped into trouble? Even if they finally killed their way out, they still had to pay a higher price. Because this was the rule's silent reward to their fist. And these Jianghu people who were lucky enough to reach the top, sooner or later, would automatically become old people who followed the rules, become old Jianghu people who followed the rules. There was a riverside pavilion in front of them. Chen Pinggan stopped, clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for answering my question." Qi Jinglong smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for acknowledging this." Chen Pinggan shook his head, his eyes clear, and said sincerely, "There are many things that I do not think as thoroughly as Mr. Liu." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "What you think and what you do are two different matters." Chen Pinggan hesitated and asked probingly, "Can I treat you to a drink?" Qi Jinglong thought and shook his head helplessly. "I never drink." Chen Pinggan was slightly embarrassed. Sui Jingcheng felt that this scene was more interesting than the two talking about high up in the clouds and low down in the mud. Chen Pinggan grabbed that person's arm. "It's fine, as long as you drink once, you will not be restricted by the world." Qi Jinglong said awkwardly, "Fine, fine, Mr. Chen can drink, I can drink tea." The three came to the waterside pavilion that protruded from the shore and was above the river. Both sides sat on the bench facing each other as the river breeze blew. Sui Jingcheng held the mountain walking staff and stood outside the waterside pavilion. He did not enter. Qi Jinglong explained, "I have a friend called Lu Zhuo, a disciple of Sasao Villa's senior Wang Dun. He sent me a letter saying that I might get along well with you, so I came to try my luck." Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and put it aside. He nodded. "How did you fight with that Taoist woman on Shuli Mountain? I feel that you two should hit it off. Even if you did not become friends, you should not have had a life and death battle." Qi Jinglong smiled. "It's just a misunderstanding. She met a group of evil cultivators at the foot of the mountain and wanted to kill them all. I felt that some of them did not deserve death, so I stopped her. Then this battle on Shuli Mountain happened. It's actually a small matter, but no matter how small it is, between me and her, we are not willing to take half a step back. That's why this inexplicable battle of the Great Tao took shape." Qi Jinglong asked, "Why, are you friends with her?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "We used to train in a blessed land." Qi Jinglong joked, "You won't stand up for your friend and beat me up, will you?" Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "Who said that friends must do the right thing their whole lives? Even the extremely respected senior Song Yufan wanted to kill the fox demon with a sword in the dilapidated temple back then, with the reason that he had killed 100 mountain spirits and ghosts and wronged one at most. If he did not use his sword, would he have left a scourge behind? Chen Pinggan stopped him at that time and even blocked senior Song's sword. As for Jiyu Kan of the Book Lake, there was no need to talk about her. There were many reasons that could calm one's heart, but there were also many reasons that could make one falter. Outside the waterside pavilion, there were signs of rain again. The river surface was foggy. Qi Jinglong said that he would only drink tea instead of wine, but that was just an excuse. This was because he never had anything close to him. Therefore, every time he went down the mountain, he only had his intrinsic flying sword to accompany him. Chen Pinggan saw that he was unwilling to drink and felt that he was not persuading him to drink. He did not force him to make an exception. Qi Jinglong looked at the river surface and smiled. It's drizzling, and the clouds are hard to disperse. Chen Pinggan drank his wine and turned to look. There will always be a sunny day after the rain. Qi Jinglong nodded and looked up. But I'm afraid the weather will change. Chen Pinggan smiled. There are 2 small waterside pavilions. Perhaps there will be 3 people outside the waterside pavilions. Besides, the world is vast. What's there to be afraid of? Qi Jinglong sat upright and still with his hands gently placed on his knees. His eyes lit up as he stretched out his hand. Bring me the wine. Chen Pinggan threw a pot of wine over and sat cross-legged. He smiled brightly. Take this pot of wine as a preemptive celebration for Mr. Liu's breakthrough to the upper 5 realms. I gained a lot from the battle with her on Julie Mountain. There is indeed some hope. Qi Jinglong sat cross-legged like the other person and took a sip of wine. He frowned. It was right not to drink wine. Chen Pinggan smiled. Wait until you drink a few more pots of wine. If you still don't like it, I'll take it as my loss. Qi Jinglong shook his head and drank 2 more small sips. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, How old is Mr. Liu this year? Qi Jinglong smiled. In the marketplace of the mortal world, I'd be in my 80s. Sui Jingcheng, who was outside the waterside pavilion, was speechless. Senior had told her about the approximate realms of the immortals on the mountain. How could such a young man be half of the Jade primitive realm? It was strange but not strange. Because the scholar in the waterside pavilion was the land dragon of the North Continent, Liu Jinglong, a sword cultivator. He was an existence that made the world's strongest martial artist of the 6th realm, Yang Ningzhen, feel despair. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and nodded. Impressive, impressive. Qi Jinglong's expression was strange. He took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. He smiled. You're not even 30 years old, yet you're scolding me? Sui Jingcheng seemed to have been reduced to the foxy woman she met by chance and was struck by lightning. She turned to look at the waterside pavilion and asked blankly, Senior, didn't you say you were 300 years old? Chen Pinggan blinked. Did I say that? Sui Jingcheng pulled a long face and said in a low voice, at least twice. Chen Pinggan took a sip of wine. That's not very nice. Qi Jinglong also took a sip of wine. He looked at the green-robed swordsman opposite him and glanced at the woman outside. He smiled and said, It's not very nice. 524. There was a small boat on the river. The wind was blowing and the rain was falling. An old fisherman was sitting at the bow of the boat, drinking wine with his head raised. Behind him were 2 beautiful singers in thin clothes. One of them was holding a peeper, playing noisily while the other was holding a red-toothed board. Their voices were mellow. It seemed noisy but in fact, there was order in the chaos, complementing each other. The master and servant on the boat were all cultivators. A Qi refinement warrior flew across the river and took out an instrument. The treasure-light firefly was like a white chain. It smashed towards the small boat and scolded, so noisy. Why are you drinking and pretending to be a master? This river is enough for you to drink. You don't even have to spend money. In the end, the old fisherman raised his arm and shook his sleeve gently. Not only did the aggressive white chain not overturn the small boat, it actually crashed into the fisherman's sleeve. It buzzed for a moment and soon returned to silence. The Qi refinement warrior was grief-stricken. He suddenly stopped and begged, Old immortal, give me back my flying sword. The old fisherman sneered, Kowtow and beg me. The Qi refinement warrior landed on the river without saying a word. He used the river as the ground and kowtowed loudly, splashing water everywhere. The small boat shot into the distance like an arrow. Only after the blind dog kowtowed 3 times did the old fisherman shake his sleeve and toss out a snow-white sword pellet. He grabbed it gently and tossed it behind him. After the sword cultivator put away his lifeblood sword pellet, he flew a long distance away and laughed loudly. "Old man, if those 2 girls are your daughters, I'll be your son-in-law. 1 isn't too little, 2 isn't too much," one of the young girls holding a peeper sneered. She suddenly plucked the strings forcefully like the wind and rain. The river surface behind the small boat exploded into a huge ravine, which extended all the way to the sword cultivator of Sea Viewing Realm. The sword cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he rode on the wind and was about to leave the river surface. Unexpectedly, the graceful woman holding the red fang board gently raised her hand and patted gently. A red fang board Dharma image as big as a mountain fell from the rain curtain in the sky, smashing the sword cultivator's head and slamming him into the river. The poor sword cultivator only managed to climb ashore after the small boat was more than 10 miles away. He looked up at the sky and panted heavily. He no longer dared to provoke the 3 people on the small boat. Since it was raining, Sui Jing-cheng sat in the waterside pavilion. After a moment of hesitation, she did not take down the hedge. Instead, she turned to look at the painting of a fisherman on the river. As for the battle between the immortals, Sui Jing-cheng did not have much of an emotional fluctuation after experiencing 2 life and death crises. Chen Pingan only glanced at the surface of the river before retracting his gaze. After all, this was the North Continent. If it was the Aquarius continent or the Tongyi continent, the sword cultivator would not make a move, and even if they did, the fisherman would not return the flying sword. Qi Jinglong didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Perhaps he was quietly waiting for the rain to stop before bidding farewell. Chen Pingan asked, "Mr. Liu is a swordsman, yet you're so thoughtful about human affairs. Won't that affect your cultivation?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Of course it will. This is the difference between me and the other 2. My aptitude is similar to theirs. Although there is a difference in opportunity, in the end, I still lost in the matter of being distracted. One of them even advised me to think less about the matters outside the mountain and focus on practicing my sword. It won't be too late to think about it after I reach the upper 5 states." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Today's gains and losses may be tomorrow's gains and losses." Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded, "I'll take your auspicious words." Chen Pingan asked seriously, "Mr. Liu, are you thinking about these external affairs because of your own feelings?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "I'm from an ordinary background. I'm just a commoner. However, I've liked to read books since I was young. After I went up the mountain, it was hard to change my habits. On the path of cultivation, it was very lonely. I had to find something to do. Furthermore, as a cultivator, I have some advantages. For example, my memory has become better and I don't have to worry about the money to buy books. Every time I go down the mountain to travel, I will buy some books on the way back." Chen Pingan asked, "Mr. Liu, do you have any conclusions about the good and evil in people's hearts?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I don't have any for now. If you want to understand the good and evil in people's hearts, if you have a line of good and evil in the beginning, it's very easy to confuse yourself. It'll be very difficult for your later studies to be neutral and peaceful." Chen Pingan sighed and said, "Yes, mixed with personal feelings, it'll be biased." Qi Jinglong said, "As your studies become more and more profound, this slight bias is like the source of a small stream. Perhaps in the end, it will become a great blasphemy into the sea." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and said, "Mr. Liu, you've solved another puzzle for me." Qi Jinglong didn't ask any more questions. Chen Pingan stood up and looked at the turbulent river outside the waterside pavilion. The surging waters of the east were reluctant to part with day and night. This was the reason why Chen Pingan decided to refine Chu Yi. Of course, Jiao Cheng was very powerful. He was the kind of powerhouse who pursued absolute freedom. Putting aside Jiao Cheng's original intention, regardless of whether it was his ambition or his ambition, there was one thing that Chen Pingan saw in extremely subtle vein. Chen Pingan had once been a god who determined whether a person was good or evil in the Dragon Palace of Kangyun Lake. Therefore, Chen Pingan was even more certain of one thing. In addition, he had met young Ningxing at the Skeleton Beach. This young daoist from Chongxian Agency's Cloud Palace was a scholar who had transformed from a mustard seed of evil. The two added together. As he continued to review the game, Chen Pinggan became more and more certain of a conclusion. Jiao Cheng was far from having the temperament to become the master of a small fengdu. At least, he didn't have it yet. Of course, Chen Pinggan didn't have it himself. However, Chen Pinggan could roughly see and guess the evil atmosphere that height should have. Now, Jiao Cheng still had a person's likes and dislikes. The city lord of Jingguan City still had resentment in his heart and was still obsessed with that me. Even if these were extremely small, so what if they were as small as a mustard seed? They still existed. After so many years, they were still deeply rooted in Jiao Cheng's state of mind. Therefore, once Jiao Cheng became the master of the entire brand new small fengdu, he would become the god of a large world. The slight deviation in Jiao Cheng's state of mind would increase as the scale of the small fengdu expanded and Jiao Cheng's divine throne became higher and higher. As the river of time continued to flow and the small fengdu's ghostly increase, there would be more and more deviations, to the point of infinity. This was what Qi Jinglong said about the stream becoming a great blasphemy. Perhaps Jiao Cheng would have the chance to correct those slight deviations when his realm was higher. However, this was only a perhaps. Moreover, the battle of the Great Tao should have the boldness of a battle of the Great Tao. If Jiao Cheng had failed in the fight for the flying sword at the beginning, there would have been no subsequent pursuit and traps. If he had only appeared and said that last sentence, Chen Pinggan might have really been willing to wait and see. He would have waited until he finished walking through the North Continent before deciding whether to make a trip to Jingguan City at the Skeleton Beach. Chen Pinggan actually felt that there were only two people who had the best chance of doing such a thing well. Tongyi Continent, the old monastery head of the monastery. He was not even Gentleman Zhong Kue, at least not for the time being. Treasure Vase Continent, Kui Dong. He was not even Kui Dongshan. The latter two happened to be people close to Chen Pinggan. He did not have a good impression of the first two. This was also because he was helpless in the affairs of the world. If they did not become friends, everything would be good. If they did not become enemies, everything would be wrong. If a friend was wrong, one should advise. If an enemy was good, one should learn. It was all about cultivating the mind. It was the same on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The drizzle gradually stopped. Chen Pinggan asked, "Mr. Liu, can you walk with us for a while longer?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Of course." Before leaving the waterside pavilion, Chen Pinggan asked, "So, Mr. Liu, you're not talking about good and evil so that you can get closer to the essence of good and evil?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "That's right." Chen Pinggan bowed to the cultivator of the North Continent who he had met by chance with Confucian etiquette. If Mr. Wen Sheng was here and heard that this person had comprehended the truth, he would be very happy. Even if Qi Jinglong was not a Confucian disciple. Qi Jinglong also hurriedly got up and bowed back. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the cultured and elegant cultivator in front of him. Chen Pinggan hoped that Cao Qinglang of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land could become such a person in the future. They did not have to be completely similar, just a little bit would be enough. No one had to become another person, because it was something that could not be done, and there was no need for it. Just like how Chen Pinggan did not want Pei Qian to become him. Pei Qian was in his hometown, studying hard and growing up slowly. What was wrong with that? Moreover, Pei Qian had already done better than Chen Pinggan had imagined. Pei Qian had actually been learning the word rules. Chen Pinggan never felt that Pei Qian was idling around and wasting his time. Afraid of suffering, afraid of pain when practicing martial arts? It did not matter. As his master, he had become the strongest Realm 5 martial artist in the world. Then, he would fight for the strongest Realm 6. Once he obtained the martial arts fate, he would give it to his first disciple. Wasn't Pei Qian also studying and practicing martial arts? Sui Jingcheng looked at the unfamiliar senior. The senior and half a Dao protector taught her how to deal with people and sharpen her knowledge. He would learn from others. The senior preferred the latter. Sui Jingcheng was a little sad. She originally thought that the senior was far away, but now, he was slightly closer. But in fact, The senior had been rushing on the path of cultivation, while she had been moving slowly. One day, she would not even be able to see his back. Even if the two of them met again in the future after a long separation, what could they talk about when they stood together? Sui Jingcheng did not know. They were still some distance away from the Dragon Head Ferry, so the three of them walked slowly. Chen Pinggan asked about the Great Seal capital. Qi Jinglong said, "A storm is coming. The Sword Immortal of Ape Chatter Mountain, Gu, and the Realm 10 martial artist in charge of the Great Seal martial arts fate have not fought yet. Once they fight, it will cause a huge commotion." So this time, the saints of the academy left and invited a few experts to watch the battle, so as to prevent the two sides from fighting and harming the people. As for the life and death of both sides, don't worry about it. Chen Pinggan asked, "Is there any big news from the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent?" Qi Jinglong sighed. The Dali cavalry continues to go south, and there are some changes in the rear. Many people with lofty ideals who have been destroyed are rising up and fighting for justice. This is right, and no one can criticize it. But many innocent people have died, and this is wrong. Although both sides have their reasons, this kind of tragedy is inevitable, but Chen Pinggan said, "There is nothing we can do." Qi Jinglong nodded. Qi Jinglong thought of something and said with a smile, "Heavenly Lord Xie of the North Continent has already accepted 3 challenges." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and shook his head, "It's hard to lose." Qi Jinglong said, "Indeed, he has never lost. After all, Heavenly Lord Qi of the Aquarius continent is destined not to fight." Among the 3 battles, the challenge of the Wind Snow Temple Sword Immortal Wei Jin was the most eye-catching. Although Wei Jin lost, such a young sword cultivator will definitely have great achievements in the future, but I heard that he has already gone to the inverted hanging mountain and will be practicing the sword at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So I think that the greater the achievements of such a sword cultivator, the better. Chen Pinggan smiled. Qi Jinglong asked curiously, "Have you met him?" Chen Pinggan said, "Once." At that time, Wei Jin looked at Chen Pinggan indifferently. But Chen Pinggan still felt that he was a good person and a sword immortal. After so many years, he understood Wei Jin's strength better. Qi Jinglong was silent for a moment. "Oh right, there is another important matter. Except for the Cloud Pinning Mountain, the other 4 peaks of Dali have been conferred." Chen Pinggan's heart moved. Refining the life item of the 5 elements. Kui Dongshan carried a small hoe and dug out 5 big bags of Dali's 5-colored soil. Once the refinement was successful, it would be possible to create a great layout where mountains and rivers were interdependent. Many choices on the road of life would change. Like the matter of refining Dali's 5-colored soil, Chen Pinggan was the first to give up, but after 2 heart-to-heart talks with Kui Dongshan and Kui Dong, Chen Pinggan became abnormally determined. Even on the cross-continent ferry to the North Continent, Chen Pinggan still did not change his mind after seeing the vicious woman who changed from Empress Dali to Empress Dowager Dali. So now in front of Chen Pinggan, there were 2 choices. One was to take the Dragon Head Ferry and escort Sui Jingcheng to the Skeleton Beach and refine the 5-colored soil there. It was safe but time-consuming. The other was to not delay the journey to Great Blasphemy. He had to find an immortal inn with abundant spiritual energy near the Dragon Head Ferry, or take a slight detour to a secluded mountain and swamp where few people would go to cultivate in seclusion. Qi Jinglong seemed to have sensed the change in Chen Pinggan's mind. He hesitated and said with a smile, "I came down the mountain this time to chat with you. After chatting, I have nothing to do." Some people were more thoughtful when they helped others. Chen Pinggan was the same. They were similar in their knowledge and conduct. They were kindred spirits. So Chen Pinggan changed his cautious attitude and asked, "If I say that I want to refine a life item at the Dragon Head Ferry and need someone to help me guard the pass, would Mr. Liu be willing?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Yes." Chen Pinggan said again, "Maybe there will be a lot of commotion during the refining process. And I have some enemies in the North Continent, such as the Golden Scale Palace of the Great Xuan dynasty." Qi Jinglong said, "It's a small matter." Chen Pinggan slapped Qi Jinglong on the shoulder. "It's a pity that people like you don't like to drink." Qi Jinglong said helplessly, Persuading people to drink is a very immoral thing. Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh and said, "You can say this to an old man in the future." If there's a chance, there's also a swordsman. Qi Jinglong shook his head. When they arrived at the Dragon Head Ferry, they stayed in an immortal inn full of spiritual energy. A plaque with the words Kingfisher hung on it. It was rare for Chen Pinggan to be so generous. He directly asked for a heavenly mansion from the inn. There was even a lotus pond. The lotus leaves were as big as a plate. After the rain, there was still lotus dew like white pearls. The fragrance of the breeze was refreshing. Every time Qi Jinglong went down the mountain to travel, he would use an alias. When he was in a crowded place, he would also use a camouflage. Immediately, Qi Jinglong moved a bench and sat by the lotus pond. Sui Jingcheng followed suit. He removed the hedge and moved a bench. Holding the mountain walking stick in his hand, he sat not far away and began to breathe in and out. There was a small boat tied to the pond. Qi Jinglong just quietly stared at the lotus pond. His hands gently clenched into fists and placed on his knees. Chen Pinggan had already begun his closed-door training. Qi Jinglong was a Yuanying cultivator and also an immortal master. In addition to reading and comprehending, Qi Jinglong cultivated on the mountain. The so-called distraction was only compared to the previous two. Qi Jinglong actually learned a variety of things, but he was proficient in all of them. In the past, just by casually drawing a formation, he was able to make Yang Ningzhen of the Chongxian Agency's Yunxiao Palace unable to break the formation. It should be known that Yang Ningzhen's spell realm at that time was higher than his brother Yang Ningzhen, who was also born with a Taoist embryo. Yang Ningzhen was so angry that he turned to martial arts. At the same time, it was equivalent to giving up the inheritance of the Chongxian Agency's Yunxiao Palace. However, it actually gave Yang Ningzhen a great future in martial arts. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. Therefore, Qi Jinglong was the most familiar with closed-door training. No matter how big Chen Pinggan's movements were, no matter how turbulent the ripples of Qi activity were, it could not escape the house at all. Because Qi Jinglong was a sword cultivator. There were signs of rain again, but this time it should be a rainstorm. Sui Jingcheng was a little uneasy. He interrupted his breathing and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, frowning. Qi Jinglong pretended not to know. Sui Jingcheng murmured, "I heard a village proverb from a senior, a small summer rain is like silver, a big summer rain is like gold." Sui Jingcheng said to himself, "I think this must be said by a scholar, and it must be the kind of scholar who is not very good at studying and is not very good at being an official." Qi Jinglong then opened his mouth and said, "That makes sense." Sui Jingcheng stood up, leaning his mountain walking stick against the bench. He squatted by the lotus pond and asked, "Can the lotus leaves in the pond be picked at will?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "After spending so much money to stay here, picking a few lotus leaves is not a problem. But the spiritual qi in the lotus leaves is thin, and they can't be kept after plucking them." Sui Jingcheng plucked a lotus leaf from the pond and sat back on the bench. He gently twisted it, and raindrops splattered everywhere. Qi Jinglong said, "Mr. Chen's qi has been formed. Refining it should not be a big problem." Sui Jingcheng turned and asked, "Is it really foolproof?" Qi Jinglong was a little helpless. How could he answer this question? Sui Jingcheng turned and asked softly, "Senior, are you really that young?" Qi Jinglong looked into the distance and smiled, "My real age is naturally young, but my mental age is not young. There are many strange things in the world, and the blessed enclave is the strangest. Time passes slowly, and it is not like the human world, but it is more like the human world." So when Mr. Chen said he was 300 years old, he was not lying. The rainstorm came suddenly. Sui Jingcheng went to get a hedge and a straw raincoat, and sat by the pond in the rain. As for Qi Jinglong, he did not need to circulate his qi activity, and the rain did not invade. His sword heart moved slightly, and his sword will moved the sword qi. The raindrops the size of soybeans fell on the lotus leaf that Sui Jingcheng had placed on the bench, and spluttered loudly. Sui Jingcheng's eyes suddenly widened. He could vaguely see a pair of mandarin ducks hiding under the lotus leaf in the lotus pond. Sui Jingqing's mood improved immediately. Qi Jinglong smiled. That's a kind of spiritual bird sold in the Spring Dew Garden in the Jiamu mountain range. It is not an ordinary mandarin duck. It is wild and arrogant, and it is bred in the mountains. It can watch over the precious fish in the pond, and prevent them from being eaten by the strange beasts in the mountains. What a killjoy! Sui Jingqing's mood worsened immediately. Although Qi Jinglong was puzzled and did not know how he had offended her, he knew that he had said something wrong and did not say anything else. Late at night, Sui Jingcheng had returned to his house, but the lights were on for the night. Qi Jinglong sat on the bench by the pond, motionless. Occasionally, ripples of qi activity would leak out, but they were shattered by the sword qi and returned to the world. As for the phenomenon of Chen Pinggan taking out the cauldron for refinement and bringing out the treasures, Qi Jinglong naturally would not allow anyone to pry into it with their spirit consciousness. For cultivators, refining their destiny items was of utmost importance as their lives were at stake. At noon the next day, Chen Pinggan opened the door and walked out of his house with a pale face. Qi Jinglong sighed. Was it that exaggerated for a cultivator of the lower 5 realms to refine his destiny item? Be it the appearance of the cauldron, the rarity of the treasures and the difficulty of refinement, wasn't it a little too unbelievable? It was not as though he was a Dragon Gate cultivator trying to break through to the Golden Core Earth Immortal realm. Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to drink a few mouthfuls of wine to calm your nerves?" "I'll drink after calming down." Chen Pinggan saw that there was an empty bench beside the lotus pond. He sat there and turned to smile. "It's fine. I'm well prepared. There are still 2 more chances." He casually picked up a lotus leaf that had been knocked off the bench by the rain. Qi Jinglong pointed to his heart. "The key is here. Don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, the so-called 2 chances, no matter how many treasures you have, will be useless." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Of course. That's all I have. It's still acceptable." Qi Jinglong was relieved to see that he was not dejected at all. Sui Jingcheng walked out of the house, but there was no place for her. Chen Pinggan moved to one end of the bench while Sui Jingcheng sat on the other end. Chen Pinggan asked, "If there's any extra cost for plucking the lotus leaves, it'll have to be charged to the account." Sui Jingcheng smiled. "Sure, it's just a few snowflakes. I'll charge to it." Chen Pinggan turned to look at Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong was indifferent. "Don't drag me into your flirting." Chen Pinggan could only explain. "Mr. Liu, you've misunderstood." Qi Jinglong smiled. "Okay, I'll take it that I've misunderstood." Chen Pinggan sighed. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank silently. Chen Pinggan thought of something. "The 3 cultivators on the small boat that we saw at the waterside pavilion are very famous in the North Continent." Qi Jinglong said, "They're the same as Mr. Sword Urn who liked to nurture flying swords for people. They're one of the 10 weirdos of the North Continent. This person likes music and has collected many musical instruments and Dharma treasures. He's eccentric and drifts aimlessly. In the North Continent, many sects and immortals celebrate, such as the opening ceremony of a peak or the success of a great cultivator's breakthrough, to be able to invite more than 10 masters and disciples to play music at the banquet. The most recent gathering of masters and disciples was invited by the youngest sect master in the history of the North Continent. They appeared on the back of a green cliff in a small grotto heaven of the Qingliang sect." Chen Pinggan nodded. After about half an hour, Chen Pinggan returned to the house without saying a word. Sui Jingcheng had nothing to do. She continued to twist the lotus leaf that was still green. Qi Jinglong said, "Do you mind if I say something about your cultivation of Tao? I didn't mean to check. It's just that your breathing and qi movement feels familiar to me." Sui Jingcheng shook her head. "I mind." She turned her head and glanced at the house. She said softly, "Mr. Liu, tell me about it." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "The breathing and Dharma that you cultivate is very similar to the Taixia progenitor, Immortal Master Li Kuang, one of the direct disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal." Sui Jingcheng was confused. "Mr. Liu, wait a minute. Although I don't know many of the rules on the mountain, I've followed you all the way here. I know that the Taoist Immortal is only an Earth Immortal. However, the progenitor is at least the jade pure state of the upper 5 states. Is it because immortal Master Li Kuang's talent is too good? The student has surpassed the master by too much. Qi Jinglong laughed as he shook his head. This is an interesting story from the North Continent. That Zhenren fire dragon is a heavenly master with an external surname from the Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Middle Plains. There are some rumors. Forget it, this is not something to talk about. I shall not mention it. Anyway, this old immortal has an extremely high level of attainment. However, he has been guarding the title of immortal. Rumor has it that he likes to sleep and cultivate in his dreams. It's very mysterious. Li Yu is one of the direct disciples of the fire dragon immortal. As the old immortal takes in disciples as he pleases, he doesn't look at their potential or their roots. Anyway, he will bring 1 or 2 disciples back every time he goes down the mountain. As a result, there are about 40 to 50 direct disciples in the ancestral hall. In the long years, there are people like immortal Master Li Yu who became Daoist progenitor. However, most of them died of old age at various bottlenecks from the cave realm to the nascent soul realm. Now, there are more than 20 direct disciples on the mountain who continue to cultivate. Therefore, there is a huge difference in age and attainment between cultivators of the same generation. However, this Taixia progenitor has been in seclusion for many years. However, her lineage has spread and she has the most disciples on the mountain. There are more than 100 disciples of the 3rd generation after her. Sui Jingqing's expression changed slightly. Senior once pointed out the seal script of the 3 golden hairpins. One of them was Taixia Ghost Slayer. Sui Jingcheng quickly calmed himself down. He was in a dilemma. Qi Jinglong turned and glanced at Sui Jingcheng with a complicated expression. Forget it. Some things should be seen through but not exposed. Mr. Chen will have to worry about the final result. Sui Jingcheng's Dao foundation was actually not that simple. He must be the disciple that immortal Master Li Yu, the Taixia progenitor, had taken in. It could even be said that the possibility was both high and low. This was because before Li Yu went into seclusion, she had already taken in a disciple with excellent roots. Although he was not yet 40 years old, he was a candidate for the next top 10 youths of the North Continent. The cultivators on the mountain, the higher they were, the more careful they were when it came to the status of master and disciple. Moreover, Mr. Chen was not a real earth immortal sword cultivator and had yet to see through the hidden secrets of Sui Jingcheng. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. In any case, based on the faint sword will on Sui Jingcheng's body, Qi Jinglong could roughly guess some clues. This kind of cultivation method was too dangerous and troublesome. If it was not handled properly, it would affect the foundation of the Dao. Qi Jinglong could even follow this vein and the complicated relationships between some of the great cultivators of the North Continent to draw more conclusions. However, there were many things on the mountain that could not be revealed. As for the progenitor's disciple, Ji Yu Mo, Qi Jinglong had met her once during his travels. She was indeed very talented, but her temper was not very good. The Taixia lineage had always been like this. They were fearless when they went down the mountain to slay demons and devils. Death was nothing to them. As long as they were in the right, even if they were facing cultivators who were 2 or 3 levels higher than them, all the external heavenly masters of the Taixia lineage would still attack. In history, there had been earth immortal cultivators and even sword immortals of the upper 5 levels who casually killed those ignorant Daoist cultivators. Most of them thought that they were silent, but without exception, most of them were killed by the Taixia progenitor or her senior and junior brothers. If there was a great cultivator on the mountain peak who could even block them, it was fine. In the 1,000 years of history, the fire dragon immortal had gone down the mountain twice. The first time, he killed a 12th level military cultivator. The second time, he killed a 12th level sword immortal who thought that he could protect himself. From the beginning to the end, the old immortal was unscathed. Even the battle on the mountain peak that should have changed the color of heaven and earth was not affected at all. The sun and moon alternated, and the day and night alternated. When Chen Pinggan walked out of the house for the second time, Sui Jingcheng immediately followed him out of his house. Qi Jinglong did not speak this time. Chen Pinggan was still sitting on the bench. The lotus leaf placed on the bench was showing signs of withering after its spiritual energy dissipated. Its color was not as moist and full as before. Sui Jingcheng did not sit on the bench but stood not far away. She was slim and graceful like a hibiscus. Chen Pinggan held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank wine. He smiled and said, "Don't worry." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "If you're not worried, why should I be?" Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Qi Jinglong's answer was concise and to the point. "You're welcome." Chen Pinggan asked, "Mr. Liu, do you have your own understanding of the so-called heart monkey subduing in Buddhism?" Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, "It's superficial and not worth mentioning. I'll tell you if I think of something better in the future." Chen Pinggan said, "I once met an enlightened monk, so I have some ideas. Let's talk about it casually." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "That's for the best." Chen Pinggan stood up and stretched out a hand. His 5 fingers were like hooks and did not move at all, as if he was restraining something. "Does this count as subduing?" Qi Jinglong thought for a moment and shook his head. "If it's like this at the beginning, it's definitely not. If it's the final result, it's not perfect either." Chen Pinggan nodded and then squatted down. He pressed his fingers against the bluestone ground beside the lotus pond and casually drew 2 extremely faint marks. Then, he drew veins in all directions. Finally, he stretched out his hand and wiped them all. However, he did not completely wipe them out, leaving behind intermittent fine scratches. Qi Jinglong asked, "Is this our state of mind?" The heart monkey gallops everywhere. It seems to be returning to its original place, but as long as we're not careful, there will be traces of the heart that have not been truly wiped clean. Chen Pinggan did not say anything. He went to the pond and scooped up a small handful of water with his right hand. He stood near the center of the circle and gently squeezed out a drop of water with his left hand and dripped it on the center of the circle. Qi Jinglong stared at it. He squatted down again and wiped it gently with one hand. The bluestone ground seemed to be free of water stains. However, there were still some fine traces of water that spread in all directions. Moreover, they were of different lengths and distances. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. "Mr. Liu is right." Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. "But when the heart monkey gallops past, will there definitely be traces left behind? Won't there be snow footprints that will completely melt after exposure to the sun?" Then, both of them fell into deep thought. Sui Jingcheng squatted near Chen Pinggan and opened her eyes wide, trying to see something. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to be like this all the time? When she raised her head, she realized that the senior had glanced at her. She sat on the bench and put on an "I think I know everything" look. Chen Pinggan patted his head and threw away the water in his hand. He twisted his wrist and the Buddhist scripture made of bluestone paper appeared in his hand. He stood up and handed it to Qi Jinglong. "I don't know Sanskrit. Can you take a look and see which Buddhist scripture this chapter is from?" Qi Jinglong took the page of Buddhist scripture and smiled. "Chapter. This is a complete Buddhist scripture." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment and sat aside. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. "I'll tell you more about the content. In the future, you can go to the temple and ask the monks yourself. Remember to keep it well." Chen Pinggan kept the page, the Buddhist scripture. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. "That's good. Although you don't know the Buddhist scripture, you can still copy it to calm your mind." Qi Jinglong nodded. Chen Pinggan stood up and was about to go to the house to copy the scripture. Sui Jingcheng wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pinggan said, "It's okay." Sui Jingcheng's eyes were red. Chen Pinggan said seriously, "Don't think that you can go back on your word just like that." Sui Jingcheng glared at him, turned her waist, and sat on the bench. Qi Jinglong had been looking straight ahead. He blinked and thought, "Mr. Chen is a master. Could I ask for some advice?" After all, the female cultivators inside and outside the sect, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, made Qi Jinglong feel guilty. This was the trouble of being reasonable everywhere. It would not affect the cultivation of the great Tao and the clarity of the sword heart, but it was still a regret because of him. He was fine, but they were not. It was not good. On this day, after Chen Pinggan finished copying the scripture, he continued to cultivate in seclusion and began to light the fire for the 5-colored golden chamber stove. It was the last time he refined the 5-colored soil of Dali Mountain. That night, Qi Jinglong was resting with his eyes closed. Sui Jingcheng was in a daze. Qi Jinglong opened his eyes, turned his head, and said softly, "Why are you distracted? The great Tao is the key. So what if you trust others once? Is it good to be alone every time?" The slightly chaotic ripples in the house calmed down. Sui Jingcheng was a little flustered. An enemy attack. Is it the immortal from the Golden Scale Palace? Qi Jinglong shook his head but did not say anything. A white rainbow sword gleam and a dazzling stream of light swept from the end of the sky. The momentum was enough to alarm the entire Green Oriole Kingdom's Dragon Head Ferry. Almost all the cultivators in the inn took a look. Everyone who was strolling or chatting in the courtyard returned to their houses. The sword gleam landed on the opposite side of the lotus pond, and the dazzling stream of light landed on the lotus leaves of the lotus pond. The female cultivator Jiyu Mo, the disciple of Taixia progenitor Li Yu, was wearing the unique daoist robe of Mount Longhu. There were bright red clouds embroidered on the robe, flowing slowly and overflowing with brilliance. The daoist robe Taixia was one of the items that made Taixia progenitor Li Yu famous. The other person was an outstanding nascent soul sword cultivator, but he was not the Qi cultivator from Venerable Fiery Dragon's Mountain. As expected, Qi Jinglong understood. The cultivators on the mountain, especially the female cultivators, had their own boudoir friends. Taixia progenitor was no exception. That explained why the female sword immortal from the central part of the North Continent did not go to inverted Hanging Mountain. She should be waiting for her good friend Li Yu to succeed. When Jiyu Mo saw Qi Jinglong, she did not recognize the land dragon Liu Jinglong due to the difference in their realms. However, the nascent soul sword cultivator saw through the camouflage and smiled. Rome Chang from Floating Duckweed Sword Lake greets Mr. Liu. The owner of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Li Cai. Sui Jingcheng's expression was a little strange. Why did she feel close and familiar when she saw the self-proclaimed sword cultivator of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake? She shook her head, dispelling the inexplicable ripple of emotions in her heart. She moved her feet and stood behind Qi Jinglong. Rome Chang saw this scene and could not help but laugh. He did not say anything. It was reasonable to turn a blind eye and listen to it, so that he would not be superfluous and spoil the Tao. However, Rome Chang's heart felt heavy after meeting her after a long separation. Originally, there would not be so many twists and turns in the cultivation of Sui Jingcheng. However, no one expected that Taixia progenitor Li Yu, who had a great chance of succeeding in the life and death juncture, and a great cultivator who had a close relationship with his master, had passed away. Therefore, Jiyu Mo, who was the most favored disciple of Li Cai, was in a terrible mood all the way to the south. There were a few devil's dens that had been haunted for many years. Her master's thunder technique could make the mountains collapse and the earth crack. If Rome Chang did not use his sword, she would have been in a desperate situation. After all, the opponent was a nascent soul realm great demon who was in a killing frenzy. Therefore, Jiyu Mo, who was seriously injured, still buried himself in the journey. He first went to Wuling country, then followed the clues back and rushed to Longchu Ferry of Green Oriole Kingdom. He did not have time to rest. Rome Chang tried to persuade him twice but to no avail. He had to give up. After all, Jiyu Mo was not his master's disciple. After learning that Taixia progenitor had passed away, Rome Chang immediately sent a flying sword message to the calligraphy lake of the Aquarius continent that he had agreed with his master in advance. Then, his master quickly sent a flying sword back to Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, asking him to protect the safety of the woman and not to have any more accidents. Otherwise, he would be questioned. Rome Chang knew his master Li Cai's temper very well. This was definitely not something she said out of anger. His master's temper was very simple. There was no need for the disciples to guess. For example, Rome Chang could not enter the upper 5 realms. Li Cai did not like him. Every time she saw him, she would teach him a lesson. Even if Rong Chang was just flying back and forth on his sword, as long as his master did not see him when she was enjoying the scenery, he would be cut down by her sword. After all, it was a big deal. Although Jiyu Mo was in a bad mood, he still followed the agreement with Rong Chang of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and said to the woman, "You are Sui Jing Cheng, right? You can be considered a registered disciple of my master, Taixia progenitor. From now on, you will have a protector on your path of cultivation, and that protector will be me, Jiyu Mo. But don't worry, other than teaching you a sword technique, you can go anywhere you want. No one will restrict you, and I am no exception. From now on, the bamboo robe you're wearing will officially belong to you. However, you must take out one of the 3 golden hairpins, the Tai Shia Ghost Slayer. The sect will make other arrangements in the future. However, I will use other magical weapons to exchange with you. The quality will be the same." As for Liu Jinglong, Jiyu Mo pretended not to see him and did not know him since he had used a camouflage technique. He heard that he was a strange person with high cultivation, great talent, and great reputation, but was very fussy. Jiyu Mo was not willing to exchange pleasantries with him. Relationships. The Taixia progenitors' relationships were only with cultivators who had fought side by side. Even if you were a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, you could still be a guest on the mountain. Other than that, you were a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. What did that have to do with him? Sui Jing Cheng was stunned. She gritted her teeth and walked to Qi Jinglong. She asked carefully, "I want to go to the Aquarius continent to take a look. Can I?" Jiyu Mo, who was standing on the lotus leaf, glanced at Rong Chang behind him. Rong Chang smiled and said, "It's best to stay in the North Continent. Because if nothing unexpected happened, Master Li Cai was already on her way back to the North Continent." Sui Jing Cheng hurriedly took out the 3 golden hairpins. "I can return the 3 golden hairpins to you. If possible, I would like to cultivate with a senior. I mean if possible, but if Taixia progenitor doesn't agree and still wants me to be a registered disciple, can you let me complete a trip to the Aquarius continent? I will return to the North Continent myself and ask for forgiveness from the progenitor." Jiyu Mo was furious and said, "Cut the crap." Rong Chang was also in a difficult position. There was nothing wrong with the woman's words, but to Jiyu Mo, it hit the nail on the head. The death of a progenitor was a great misfortune in any sect, not to mention that Jiyu Mo was Li Yu's direct disciple. Qi Jinglong sighed and guessed that something must have happened to the Taixia progenitor. But Qi Jinglong still said calmly, "Let's talk nicely." Jiyu Mo's face was frosty as he stared at Qi Jinglong. "You're an outsider, what right do you have to interrupt?" Qi Jinglong's expression was normal as he said, "I have a friend who is now refining her natal item and is in a critical period. Miss Jiyu and Sword Immortal Rong should know. Can we sit down and talk?" Sui Jing Cheng nodded vigorously, still holding out her hand. She opened her palm and placed the 3 golden hairpins. Rong Chang suddenly frowned. "Please don't let it be that tribulation." That was a mountain pass that seemed to be the least dangerous but most intertwined. The failure of the Taixia progenitor's seclusion actually affected this woman's cultivation to a certain extent. If the woman in front of him was trapped in another tribulation, it would be one disaster after another. If that was the case, then Rong Chang could not stand by and do nothing. Some ripples in the heart lake could be suppressed in the early stages, but once the threads of love were allowed to flourish, how could it be cut off? If it was cut off, wouldn't it hurt the foundation of the Great Path? Qi Jinglong sighed and said softly, "The Great Path is difficult. More haste, less speed. Shouldn't you think more slowly? Wait a little while. I'm not making things difficult for you, right?" Jiyu Mo sneered. 2 hours, or half a day. Qi Jinglong frowned but still said pleasantly, "Please wait until my friend is done refining. When the time comes, the 3 of you can discuss it. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Maybe compared to our hasty decision now, there will be a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel." Rong Chang felt that Qi Jinglong's words were right. However, the tricky part was that the one who tied the bell should untie it. This was true. If that person did not know what was good for them and was unwilling to untie it, but instead tried to sow discord with words, given the woman's current state of mind, it would be no different from pulling the string again. The bell would only be harder to untie. Therefore, Rong Chang was in a difficult position. Ji Mo sneered. Why? Do you think you're in the right just because you're from a famous immortal family and have a high cultivation? I don't understand. You're an outsider, what right do you have to criticize us? Don't you feel ashamed? Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, now we're in a complicated situation. If you're really thinking for Sui Jingqing's future, shouldn't you listen to her voice? How can you be sure that your good intentions won't lead to bad things? At this point, there are so many hidden dangers that we can't escape or avoid. I believe that when my friend walks out of the house, she will listen to your reasoning. If she finally realizes that Miss Sui's reasoning is too small, and my reasoning is too biased, that's the best. If it's not right, we can discuss a solution. Only when the three of us understand this can we truly untie the knot in our hearts. Ji Mo said angrily, Liu Jinglong, aren't you annoying? Do you need to criticize us for such a small matter? She handed over the golden hairpins and left Longtu Ferry with us. Other than the Aquarius continent, where else can't she go to? Sui Jingcheng turned to look at the house, took a deep breath and said, I'll leave with you. Qi Jinglong suddenly turned and smiled. Are you worried about implicating Mr. Chen? Or have you really changed your mind? Sui Jingcheng was on the verge of tears, clenching the 3 golden hairpins in her hands tightly. Qi Jinglong nodded and asked again, what if I say that as long as I, Qi Jinglong, am here, your senior can refine his natal item without worry? What will your decision be? This time, I can give you a definite answer. I can guarantee that what happened in Mr. Chen's house was his own doing. Whether it succeeded or not, I don't dare to say anything. But tonight, as long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Sui Jingcheng's eyes were hazy with tears. Even if I have to leave, I have to say goodbye to my senior. But I'm still afraid. Qi Jinglong turned and laughed. What are you afraid of? Do you really think that Mr. Chen and Mr. Liu's reasoning can't be eaten? Sui Jingcheng looked flustered. Qi Jinglong shook his head. There are things that can't be done for the sake of things that can be done. Qi Jinglong looked at Ji Mo, who was laughing out of anger. I know that Miss Ji is not an unreasonable person. It's just that her Dao heart is not stable now, that's why she's acting like this. Qi Jinglong turned to look at the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake. I also know that sword immortal Rong is worried and has good intentions. Ji Mo sneered. Oh, is there going to be a but? Qi Jinglong smiled and shook his head. I'm standing here. That's the but. There's no need for me to say it. Rong Chang thought for a moment. Just one sword. How about that? Qi Jinglong nodded and then looked away from Rong Chang. He shifted his gaze and looked at Ji Mo. He said expressionlessly, it's your turn now. Ji Mo was extremely shocked and turned his head abruptly. Rong Chang did not move at all. He smiled bitterly and said, indeed, both of you stopped after the battle at Jolly Mountain. At this moment, this nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword tomb seemed to be in a small world. That small world was made of countless pure sword intents. Qi Jinglong's intrinsic flying sword was called Rules. Its name came from a classic of a scholarly sage. However, almost no one in the North Continent knew what kind of intrinsic mystical power this strangely named flying sword had. Ji Mo gritted his teeth. His face was pale and his hands began to tremble. Qi Jinglong shouted softly, be calm and composed. Calm your heart and condense your qi. Don't act rashly. Ji Mo felt as if he had been shouted at. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. He looked at the green-robed sword cultivator with a complicated expression. At this moment, a young man who was wearing the same green robe as Qi Jinglong walked out of the house. I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting. 525. Dragon Gate Realm cultivator Ji Mo and floating duckweed sword lakes Rong Chang looked at the young man who had just come out of seclusion. Ji Mo was a little surprised. It was unreasonable for a cultivator of the lower 5 realms to refine an intrinsic item to cause such a huge commotion. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, Rong Chang stood higher and could see further. He was not only surprised, but also shocked. Qi Jinglong did not turn around. He put away the pocket world created by his intrinsic flying sword. When he attacked, the flying sword was nowhere to be seen. When he retracted his hand, the flying sword was still nowhere to be seen. Qi Jinglong said to Rong Chang, "I'm sorry for being rude." Rong Chang came from floating duckweed sword lake. With a sword immortal like Li Cai, it was difficult for the disciples to not be happy. Therefore, he did not hold any grudges and said with a smile, "It's an honor to be able to personally experience Mr. Liu's intrinsic flying sword. If there's a chance in the future, let's find a place to spar." Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "As long as it's not on Rock Mountain." Chen Pinggan walked to Qi Jinglong's side. When he brushed past Sui Jingcheng, he said softly, "Don't worry." Sui Jingcheng felt relieved. It was as though the senior's appearance made her feel more at ease than Mr. Liu's flying sword. Even though she now knew that the senior was actually a cultivator of the lower 5 realms whose cultivation level was temporarily inferior to Qi Jinglong's. Chen Pinggan stood beside Qi Jinglong. "Thank you." Qi Jinglong said, "If you really want to thank me, don't persuade me to drink." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "Don't mention it." Then, Qi Jinglong gave a general explanation of the situation. Even though he knew the inside story, he naturally did not reveal it. Chen Pinggan had to focus on refining his intrinsic item without any distractions. Therefore, Chen Pinggan was not aware of the conversation between Qi Jinglong and company. However, he could still vaguely sense the hostility at the Lotus Pond. Especially at the moment when Qi Jinglong took out his intrinsic flying sword, Chen Pinggan could still clearly sense it even though he was immersed in it. However, due to his state of mind, it did not affect his refinement. Instead, it was similar to Qi Jinglong's support for Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan turned to Sui Jingcheng and said, "You go back to the house first. It's not good for you to know some things too early. Mr. Liu and I need to have a chat with Fairy Jiyu and Sword Immortal Rong. Remember not to eavesdrop. Don't play around when it concerns your great Tao." Sui Jingcheng nodded and went straight to his house. Seeing this scene, Rong Chang's mood was somewhat solemn. After Sui Jingcheng gently closed the door, Chen Pinggan didn't wait for Chen Pinggan to say anything as Qi Jinglong had already quietly set up a talisman array, isolating Sui Jingcheng's room from sound and images. It was done casually and smoothly. It was extremely fast and stable. Chen Pinggan also seemed to have no intention of reminding Qi Jinglong. When the door closed and Qi Jinglong drew the talisman, he had already looked towards the 2 immortal masters who had come together to look for Sui Jingcheng. He asked, "Can Mr. Liu and I sit down and chat with you? We may not have any results for a while." Jiyu Mo nodded. "Up to you." Chen Pinggan sat on the long bench behind Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong also sat down, but he moved slightly and no longer sat in the center position from before. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jinglong just stood up, reasoned with him, attacked, and sheathed his sword. When the 2 of them sat down, Rong Chang's heart sank again. Why are these 2 men in green so compatible? The 2 of them sat on the long bench. Just by looking at the way they sat, there was a sense of you follow the rules and I follow the rules. Regarding the Golden Core Sword Immortal with the surname Chen, Rong Chang and Jiyu Mo had also conducted an in-depth investigation along the way to find Sui Jingcheng. There were many clues, but they were messy and shrouded in fog. As for Liu Jinglong, the 2 of them didn't need to investigate much. Liu Jinglong, the land dragon who ranked 3rd among the 10 young people in the North Continent, was a prodigy of the Tai Hui sword sect in the north who rose rapidly. Now, the 2 sword immortals of the Tai Hui sword sect had traveled to the inverted hanging mountain. For a sect immortal, especially in the North Continent where a disagreement could lead to life and death, this was a very dangerous thing to do. For a mountain where sword cultivation was the foundation of a sect, there would be many enemies. However, no one dared to underestimate the Tai Hui sword sect without a sword immortal. Those whose cultivation was not high enough dared not, and those whose cultivation was high enough were unwilling. Of the 2 sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one of them was sect master Tai Hui. He was not Liu Jinglong's disciple. The other person was of higher seniority and was not Liu Jinglong's path protector. The one who had this opportunity was one of Liu Jinglong's senior sisters. However, she did not have a place among the 10 people in the North Continent. This was because when Liu Jinglong entered the mountain, she was already a sword immortal at the Golden Core bottleneck. After Liu Jinglong became famous, she still could not break through. Even though the Tai Hui sword sect had sealed off the news, there were still rumors that this female Golden Core sword immortal who had high hopes for her almost went crazy. Liu Jinglong had to personally help her and pay the price of being severely injured to help her survive the ordeal. On the other hand, Liu Jinglong's disciple was only an old sword immortal at the Dragon Gate realm of the Tai Hui sword sect. He was limited by his talent and was already in a pitiful state of decay. He had already passed away. Now it seemed that this was a very strange thing in itself, but in the past, it was a very reasonable thing because Liu Jinglong was not a true innate sword embryo. At the beginning of Liu Jinglong's cultivation after he went up the mountain, almost no one outside the Tai Hui sword sect, even within the sect, thought that Liu Jinglong's path of cultivation could advance so quickly. There was a sword immortal who had been on good terms with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. After Liu Jinglong reached the cave realm and was promoted to a rare direct disciple of the ancestral hall, he had doubts about this. He was worried that Liu Jinglong's character was too soft, which was completely contrary to the Tai Hui sword sect's principle of swordsmanship. It would be very difficult for him to become a talent, especially the kind of person who could become a pillar of the sect. Of course, the facts proved that the Tai Hui sword sect made an exception to accept Liu Jinglong as a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, which could not be more right. Chen Pinggan looked at the female cultivator from the Tai Shia sect and said, "I am a foreigner. You should have already investigated clearly. In fact, I am from the Aquarius continent." Saving Sui Jingcheng was a coincidence. Rong Chang asked, "Can you elaborate?" Chen Pinggan nodded and gave a rough account of what happened at the pavilion. As for the matter of observing people and cultivating the mind, he did not mention a word. He did not talk about whether the person was good or bad, he only talked about what everyone did. Not to mention floating duckweed sword Lake Rong Chang, even the bad-tempered Jiyu Mo was not worried that this person was lying. Because Liu Jinglong was sitting beside this green-robed young man. Even if it was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they could lie endlessly, the truth and the lies were uncertain, and they could scheme to the death without paying for it. But Liu Jinglong was destined not to do so. Even those who could become Liu Jinglong's friends would not do so. This was an invisible principle, an invisible rule. As long as Liu Jinglong sat there, even if he did not say anything. Previously, I speculated with the greatest malice that you had abducted Sui Jingcheng, and at the same time, made her follow you wholeheartedly in cultivation. After all, Sui Jingcheng was inexperienced in the world, and she had precious treasures on her. Like the Golden Scale Palace, it was a waste of heaven's treasures. Actually, when we found out about it, it was not troublesome at all. Instead, it was the scene I saw earlier that gave us the biggest headache. After hearing this, Rong Chang said honestly, "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to have already guessed the preaching opportunity behind Sui Jingcheng, and even left her a choice to lean towards us. It seems that I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Chen Pinggan said, "Now that I have finished talking about the situation on my side, can you say something that can be said?" Rong Chang and Jiyu Mo looked at each other. They were in a difficult position. Jiyu Mo landed on the small boat and sat cross-legged. She started to be a hands-off boss. "Sword Immortal Rong, tell them that I'm not good at these twists and turns. It's so annoying." Rong Chang was a little helpless. In fact, Jiyu Mo's actions could not be said to be disloyal. In fact, Taixia progenitor Li Kuei was helping his master, Sword Immortal Li Cai, about Sui Jingcheng's matter. To be precise, he was helping the future master of Fuping Sword Lake, because Li Cai was definitely going to travel to the inverted hanging mountain. The reason why she stayed in the North Continent was to wait for Taixia progenitor to come out of seclusion, so that they could go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill the big demon together. Now that Li Kuei had unfortunately passed away, his master would probably still go to the inverted hanging mountain alone. And his master had already decided that the future master of Fooping Sword Lake would not be him, Rong Chang. Even if he was a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, it would still not be him. It would also not be the other seniors of Fooping Sword Lake, who had good qualifications and cultivation. It could only be Rong Chang's little junior sister who had been in seclusion for 30 years. She was the beauty of Sui family of the Wuling country. Rong Chang did not have a knot in his heart about this, nor did he have any objections. He believed that all the cultivators of Fooping Sword Lake were the same. The reason was simple: they were afraid of being killed by suzerain Luo Cai. Li Yu of the Taixia sect was proficient in several wonderful spells. It was said that she had received the true teachings of Taoist techniques from immortal fire dragon. His little junior sister's real body was indeed in seclusion at Fooping Sword Lake, but under the control of the Taixia progenitor's supernatural power, his little junior sister was in a state similar to a wandering yin spirit. She was half reincarnated into Sui Jingcheng, and did not harm her original soul at all. It could be said that the Sui Jingcheng in the room was still the legitimate daughter of the old assistant minister, Sui Sinew, but not all of it. In short, it was a mysterious state that gave Rong Chang a headache whenever he thought about it. As for the final ownership, Rong Chang was too lazy to think about how his little junior sister used this to practice her swordplay. Master Li Cai did not say much back then, and seemed to have some reservations. Anyway, what Rong Chang needed to do was to erase the big accident caused by the Taixia progenitor's death and the small accident on Sui Jingcheng's side. He would leave Sui Jingcheng in the North Continent and wait for Master Li Cai to cross the continent and return home. This way, Rong Chang could avoid being attacked by his master when she returned. As for the Golden Scale Palace and Cao Fu, he had never heard of them before. Rong Chang even thought that he would dirty his hands by using his sword. After thinking about it, Rong Chang still did not want to say much. The 2 men in green robes in front of him liked to reason and were good at it. However, if he treated them as fools, then Rong Chang was stupid. Perhaps if he revealed a little bit of information, they would follow the vine to the melon and find out more of the truth. These 2 bystanders might be able to see further than Rong Chang. They might not use this to blackmail him, but it was not a good thing. There were 2 things that one could not do at Fooping Sword Lake. One was not good at swordplay, and one was too stupid. However, his master, Li Cai, saw everyone as a blockhead who was not good at swordplay. Every time his master got angry and beat someone up, he could not help but say a catchphrase: "If your brain is not bright, then practice your swordplay to death. How dare you slack off?" How could he explain this logic? Therefore, Rong Chang carefully chose his words and said, "The situation is like this. How to break the situation is the key. Sui Jingcheng has obviously fallen in love with Mr. Chen. It is easy to say but difficult to use the intelligent sword to cut off the threads of love. It is not that no swordsman has succeeded in using love as a grindstone, but there are too few." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "That is true. In the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhu Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, or rather Jiang Shangzhen, had used many methods to help his good friend Lu Fang break through the knot of love. Not only did his actions make one's hair stand on end, but they were also the most ruthless methods in the world. However, the results were still not good. In the end, Lu Fang did not make it into the top 10. It was not only because he lost to Chen Pinggan. In fact, the more important reason was that Lu Fang's state of mind was not perfect. Even if he could fly out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, it was equivalent to wasting 60 years of his time. Rong Chang asked, "I am not blaming Mr. Chen. I am just talking about the current situation. Mr. Chen, you are the one who started the trouble. Are you willing to be the one who ended it?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Difficult." Rong Chang frowned. Jiu Mo, who was planning to practice silent meditation, could not help but say, "What kind of attitude is this? Cultivators who are greedy for beauty are at a disadvantage. Or are you saying that you want to become Sui Jingcheng's Daoist companion on the mountain? Well, if you do that, you will be related to the Tai Shia sect and Fooping Sword Lake. You have a good plan." Chen Pinggan still shook his head and said, "That is not the case." Some words were not pleasant to hear. However, those who were willing to say it to others face to face were not so bad. The truly unpleasant words were always hidden in other people's stomachs or hidden in the dark. They would say one or two so-called neutral words lightly and lightly. That was the most disgusting thing. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, very difficult. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, I will only talk about some possibilities. Let's talk about two extreme cases first. When the Buddhists went east, there was a distinction between Hinayana and Mahayana. It is better to have no self than to have Sui Jingcheng. When Sui Jingcheng's heart is successful, her love today will turn into indifference in the next year. Of course, there is another case where Sui Jingcheng's love is deeply rooted. Even if she is thousands of miles away from me, she will still be haunted by it. Even if she ascends to the upper 5 realms and becomes a sword immortal, it will still be difficult for her to sever it with her sword. Let's talk about the possibility between the two of you. Both of you are Taoist masters on the mountain. You should know some Dharma spells and divine powers that are specialized in overcoming love. However, I think we should also take care of Sui Jingcheng's state of mind. Ji Mo started to have a headache again. Can you be more direct? What should we do? Is there a need to be so long-winded? Chen Pinggan looked at her and asked, for you, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 strikes. For Sui Jingcheng, it is the direction and level of her life. What's the big deal if we chat a little more? What's the big deal if we chat for a few days? Cultivators on the mountain don't know the weather of the world. Is this a long time? If the people sitting here today were not me and Mr. Liu, but other cultivators of the same realm, the two of you might have retreated with serious injuries. Qi Jinglong said indifferently, she is dead. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, do you know how to talk? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, continue. Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of wine. He threw 1 pot to Qi Jinglong and opened the other pot for himself. He took a sip. Qi Jinglong took the wine but did not drink it. He really did not like drinking. Rong Chang smiled. Harsh words. That was the logic. He could accept it more. However, Ji Mo would probably be more unhappy. As expected, Ji Mo stood up and sneered, if you are afraid of death, why would you enter the Tai Shia sect? Why would you go down the mountain to slay demons? Wouldn't it be easier to hide on the mountain and climb up? You don't even have to meet people like you. If I die, it is only the death of a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, 2 bastards with higher cultivation in the North Continent will die. Who will gain from this deal? Chen Pinggan hesitated. You won't lose. Ji Mo scolded, lose my *SS. Chen Pinggan was not annoyed at all. He turned and said with a smile, your cultivation is higher. You can reason with us. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, you have a better temper. You should do it. Ji Mo's Tai Shia robe fluttered. He was so angry that his face turned green. You too, stop wasting time. Get out here and fight with me, Chen Pinggan said, your sect is too powerful. I don't dare to fight with you. Ji Mo laughed angrily. I am not crazy. I will only spar with you. There will be no life and death. Qi Jinglong smiled. It is not good to pick on someone who is weak. Ji Mo was not embarrassed at all. He said matter-of-factly, we are not slaying demons. So what if I die? It is just a spar. Isn't it asking for humiliation to spar with you, Liu Jinglong? Ji Mo looked at the cultivator of the lower 5 realms. You have pretended to be a golden core sword cultivator and fought a few tough battles. Even the golden body cultivator of the Great Guan dynasty lost to you. That swordsman Xiao Shuye was killed by you. I don't think you are a pushover. Our spar has nothing to do with sects. Then, Ji Mo asked in confusion, are you two whispering about something? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I am asking Mr. Liu if your robe can withstand the full power of an earth immortal sword cultivator. That is why you are so confident. Mr. Liu said it must be. Ji Mo said angrily, shameless. Rong Chang rubbed his forehead. What the hell is going on? If he had known it would be so troublesome, he would have let someone else take part in this trip after leaving floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Chen Pinggan stood up. Ji Mo smiled. Oh, before the fight, Do you want to nag a little more with me? Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't talk much during a fight. It depends on whether you have the ability to make me speak and breathe quietly. Chen Pinggan stomped his foot. A faintly discernible snow-white flood dragon appeared on the wall of the residence. It exploded with light and was incomparably dazzling. It was like a mortal suddenly looking up at the sun. It was naturally dazzling. Rong Chang only narrowed his eyes slightly. Ji Mo subconsciously closed his eyes. Then, he knew that something was wrong and opened them suddenly. It happened in an instant. A snow-white sword light and a dark green sword light flew out. A green-robed figure suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Ji Mo. He quickly returned to his original position and sat down lightly. Ji Mo stood in place, dazed for a moment. He sat cross-legged on the small boat. Fine, I lost. You can continue to reason with me. No matter how annoying it is, I will endure it. This was also the reason why Rong Chang was willing to accompany Ji Mo and had a good relationship with him. Ji Mo seemed to realize something and said angrily, No. Liu Jinglong helped you draw the talisman and took the initiative. Qi Jinglong waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. Rong Chang said, It really has nothing to do with Mr. Liu. Ji Mo sized up the green-robed outsider and asked curiously, Why do you have two flying swords that are not your natal flying swords? Chen Pinggan said, You have the nerve to talk about me. Ji Mo grinned. Unfortunately, they are not as fast as your sword. Besides, it is not a battle of life and death. There is nothing wrong with exchanging life for injury. I will not do that. Chen Pinggan sighed inwardly. In addition to the robe on Ji Mo's body, he actually had two flying swords hidden. At least. Similar to him, they were not sword cultivators' natal items. One of them should be the property of the Tai Xia lineage. The second was most likely a gift from Fuping Sword Lake. Therefore, the higher Ji Mo's cultivation level, especially after he became an Earth Immortal, the more troublesome it would be for his opponents. As for entering the upper 5 realms, it was a different situation. Everything outside of one's body had to be pursued to the extreme. The greatest killing power, the strongest defense, the strangest sorcery, the scarier one's true trump card, the greater one's chances of winning. However, all of this was icing on the cake. For example, Jiang Shangzhen's many Dharma treasures were useful, very useful. However, in the end, in a battle of life and death, even after the outcome was decided, it still depended on the degree of refinement of the willow leaf. It was the final word, the life and death of both sides. And Ji Mo could see at a glance that Chuyi and Chuwu were not sword cultivators' natal flying swords. This was perhaps the insight of a disciple of a large sect. Rong Chang said, There is a relatively safe way now, which is to wait for my master to come here and see Sui Jingcheng. I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Liu are willing to wait a little longer. This was actually forcing him to do something he couldn't do. Relatively safe was only relative to Rong Chang and Ji Mo. For this outsider in front of them, if he was not careful, it would be a life and death calamity, and there would be endless consequences. If he left today and left Sui Jingcheng behind, it would actually save him a lot of trouble. To be able to do this, even if Master Li Cai rushed to the Green Oriole Kingdom, she would not be able to find fault. His disciple in seclusion fell in love with someone else. Did he need that man to slap his junior sister awake? Could he wake her up? Perhaps an ordinary woman could, but looking at Sui Jingcheng's words and actions, it was clear that his thoughts were exquisite, and thousands of twists and turns. Compared to his junior sister's straightforwardness on the path of cultivation, it was a world of difference. Therefore, the more Sui Jingcheng was valued by Sword Lake Fuji, the higher the cultivation of Rong Chang's master, the more dangerous this outsider young man would be, because the accident would be greater. The reason why Rong Chang did not suggest this at the beginning was that this idea could easily turn a situation where there was a chance to talk and slowly talk into a battle of life and death. When the time came, the two of them would hide in the Taihui sword sect. Even Master Li Cai would not go to the Taihui sword sect to find them. It was not reasonable, and it was meaningless. The cultivators of the North Continent were not completely unreasonable, but everyone had their own reasons to conform to the customs of the continent. It was just that the principles here were not the same as those of other continents. That was why there were so many outsider cultivators with powerful backgrounds who died here without a burial ground. In the end, they could not even find out who killed them. Other than the younger brother of the god of fortune of the White Ridge continent and the direct disciple of the celestial master residents of Mount Longhu, noble Huangzi, there were actually a few people with equally frightening identities. However, the news was blocked, and other than the celestial clans, no one else knew about them. For example, one of them was a proud disciple of the Confucian Temple's deputy hierarch. These living people behind these dead people, old immortals, which one of them did not have a strong family background and a strong fist? However, if you have the ability to come to the North Continent, why don't you roll up your sleeves and show your fist? The North Continent did not have many things, but there were many sword cultivators and sword immortals. Chen Pinggan made up his mind, but he did not say anything. He only turned to look at Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I still have nothing to do." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something, but he stopped. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I haven't said enough. Even if I did, the Taihui sword sect has its own reasons to say." Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. Then, Chen Pinggan stood up and knocked on the door. Qi Jinglong had already removed the talisman array. Chen Pinggan brought Sui Jingcheng to the lotus pond. As long as it was something that could be said, he told her everything. In the end, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "You don't have to think about anything now. Under this premise, what are your plans?" Sui Jingcheng asked softly, "Won't I cause trouble for Senior and Mr. Liu?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you don't cause trouble, you don't have to be afraid of trouble." Ji Mo sat on the small boat. She was even more idle than Qi Jinglong. She seemed to be staring at the lotus leaves outside the boat, but in fact, she had been listening attentively. She could not help but roll her eyes. It was not because she did not like what that person said, but because she felt that what he said was quite reasonable. But towards that person surnamed Chen, she did not deny that she had a big prejudice against him. That was why she was like this. Sui Jingcheng nodded and smiled, "Then let's talk about it after I meet that expert." Chen Pinggan said, "Sure." Sui Jingcheng's expression was a little gloomy. Her eyes were full of guilt. She wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pinggan frowned and said, "If you think too much about everything and only make you drag your feet, then what are you thinking about? Do you think that your cultivation progress is too fast? Or is the cultivation of the mind too easy?" Sui Jingcheng said, "Oh." She did not refute, nor did she seem to reflect. If it was his first disciple, Chen Pinggan would have already smacked him with a chestnut. Qi Jinglong still sat where he was. See no evil, hear no evil. But his cultivation was high, his words were clear and could not be stopped. Rong Chang might be the one who was the most depressed. The overall situation was set. Ji Mo, who was burning with anxiety at the beginning, became the most relaxed person. Looking at that man and woman with a strange relationship, she actually felt a little strange. After that, Ji Mo and Rong Chang stayed in this Longju Immortal Inn. The two houses were not small. It was a little far from the Lotus Pond house. It was also a little sincerity, lest the two men in green robes misunderstood that they were worried about them. Ji Mo and Rong Chang sat opposite each other in the small courtyard. Ji Mo asked, "Rong Chang, I'm just asking. You really can't beat that Liu Jinglong? Defeated in one move?" Rong Chang smiled and said, "If we really fought, of course I wouldn't lose so badly. But the chances of winning are indeed very small. Qi Jinglong and that foreign female Taoist monk fought at Julie Mountain. Either he stopped or found an opportunity to break through." Ji Mo said with emotion, "This Liu Jinglong is really a freak. How can it be so easy to break through all the way? It's simply like a hot knife through butter. Comparisons are odious." Rong Chang smiled and said, "If we were to look at the two people before Liu Jinglong, wouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die?" Ji Mo shook his head and said, "Those two, I won't even compare with them. I won't even think about it. Liu Jinglong has great hopes of rising to the top of the North Continent in the future. However, those two are already set in stone. In fact, one of my uncle masters from another lineage even said that if one of them went to the Central Plains in the future, he would have a chance of rising to the top 10. Gu Mo suddenly asked, Sword Immortal Li went to the Aquarius continent. I heard that the Sword Immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and the Dali vassal Song Jianqiang are also strong people? Rome Chang nodded and said, they are both very strong. The great Tao is within reach. Gu Mo was puzzled and said, let's not talk about Wei Jin, but Song Jianqiang is a pure martial artist. He has taken a dead-end path. The great Tao is not suitable for him, right? Rome Chang thought of a certain person who dared to stand beside his master but still dared to be frivolous. The words of the casual speaker but the listener meant something. He copied and said, beyond the great Tao of longevity, there is also the great Tao. Gu Mo smiled and said, this kind of words is similar to what the uncles and uncles on the Crouching Ground Peak say. Rome Chang did not say anything more. After all, the Crouching Ground Peak was the peak of the old immortal, the Fire Dragon Immortal. The old immortal almost never cared about the affairs of the mountain. He left it all to his disciples and disciples to manage. The old immortal only cared about sleeping. For example, Gu Mo's master, the Taixia progenitor, had achieved success in her cultivation. She left the Crouching Ground Peak early on and took in disciples. Other than the Taixia lineage, the other three lineages were famous in the North Continent. The Peach Mountain lineage was especially proficient in the Five Thunder technique, the Baiyun lineage was proficient in talisman formations, and the Xian Finger lineage was proficient in the Way of the Sword. But without exception, all the four direct disciples who had made a name for themselves in the North Continent would only say that they had learned the basics when talking about their master's teachings. Would the listener believe such polite words? In the North Continent, they would believe it. This was not the most exaggerated and the most speechless explanation. It was a rumor that had spread through half of the North Continent. It was said that one of the direct disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal had said that when the disciple was traveling down the mountain, he had chatted with an otherworldly expert who was visiting the Crouching Ground Peak. Somehow, he had leaked the heavenly secret. He said that his master had told him personally that the most regrettable thing in his life was that his ability to subdue demons and devils was not good enough. It seemed that the disciple had agreed with him. Fortunately, when he talked about this, the little Daoist did not dislike his master. Many sword immortals from other places wanted to reach out and press the head of the direct disciple. They wanted to ask the young Daoist, who seemed to have a screw loose, whether he was joking or not. Of course, after asking the question, the sword immortals still had to send him off with a smile. The sword immortals of the North Continent were not afraid of anything. They were not afraid of anyone except the Fire Dragon Immortal, who was half a family member. Fortunately, this old immortal was fond of sleeping and did not like to go down the mountain. However, similar to that young Daoist whose whereabouts were unknown, these Daoist immortal fire dragons' direct disciples who did not have good aptitudes, there were still more than 10 of them who remained at Lying Ground Peak to cultivate. Although they were said to be cultivating, in the eyes of the other immortal cultivators with the word sect in their names, they were just eating and waiting for death. Besides them, there were many little Daoist children. After all, no matter how weak their cultivation was, they would still have their own disciples. They could often hear the Fire Dragon Immortal, who did not sleep, preach Tao personally. However, it seemed that he was still not enlightened. It had been a long time since the disciples and disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal from the Crouching Ground Peak made others feel that they could not be more reasonable when it came to cultivation. In short, they had wasted a huge portion of their immortal Tao fate. Many Earth immortal cultivators from the North Continent felt that if they were any other stupid Daoist from the Crouching Ground Peak, they would have gone straight to the upper 5 realms. Hence, the Crouching Ground Peak was a place of cultivation that people did not understand. It was not the best in terms of feng shui and spiritual energy. The direct disciples and direct disciples who stayed on the peak were mostly those who did not have a bright future. Hence, although these Taoists were of high seniority, they were only of high seniority among the various branches of the Fire Dragon Immortal. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon Immortal would not have too much contact with the other mountains. Furthermore, the fire dragon immortal would often go into seclusion, which meant sleeping. The cultivators from the Tai Xia and Bai Yun secluded themselves and did not have any reason to get close to them. Hence, they were not familiar with those who had to greet them respectfully. As for the origin of the name Crouching Ground Peak, there were many different theories. The most mysterious rumor was that there were several ferocious Jiao dragons hidden in the area of Crouching Peak. They were spotted by the fire dragon spiritual master when he passed by. Perhaps he did not like them, so he stomped on them one by one. Not only that, after the Jiao dragons laid on the ground, none of the Jiao dragons dared to move an inch. After the old spiritual master decided to plant the Jiao dragons there, he ordered his disciples to use their supernatural powers to move the soil from the remote mountains. Thus, the Jiao dragons became silent and motionless mountain ranges. It was said that at least the origin of Zizhao Peak, South Radiance Peak and Fuyao Peak was related to the genuine dragon vein. As for how many Jiao dragons were stepped on by the Jiao dragons in the early years, only God knows. Rong Chang smiled and asked, "The Jiao dragon immortal has not returned yet?" Jiyu Mo was a little sad, "Not yet. If the Grand Master was on the mountain, my master would not have died." Rong Chang sighed. There were some things that he could not say. For example, life and death are predestined. The benevolence of an old immortal like the fire dragon immortal is not something cultivators like us can understand. However, Rong Chang truly respected the fire dragon immortal from the bottom of his heart. His master, Li Cai, was even more so. It was very simple. Just based on the words of the fire dragon immortal. We came from the mortal world at the foot of the mountain, so we have to go there eventually. Climbing the mountain depends on walking, and descending the mountain depends on riding the wind. On the path of cultivation, magnificent feats are hard to come by. Becoming an immortal is easy. However, if someone can break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and go to the highest place to take a look, of course, it's a good thing. There will be more cultivators like that in the northern continent. Don't let the title of the first continent outside of Middle-earth rest on your sword. Killing is not true strength. I can kill all of you with a few slaps. In the heavenly mansion of the Kingfisher Inn. After the storm, the sky was clear. The fragrance of the lotus flowers wafted, and the lotus leaves swayed. Chen Pinggan and Qi Jinglong sat on a bench, while Sui Jingcheng sat alone on the bench beside them. Qi Jinglong said, "Congratulations on reaching the 3 realms." Chen Pinggan nodded. Sui Jingcheng's eyes lit up. "Only the 3 realms?" She stood up and squatted beside the lotus pond. She plucked another lotus leaf and sat back on the bench. Chen Pinggan and Qi Jinglong were silent. They only looked at the lotus pond quietly. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "That pair of splendid mandarin ducks was produced in the spring dew garden?" Qi Jinglong was not in a hurry to answer. He leaned forward and glanced at Sui Jingcheng. The woman had a look of admiration on her face. She was probably admiring her senior's knowledge and experience. Qi Jinglong quickly sat up straight and spoke to Chen Pinggan using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He was puzzled. "I didn't think so before, but now I feel that Rong Chang's worries are justified." After reaching the 3 realms of Qi Refinement Warrior, Chen Pinggan could barely speak using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He smiled and said, "Let's not think about that. We'll wait for the Patriarch of Fuping Sword Lake to arrive first." Qi Jinglong said, "That female sword immortal is called Li Cai. She's not a bad person, but her temper," Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "to be able to become good friends with the Taisha progenitor, and for her to be able to teach a disciple like Jiyu Mo, I know what to do." Qi Jinglong did not speak anymore. Sui Jingcheng did not want to be an outsider. She tried to find a topic. "Mr. Liu, previously you said that the reason does not lie in your fists. But didn't you use your cultivation to convince Rong Chang? You even brought up the Taihui sword clan in the end." Chen Pinggan and Qi Jinglong looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them spoke. Sui Jingcheng was a little embarrassed. Why was she the only fool who did not know anything? Sui Jingcheng then felt a little wronged. She lowered her head and gently twisted the lotus leaf. In the past, Whenever she did not understand something, her senior would explain it to her. Look, now that she met Qi Jinglong, she was not willing to do so. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan said with a smile, Mr. Liu's reason was actually for the entire Taixia progenitor. It could even be said that he was talking to the old immortal, fire dragon immortal. Sui Jingcheng raised her head. She understood this explanation. So when Rongchang said that his master was coming, Mr. Liu said that his Taihui sword clan was actually also for the sword immortal of floating duckweed sword lake. Rongchang would help to pass the message and make the sword immortal wary. After a while, Sui Jingcheng asked tentatively, can we say that the biggest rule Mr. Liu mentioned is to make people with strong fists have scruples when they can kill someone? So this allowed those who were not strong enough to say a few more words. It can even be said that even if they do not say anything, it is already the reason. But if there is a great disparity in strength, whether or not they make a move, they will still be in the hands of the other party. Sui Jingcheng's eyes brightened. She continued, can we say that this is equivalent to verifying what you said? At least, there is an additional possibility. Chen Pinggan nodded. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, let's not talk about an example. Let's talk about most cases. In the streets and alleys, why would strong people not dare to rob people? In the secular dynasties, why would rich people still need to hide their evil deeds? When cultivators go down the mountain, why would they not do as they please and rob the rich people of a city of their wealth and kill them all? Why would I, as a nascent soul cultivator, dare to drag your Mr. Chen along and wait for the arrival of a Jade Raw Realm Sword cultivator? So, it is very impressive to have a strong fist. This saying has no negative or positive meaning. But if one can restrain a fist, it is naturally even more impressive. Chen Pinggan reminded, watch your words. Sui Jingcheng smiled slightly. Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment and looked at the lotus pond. But then again, these are the rules of a place of rules. In a place of lawlessness, they are useless. But as long as the world moves forward, looking at history and the current situation, it still needs to move from lawlessness to order. Then, everyone will work together to change the order on the surface, which may not be correct everywhere, into good order on the mountain and good law on the mountain. The world will slowly move from being reasonable to being reasonable under a large category, so that more people can benefit from it. Perhaps there will be no need to be constrained by the 3 religions and 100 schools. Find a state of balance, and in the end, everyone will walk their own path. Chen Pinggan said softly, let's not talk about this first. Qi Jinglong stopped talking. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, that Jiu Mo's mentality is rare and valuable. Qi Jinglong nodded. The world needs many cultivators like this, but it can't only be this kind of cultivator. So, when we meet Jiu Mo, we don't need to be anxious, and we can't be too harsh on her. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, that's right. Sui Jingcheng looked at the 2 guys and snorted coldly. Carrying the lotus leaf, he got up and went into the house to cultivate. I'm an eyesore, okay? I'll leave, okay? Chen Pinggan asked, this is? Qi Jinglong said helplessly, you're an expert, don't ask me. Chen Pinggan was confused. What expert? Qi Jinglong had already changed the topic. Tell you some things to take note of when cultivating the 3 realms? Chen Pinggan glanced at the pot of wine in his hand. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Give it back to me. A few snowflakes were spent on immortal wine. Qi Jinglong laughed angrily. Do you think I don't know about glutinous rice wine? Did you forget that I came from the streets? I've never drunk it before, but I've never seen it before. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. Then I took the wrong one. On the other side of the house, Sui Jingcheng, who had deliberately slowed down, quickly crossed the threshold and slammed the door heavily. Qi Jinglong was puzzled again. Chen Pinggan said, you can't guess a woman's thoughts. Qi Jinglong grunted. Words of experience, priceless advice. Then they chatted. Chen Pinggan no longer called him Mr. Liu, but used the name Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong, do you have a girl you like? No. Poor thing. You still don't drink. You're almost 100 years old, and you still don't have a girl you like. Shut up. I'll change it for you. A pot of real immortal wine? Chen Pinggan, if I drink, can you change the topic? Qi Jinglong began to drink. He didn't even need Chen Pinggan to persuade him to drink. Qi Jinglong, let's talk while drinking. You're not bad looking, and your cultivation is high. There must be a lot of girls who like you. Get lost. These days, Longtu Inn was very peaceful. It was just that there were more and more guests, and it was overcrowded. This was because it was said that a female Taoist priest from perfected fire dragon's side had appeared, and she was with a sword immortal of unknown origins. His aura was overbearing as he confronted another group of people. Unfortunately, the fight did not happen, but fortunately, it was peaceful. This was also the reason why cultivators dared to come to the inn to watch the commotion. Otherwise, wouldn't they be courting death? Chen Pinggan asked Qi Jinglong about the key points of cultivation in the lower 5 realms. Qi Jinglong naturally told him everything he knew. As for the talisman, the two of them had many things in common. However, neither of them casually imparted their talisman mystic techniques. It was not that they were unwilling. It was that they could not. For example, the Ghost Hatchet Palace's snow talisman that Chen Pinggan had previously drawn on the wall, and the restriction talisman array that Qi Jinglong casually created. However, the Great Tao was interconnected. On the path of talisman, exchanging insights was more beneficial to one's cultivation than learning a specific talisman. Of course, Qi Jinglong was already an expert on this path, but he was more of an answer for Chen Pinggan. When Qi Jinglong learned that Chen Pinggan had more than 300 yellow paper talisman hidden in his sleeves, he was speechless. Did Chen Pinggan think that he was a peddler who sold talisman? Regarding the assassination of Deer Mountain's assassins, Qi Jinglong only commented, it was extremely dangerous. However, when Chen Pinggan took out the spoils of war that Sui Jingcheng had found, Qi Jinglong only had a rough estimate of the dew armor, giant bow, and other items. Only the 2 daggers that were inscribed with the words morning dew and sunset glow, he could not help but sigh, such good luck? The reason was simple. If it was not for Qi Jinglong, how would he know the inside story of Deer Mountain, and even more so, he would not know that female cultivator. Instead, Qi Jinglong had seen this pair of daggers in an ancient book of immortals. It had a long history. The female assassin who had killed Deer Mountain was only lucky enough to obtain this pair of immortal weapons that had been lost for a long time. However, her luck was not good enough because she had not grasped the essence of the dagger's refinement and usage. Therefore, Qi Jinglong told Chen Pinggan in detail about what he had seen and heard in the book. At the side, Sui Jingcheng was full of smiles. Afterwards, Jiyu Mo and Rong Chang visited the Lotus Pond residence one after another. Rong Chang and Qi Jinglong talked about the way of the sword. Jiyu Mo asked Qi Jinglong about the truth of some of the rumors. For example, did you, Qi Jinglong, really kill that nascent soul demon in the Golden Core realm? Did you, Qi Jinglong, really have feelings for that water scripture mountain's fairy Lu? Qi Jinglong answered one by one, not evading. After Jiyu Mo heard all the answers, he was both satisfied and a little disappointed. He felt that those senior sisters had bad eyesight to actually admire such an extremely boring Taihui sword sect cultivator. Chen Pinggan and Sui Jingcheng sat on the long bench and watched the show while eating melon seeds. When Jiyu Mo asked, Chen Pinggan and Sui Jingcheng looked at each other when they heard that fairy Lu. After Jiyu Mo left, Sui Jingcheng noticed that her senior gave her a look. She immediately understood and hurriedly stopped eating melon seeds. Clapping her hands, she wanted to ask Qi Jinglong properly. Anyway, she was also curious about whether that female cultivator of the water scripture mountain was beautiful or not. Along the way, whether it was Jiyu Mo or the 2 female cultivators on the small boat, they were all inferior to her. In the end, Qi Jinglong sat where he was and closed his eyes, saying, I'm going to cultivate. After another 10 days, in the night, Chen Pinggan had almost completely stabilized his 3-realm qi. There was no shocking movement of riding the sword like a rainbow or the sound of thunder. On the other side of the lotus pond, a female cultivator silently appeared with a sword at her waist. Qi Jinglong, who had been sitting on the long bench for the past few days, opened his eyes. Chen Pinggan, who was originally copying scriptures in the house, also put down his brush and walked out of the house. Qi Jinglong stood up and smiled. "Greetings, Sword Immortal Li Cai waved her hand. "Rong Chang has already sent me a flying sword message. I know the general situation. What about that little girl called Sui Jingcheng? What should I do in the end? Should I thank you or beat you up? I'll talk to her first." Li Cai took a step forward and passed Qi Jinglong and the bench. "How dare you use the Taihui sword sect to scare me, Liu Jinglong?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When I enter the Pure Jade Realm, Sword Immortal Li can ask me about the sword according to the rules." Li Cai smiled and said, "Just wait. However, you have to hurry, because I will be leaving the North Continent soon. I have to help Li Yu with the killing of demons on the city wall." Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. There will be a chance. Li Cai turned her head and clicked her tongue. "Everyone says that you speak like an old woman's foot-binding cloth. Are the rumors on the mountain so unreliable? With your cultivation level and temper, you can definitely compete to be the next sect master of my floating duckweed sword lake." Qi Jinglong turned to look at Chen Pinggan, who was standing near a house. Chen Pinggan nodded gently. Li Cai stopped and saw the young man in green standing not far away. "You are Chen Pinggan?" Chen Pinggan was puzzled. "Senior Sword Immortal, how do you know my name?" Li Cai thought for a moment and gave an answer that went against her conscience. "I guessed." Chen Pinggan did not ask further and made way. Li Cai stepped into the house. With a wave of her sleeve, she created a small world. Sui Jingcheng was sleeping soundly. She sat gently on the bed and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar face. Li Cai smiled and sighed. "You look much more handsome." She sighed. "It's just that you have to suffer. Little girl, you're indeed your master's favorite disciple. You're a family, you're bound to enter the same house. We're in the same boat." Then, she seemed a little annoyed and scolded Jiang Shangzhen's mouth. She bent 2 fingers and gently tapped Sui Jingcheng's forehead. "Even in seclusion, you can still embarrass your master." Sui Jingcheng woke up and saw a woman with a sword lighting a lamp. Then, she sat on a chair and faced him. Sui Jingcheng sat on the edge of the bed and did not say a word. Li Cai said, "Don't be afraid. Just talk about what you have seen and heard in the Sui family of the Wuling Empire." About 5 minutes later, Li Cai brought the confused Sui Jingcheng and walked out of the house. Li Cai spoke to the green-robed young man. "Chen Pinggan, from now on, Sui Jingcheng can continue to roam the Aquarius continent. But there is a bottom line. No matter who she recognizes as her master, you or anyone else, you can only be a disciple in name and cannot be recorded in the ancestral hall. When Sui Jingcheng becomes enlightened, she can only wait until that day. She can decide whether she will write her name in the floating duckweed sword lake ancestral hall or go to other ancestral halls to offer incense. In this period of time, I will not restrict her. You cannot influence her mental state. Other than you, anyone else can. As for Rong Chang, he will be her Dao protector and follow her to the Aquarius continent." Chen Pinggan was just about to confirm the mental state influence and how to record it. Li Cai was already annoyed. She waved her sleeves and said, "Forget it. As long as you two don't roll around in bed, the rest is fine." After saying that, Li Cai flew away on her sword. She made quite a commotion. It seemed that she was in a bad mood. Sui Jingcheng's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and ran back into the house. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. Chen Pinggan sighed. On the wall. Because his master had appeared, Rong Chang did not dare to stand. He squatted there. Ji Mo also squatted by the side and added fuel to the fire. "Sword Immortal Rong, what do you mean by rolling around in bed?" Rong Chang was in a good mood. He pretended to be serious and said, "I don't know." Ji Mo and Rong Chang left together. It was the first time Liu Jinglong left the lotus pond. He went to a house to cultivate. Chen Pinggan knocked on the door. Sui Jingcheng opened the door. The two of them sat on 2 long benches. Sui Jingcheng asked softly, "In the end, I have caused trouble for Senior, right?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. To speak my mind to you. Sui Jingcheng nodded. He turned to look at him. Chen Pinggan said slowly, if you like someone, no matter how high his realm is, or if he is a mortal teacher, it is not a problem. But if the person you like already likes someone else, isn't that a very sad thing? You can say that it is not a problem. Liking someone is my own business. If the other party does not like you, you can just look at them from afar. In fact, I thought the same way back then. So it is not that I do not understand. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. So it is hard to reason with. After walking a long path, I, Chen Pinggan, am not blind. I will not be blinded by the light. I can see even the slightest sign of love between a man and a woman that is related to me. To me, telling you that I won't like you isn't because I'm afraid that if I don't tell myself that, I won't be able to control my emotions, nor am I trying to make you think that I'm an infatuated person. In fact, I'm the calmest when it comes to relationships between men and women, because this isn't something I learned after practicing martial arts or cultivating. Instead, I've felt that this is a matter of course since a long, long time ago. You have to know that a lot of things that I originally thought to be a matter of course have unknowingly changed a lot. Only this matter has never changed. If I like someone, I'll only like her. That's enough. Sui Jingcheng was silent. He only looked at him. That young man in green said softly, I am sorry. Sui Jingcheng wiped his tears and smiled. It is okay. To be able to like a senior who does not like me seems to be happier than liking someone who likes me at the same time. Chen Pinggan shook his head and did not say anything else. Sui Jingcheng smiled and asked, Senior, you are only a third realm chi refinement warrior? Chen Pinggan turned and said, but I am younger than you. Sui Jingcheng supported himself with both hands on the long bench and stretched out his legs. He shook his head and smiled. I will not be angry. Qi Jinglong said that he was cultivating, and he was indeed cultivating. However, he still heard every word of the conversation by the lotus pond. It was troublesome to be in a high realm. Qi Jinglong thought for a while and felt that he should ask Chen Pinggan for advice. Even if he was persuaded to drink, he could still tolerate it. Sui Jingcheng sat for a while before returning to the house to rest. Chen Pinggan began to do breathing exercises by the lotus pond. At daybreak, he left the house and went to look for Ji Mo. After the dust settled, there was something that he could talk about. After Ji Mo opened the door, the two of them sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Chen Pinggan went straight to the point. Zhong Shanfeng is my friend. Do you know him, Fairy Ji Mo nodded. Yes, but we are not close. We have only met a few times. According to seniority, he is my senior uncle. Chen Pinggan nodded. As for the old Daoist who appeared in the alley in Qingwan country, he should be Zhong Shanfeng's master, perfected fiery dragon. Although the three of them had different seniority, the style of their Daoist robes were roughly the same. Chen Pinggan did not say much. After knowing that Zhong Shanfeng and perfected fiery dragon were not at ground landing peak, he only asked if he could visit them if he passed by in the future. Ji Mo smiled and said, since you know that little martial uncle, why not? Then Ji Mo added, but when you reach the peak, don't greet me. I am not close to you. Chen Pinggan smiled. We will talk about it later. Ji Mo glared at him. Senior and junior sisters have a lot of gossip. If you do that, they will gossip for many years. Don't harm me. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He bade farewell and left. Ji Mo suddenly said, if you know my little senior uncle, why didn't you say so in the beginning? Perhaps there wouldn't be those misunderstandings. Chen Pinggan shook his head and did not explain. Qi Jinglong could see the problem with Ji Mo's state of mind. Chen Pinggan could also vaguely see some clues. It was better to let water out than to block it. Chen Pinggan had a deep understanding of this. Back then, on the Cloud Sea, Zhu Quan of the hemp sect did very well. After Chen Pinggan left, Ji Mo confirmed that the fellow was far away. She then raised her hand and wiped her face. That little senior uncle named Zhong Shanfeng. Master only told her a little in private back then. Grandmaster said that Grandmaster also told Master a little bit of the heavenly secrets. Grandmaster said to Taisha progenitor, if one day Master is no longer in the human world, as long as your little junior brother is still here, he just needs to stomp his feet and Ground Landing Peak will continue to be Ground Landing Peak. You don't have to worry about anything. All banquets in the world came and went. Chen Pingan wanted to continue his northward journey and then follow the Great Blasphemy River upstream to cross the North Continent. Qi Jinglong said that he wanted to go to the capital of Great Xuan to take a look. On the shore of the Longchu ferry, Ji Mo was teasing Sui Jingcheng, egging on the beauty of the Sui family. Since Rong Chang was by her side to protect her, she could just take the fence. She was so good-looking, it would be a pity to hide. Of course, Sui Jingcheng ignored her. Rong Chang also used a camouflage technique to hide the aura of a nascent soul sword cultivator and suppressed it near the ordinary golden core cultivators. As long as one was not a sword deity and went down the mountain to travel in the North Continent, try pasting a label of that realm on your forehead. Some bastard sword deities of the unpolished Jade realm would go down the mountain and wander around when they had nothing to do. They liked to chase after nascent soul cultivators and 8th and 9th realm martial artists. Not only did they beat the crap out of them, but they also said that they did not need to thank them for helping them cultivate. If they really wanted to thank them, they should block one more sword strike. Not only were there such bastard masters, but there were also quite a few of them. Moreover, even if one became a sword deity, it was hard to say. Chen Pingan and Qi Jinglong strolled away slowly. Sui Jingcheng hesitated for a moment and followed from afar. Ji Mo wanted to follow her, but Rong Chang dissuaded him using telepathy. The two of them walked side by side. Chen Pingan chatted telepathically. Do you have an agreement with sword deity Li that when you reach the unpolished Jade realm, she will be one of the 3 sword deities of the questing sword? Qi Jinglong smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. It's just that the sword intent of the sword lake of duckweed is very different from my own sword intent. It's very effective to use it to sharpen the blade. As for the danger, which new sword deity in the North Continent would worry about that? Also, you might not know this, but in history, many of the so-called questing sword actually had a deep meaning of preaching. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled. I admire the elegance of sword deities like you. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, I hope that one day, you can catch up to me. Then, we can travel the Middle Earth together. Chen Pingan said, that would be best. Chen Pingan stopped and said, if, and I'm saying if, one day, you, Qi Jinglong, meet an unreasonable person who has a very high realm and is very good at fighting, you will need help. After a pause, Chen Pingan said with a determined look, then count me in. After another pause, Chen Pingan smiled brightly. I will let him know what the fastest sword in the world is. Qi Jinglong clicked his tongue and said, you're saying that your sword is fast in front of a sword cultivator who is about to reach the upper 5 realms? Chen Pingan laughed and said, how old are you now? How old am I now? Qi Jinglong was a little helpless. That sounds quite reasonable. Chen Pingan patted his shoulder. Don't mind it. I've just refined my second natal item. I'm a little smug. Sui Jingcheng stopped and stood not far away. She had many farewell words that she wanted to say, but now she felt that there was no need to say them. Also, she felt that Mr. Liu's realm was higher, but he was not as handsome as Senior. She turned and left. At Ji Mo's side, Ji Mo lightly bumped Sui Jingcheng with his shoulder and said in a low voice, why do you like that surnamed Chen? He obviously can't compare to Liu Jinglong in any way. Not to mention other things, just talking about appearance, isn't he still inferior to Liu Jinglong? Sui Jingcheng glanced at her and didn't say anything. She just cursed in her heart. How could such a good girl be so blind? In the distance, Qi Jinglong stretched out his hand. Chen Pingan took out 2 jugs of wine, one for each of them. They faced the sea and the river and drank in small sips. Chen Pingan said softly, what is a strong person? I think it's every dream buried in the bottom of your heart when you were young. Every boast you made when you were young has come true. And you can become more and more like those people you admired the most. Qi Jinglong, what do you think? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, pretty much. Chen Pingan said, then what you need now is a girl you like and someone who loves to drink. Qi Jinglong didn't answer at all, but he finally answered Chen Ping'an's previous question. If there is really a strong enemy that I can't deal with, I will call you Chen Ping'an. But the premise is that you have at least reached the Yuanying realm, or are a martial artist of the 9th realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend. Chen Ping'an raised his hand and opened his palm. It's a deal. Qi Jinglong was stunned for a moment because he had never had such an experience. Most of the people who cultivated on the mountain had a pure heart and few desires. Of course, there were also friends who fought side by side with life and death. But most of them didn't need to be said. Such an action of Jianghu at the foot of the mountain had never happened before. However, Qi Jinglong still raised his hand with a smile and clapped his hands heavily. Then it's a deal. On the shore of the ferry, two people who liked to reason with each other held a jug of wine in one hand and clapped with the other. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. (526). The ferry from Longchu Ferry to the Skeleton Beach in the south slowly rose into the sky. The clouds in the sky were as red as brocade. Ji Mo leaned on the railing and cried silently. Master once said that her greatest wish in life was to ascend. Ji Mo was still a naive girl at that time. What was so good about ascending? At that time, her master only looked at the sunset on the horizon and did not say anything to the girl. Ji Mo was not sad that she had lost a backer. The Daoist priest and female Taoist of the Tai Xia lineage went down the mountain to kill demons. As long as they did not die, they should not go home and complain to their masters. Sui Jingcheng stood beside Ji Mo. Rongchang did not show up. Qi Jinglong stood not far away from them. Because the ferry was going south, it was on the way. The ferry route would pass by the territory of the Great Xuan dynasty. However, Qi Jinglong returned to his house very quickly. On the ground, Chen Ping'an in his green robe had already started walking north towards the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea. Ji Mo and Sui Jingcheng lived in adjacent houses on the ferry. Ji Mo had already returned to normal. She openly followed Sui Jingcheng into the house and poured herself a cup of tea. She did not regard herself as an outsider. She ignored Sui Jingcheng's expression of wanting to cultivate alone. Ji Mo's face was full of smiles. With Sui Jingcheng's current state of mind, how could she meditate? Who was she kidding? Ji Mo asked, "Didn't that Chen guy give you a few tokens of love?" Sui Jingcheng ignored this blabbermouth female cultivator. Ji Mo glanced at the small mountain staff in her hand. With her cultivation at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, she could naturally see through that guy's clumsy camouflage. That's it. The material is good and the appearance is passable. However, Sui Jingcheng is so good-looking. That guy clearly did not mean it. Sui Jingcheng, I really don't want to nag you. Don't be bewitched by that guy's flowery words. Sui Jingcheng took down the fence and placed the mountain staff on the table. She sat opposite Ji Mo and leaned on the table. Ji Mo sized up this beauty of the Sui family and clicked her tongue. As long as a woman was beautiful, she would be beautiful even if she did not speak. When Sui Jingcheng entered the middle 5 realms, her beauty would only increase. What would happen then? Ji Mo couldn't help but reach out to touch Sui Jingcheng's soft face. Sui Jingcheng slapped Ji Mo away with one hand and sat up straight. He frowned and said, "Fairy Ji, please conduct yourself with dignity." Ji Mo rolled his eyes and finished the tea in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, he asked softly, "I heard that you traveled to several countries with that Chen guy. If you were to sleep in the open, how would you bathe? Also, you haven't killed the red dragon yet, right? Isn't that troublesome?" Sui Jingcheng said indifferently, "Fairy Ji is a Taoist immortal. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this?" Ji Mo chuckled and said, "After cultivating the Tao, aren't you still human? Aren't women still women when they cultivate? I don't need to spend a single snowflake to ask these questions, and you won't need to spend a single snowflake less. Tell me about it." Sui Jingcheng said in a low voice, "Senior is a gentleman. Fairy Ji, I will only say this once. I don't want to hear such words again." Ji Mo wore a horrified expression. Are you going to get sword immortal Rome to kill me in a fit of anger? Then, Gu Mo slammed his head on the table and leaned forward. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm afraid of death." There was a soft knock on the door. Rong Chang said from outside, "It's me." Sui Jingcheng was relieved. He quickly said, "Please come in." Gu Mo was already sitting up straight and drinking tea. Rong Chang seemed to be used to it. After sitting down, he said to Sui Jingcheng, "Next, we are going to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost part of the North Continent. After that, we will cross continents and travel to the Aquarius continent. I will tell you about the restrictions on the mountain. It might be a little complicated, but there is no choice. Although the Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, there are still many strange people." Rong Chang was actually a little awkward. At the floating duckweed sword lake, his temper was not good. It was only when compared to his master Li Cai that he seemed amiable. What his real temper was, those cultivators who died or were injured under his sword knew best. Rong Chang was a powerful nascent soul sword cultivator in the central part of the North Continent. At the floating duckweed sword lake, he actually had a few disciples. The market at the foot of the mountain emphasized that a rod made of filial son. On Rong Chang's side, it was to eat a few more swords to increase his cultivation. But on Sui Jingcheng's side, Rong Chang naturally had to be more patient. Sui Jingcheng listened to Rong Chang's long explanation patiently. Gu Mo was not an outsider. Rong Chang would not chase people away. She also did not have the ability to tell people to leave. She just sat there and drank cup after cup of tea. She yawned from time to time. She would rather listen to those boring lectures than to stay in her room alone. Rong Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Sui Jingcheng seemed to have learned many of the rules of the mountain from the young man surnamed Chen. And compared to the familiar little junior sister, she was indeed very different. His little junior sister had the best temper in the floating duckweed sword lake, but also the worst. When she was good-tempered, she could guide the juniors of the sect for a long time. She was even more dedicated than a preacher. When she was bad-tempered, even his master Li Cai could not do anything to her. After returning from a trip, his little junior sister felt that she was not wrong. Their sword immortal master felt that he was right. After an argument, his little junior sister was imprisoned by their furious master until she was only left with the cultivation of the cave abode realm. She sank to the bottom of the floating duckweed sword lake for half a year. When she was pulled ashore, she was already on the verge of death. Their master asked her if she admitted her mistake. In the end, she said that the scenery at the bottom of the lake was excellent and that she had not seen enough. Finally, their master surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. Hence, as the eldest disciple, Rong Chang braced himself and stepped forward. Of course, he did not forget to use a voice transmission to call out to his junior brothers and sisters. He said that everyone was willing to accept the punishment on behalf of his junior sister. Only then did his master take advantage of the situation and reward everyone with a sword strike. Only then did he vent his anger and leave the shore. After that, Rong Chang was nearly hunted down by his junior brothers and sisters. Rong Chang felt aggrieved, but he could not divulge the heavenly secrets. All he could do was escape the sect to lie low. Back then, his master only used a voice transmission to ask him to come out and accept the punishment. What could he do if he showed some of his bearing as the eldest senior brother? His master's means of making things difficult for others were in no way inferior to her sword arts, right? However, floating duckweed sword lake was ultimately very good. For example, floating duckweed sword lake had an unwritten rule in the ancestral hall. All disciples who go down the mountain to practice sword arts are not allowed to use the identity of a sword cultivator from floating duckweed sword lake. However, if you encounter someone you cannot defeat, you have to take 3 steps. The first step is to quickly escape. The second step is if you cannot escape, you have to report the name of floating duckweed sword lake's Li Cai. The third step is that the name Li Cai is useless. Don't forget to use the ancestral hall's talisman sword to pass on the name of your enemy before you die. When your soul returns to the sect in the future, your head will accompany you wherever your sword is buried. Rong Chang naturally hoped that his junior sister could improve further and become the second floating duckweed sword lake sword immortal Li Cai. As for himself, there was not much hope. After cultivating to the nascent soul stage, he already knew how high and how far he could go in the end. Only after cultivating to the Jindan realm could one be considered a member of his generation. However, once he succeeded in forming his gold core, there would be an even more significant watershed in addition to his great fortune. This was just like those imperial scholars in the secular dynasties who were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate. Some people were already wild with joy when they obtained a grand scholar status. They felt as if smoke was rising from their ancestral graves, as if it was a lifetime ago. Following that, they would be immersed in that great sense of accomplishment for the next few decades. These people were like the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes. They were like the so-called cultivation geniuses of a small mountain's residence that could not be seen for hundreds of years. Some people who obtained a grand scholar status might feel extremely fortunate, while others might feel regretful. These people were mostly the immortal masters of the large mountain's archives. Some people who obtained a grand scholar's second or third place would feel that it was only right and proper, a fly in the ointment. This small group of people were usually the direct disciples of the immortal clans. There was also a group of people who obtained a grand scholar status in one fell swoop, but only because the grand scholar was the highest ranking. Liu Jinglong could be considered one of them. As for the two young cultivators who were ranked before Liu Jinglong, it was naturally even more so. Jiyu Mo, Liu Jinglong's senior sister, and Rong Chang had different realms for the time being, but their final achievements were about the same. It was only possible that they could dream of reaching the Jade Raw realm. Sui Jingcheng suddenly asked an off-topic question, Sword Immortal Rong, are we going to the Golden Scale Palace on the way? Rong Chang smiled and said, it's not on the way, but we can go. Sui Jingcheng was a little confused. Could it be that he was going to bring her to the Golden Scale Palace and then rush to catch the ferry? Rong Chang explained, just spend money, the ferry will agree to compensate the passengers. We just need to take a detour for a few days. Sui Jingcheng asked, what if the ferry passengers are unwilling to accept the money? Rong Chang smiled and said, a nascent soul sword cultivator is giving them money, they should be grateful. Sui Jingcheng shook her head. Rong Chang said seriously, what I told you before was more about the taboos and customs of the Aquarius continent. Now that the ferry is still above the territory of the North Continent, these are the rules of our mountain. Sui Jingcheng smiled and said, forget it, when I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll go to the Golden Scale Palace to seek justice. This time, it was Rong Chang's turn to shake her head. Jiyu Mo was grinning from ear to ear. He heard that the Golden Scale Palace seemed to have an unknown nascent soul cultivator overseeing it. His actual combat power was definitely trash among the nascent soul cultivators. However, if Sui Jingcheng wanted to settle the feud by herself, this meant that she had to at least become a golden core sword cultivator. When a sword cultivator sought revenge or sought a sword in an immortal school, it had always been one man and one sword against the entire mountain. First, they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then, they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then, they had to break through the great formation of cultivators and their magical artifacts. Finally, they had to fight against the pillars of the cultivation school. This was equivalent to a pure martial artist, one man and one horse. In the history of the North Continent, how many sword cultivators who did not know their place had died? Sui Jingcheng smiled and said, I know it will take a long time, but it's okay. Rong Chang thought that might not be the case. As long as you become the junior sister of the floating duckweed sword lake with a complete soul one day. Sui Jingcheng hesitated and said softly, Sword Immortal Rong, I think it's better to be careful when traveling. Rong Chang held back his laughter and nodded. Okay. Jiyu Mo nodded in agreement. Sword Immortal Rong, you have to be careful. There are a lot of Jianghu sayings that you have to listen to. Sui Jingcheng ignored Jiyu Mo's teasing and continued, Sword Immortal Rong, the way you look at the ferry passengers is too obvious. One's cultivation level can be hidden, but it's difficult to hide some of the aura of a sword immortal. If it falls into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, it's inevitable that they will be more cautious. If it's really a group of desperados, who has the combat power of a cave abode realm, they might rope in accomplices and try to become sea viewing realm, Dragon Gate realm, and so on. A small matter will become a big matter, and a big matter will become a disaster. Sui Jingcheng thought about it and blushed. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is low. I've been in Jianghu and encountered a few dangerous situations, so I'm a little paranoid. Sword Immortal Rong, just treat me as a frog at the bottom of a well, spouting nonsense. Jiyu Mo no longer had the joking expression from before. It wasn't that Sui Jingcheng's reasoning was right enough to make Rong Chang, but that a half-baked cultivator who had only been in Jianghu once in 30 years had such a temperament. He was definitely more willing to use his brain than her. Rong Chang smiled. I have my own plans. He was a nascent soul sword immortal after all, and often went to the foot of the mountain, so he had experienced many life-and-death battles of different realms. But Sui Jingcheng's warning was not bad. It seemed that little junior sister becoming Sui Jingcheng before him was not entirely a bad thing. Back then, little junior sister made a big mistake, causing Fuping Sword Lake and Chongxian Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan to become enemies. After she was sunk to the bottom of the lake for half a year, Master Li Cai did not let little junior sister go out to train anymore. Little junior sister did not want to go out either, and only stayed in Fuping Sword Lake to cultivate. She became fond of solitude and did not care about worldly affairs. Then, the entire Fuping Sword Lake, including sect leader Xue Cai, felt a little flustered. It was not that Rong Chang's little junior sister's cultivation level was stagnant, but that she had broken through too quickly. In just 20 years, she had broken through the two bottlenecks of the Dragon Gate and Aurus Core, and directly entered the nascent soul stage. This was why Li Cai dared to say that this disciple of hers would definitely be one of the next 10 youths of the North Continent. But even Rong Chang felt a little uneasy, and always felt that breaking through at such a speed was very likely to bring about huge hidden dangers in the long run. Master Li Cai naturally saw it more clearly, which was why little junior sister went into seclusion and Taisha progenitor Li Yu quietly went down the mountain to the Wuling country. On this day, Sui Jingcheng gave Jiyu Mo the golden hairpin with the inscription Taisha Ghost Slayer, but according to a secret agreement between her and sword deity Li Cai, Jiyu Mo would not bring the golden hairpin back to the sect, but handed it to Rong Chang for temporary safekeeping. As for why this was so, Jiyu Mo did not know the deep meaning, but sword deity Li Cai and Master Li Yu were best friends, and the flying sword that Jiyu Mo refined was indeed, as Chen Pinggan had guessed, a relic left behind by a sword deity of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Cai gave it to Jiyu Mo, so Jiyu Mo was very close to this female sword deity who was like a family elder. Not only that, Sui Jingcheng finally got the middle and lower volumes of Shongshong Xianxian collection. The first volume described the fundamental purpose of this great Dao technique, which was of little value in the hands of ordinary earth immortals, but Sui Jingcheng cultivated it to the bottleneck of the second realm. Even Rong Chang felt that Sui Jingcheng's aptitude was worthy of being called a genius. The second volume was the step-by-step cultivation pithy formula, which was a veritable Jindan secret manual, and the second volume was the key to entering the upper 5 realms. Moreover, Rong Chang also gave Sui Jingcheng a special jade token from the ancestral hall of Fuping Sword Lake, which not only symbolized the identity of a direct disciple, but also a close item that only ordinary cultivators of the upper 5 realms would have. Rong Chang herself only had a Fengsuan item. The ferry went south, passing by the Spring Dew Garden, and stopping for a while, the passengers could disembark and roughly tour the surroundings of the ferry, which could take 4 hours. Qi Jinglong walked down from the ship. Most of the passengers were still riding the wind or flying through the air. Jiyu Mo shamelessly followed behind this land dragon, and continued to ask about the rumors of Qi Jinglong on the mountain. If he returned to the sect, wouldn't those infatuated senior and junior sisters be jealous? Not only the Tai Xia sect, but many female cultivators, including Xianji and Bai Yun, admired this young sword immortal Tai Hui, who was not a scholar but more like a bookworm, so much that they almost drooled at the mention of his name. After whispering, when they turned around to their senior and junior brothers, All of them were as cold as frost, and did not fake their expressions, which was an eye-opener for Gu Mo. Anyway, Gu Mo had made up his mind. When he returned to the sect, he would say that Liu Jinglong was actually a sanctimonious big pervert, who liked to look at the chest and buttocks of any woman he saw, and was particularly vulgar. Liu Jinglong liked the kind of foxy woman who put on a few pounds of rouge on her face, so that they would be angered to death, who secretly put on some rouge and did not dare to go out. It was equivalent to helping them cultivate in peace, wasn't it? Taking 10,000 steps back, didn't it also help them save the money to buy rouge? Therefore, Gu Mo looked at this young sword immortal from Tai Hui sword sect, who was not pleasing to the eye at the beginning, but now, he was more and more pleasing to the eye. Qi Jinglong bought some books at the Spring Dew Gardens Talisman Water Crossing bookshop, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Miss Gu, although it's a little inappropriate to say this, but I really don't like you." Gu Mo was stunned for a moment, and then she was furious, asking, "Liu Jinglong, is your brain flooded with water?" Qi Jinglong did not get angry, but laughed instead. It was indeed useful. Gu Mo was a little flustered. It seemed that water had really entered her brain. The person in front of her, could it be a fake Liu Jinglong? Qi Jinglong continued to walk, his body relaxed. Gu Mo was afraid that this guy would lose his mind, so she slowed down her pace, not daring to walk side by side with him, and not daring to smile at him. Qi Jinglong turned his head and smiled. "Miss Gu, you don't have to do this, we are still friends." Gu Mo almost could not help but kick him, but after weighing the cultivation of both parties, she finally controlled herself, but she was so angry that her teeth itched, and she turned to leave. Qi Jinglong was a little emotional. Compared to Chen Pinggan, it seemed that he was still lacking in this kind of thing. But the general direction should be right. Sui Jingcheng went to Spring Dew Gardens Old Locust Street, and strolled around the small buy-in shop. She heard the senior and Mr. Liu talk about this property when they were chatting. Of course, Rong Chang followed along. Sui Jingcheng wore a hedgerow on her head, and held a walking stick in her hand, and entered the shop. The shopkeeper was a friendly and attentive person, full of emotions, and in a few words, he roughly introduced how good the buy-in shop was, so that it would not be annoying. Sui Jingcheng quietly asked, "Senior brother Rong, can I borrow money from you?" Although she now had the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple Jade token, she was still the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake's sect master Li Cai's disciple in name, so it was not a problem to call Rong Chang senior brother. Rong Chang laughed in his heart. "Master has reserved 100 grains of GUU money for you. Junior sister Sui can spend as much as you want, it's not considered a loan. Senior brother Rong also has some property here, you don't have to return it." Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Chongxian Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan respectively had 20 and 30% of the income of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The remaining 50% was, of course, the local tyrant. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, one of the 36 Grotto Heavens, was located at the deepest part of the Great Blasphemy, and the scenery could be described as strange and variegated. It was not only a famous tourist attraction, but also an excellent place for Qi cultivators to cultivate water arts. Just the number of Earth Immortal cultivators who rented a cultivation mansion for a long time, there was as many as 10 people, and one could imagine the huge annual income. Even if Floating Duckweed Sword Lake only had 20% of the income, it was still quite an exaggerated amount. But Sect Master Li Cai did not take a single cent. All the immortal money that was settled in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven every 60 years would be the property of the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake's Ancestral Hall, and it would be distributed to all the cultivators except her according to their realm, talent, and merit. This was Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Rong Chang could guarantee that even if Master Li Cai's realm fell and was no longer a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, the sect master of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake would still be Li Cai, and only Li Cai. No matter what, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake was not short of money. Moreover, Master Li Cai had always respected the rule that female disciples must be raised well, so as to prevent them from being abducted by men. However, half of the 100 grains of GUU money was actually Master Li Cai's private savings, and the other half was the Ancestral Hall's share of the Ancestral Hall's junior sister who was in seclusion. Sui Jingcheng looked through the treasure shelves in Bayan's shop, and picked a few cheap items, but they were not spiritual weapons. After bargaining, he only spent 10 grains of GUU money. Then, Sui Jingcheng asked if there were any treasures of the shop, and it didn't matter if the price was higher. The young shopkeeper who came from the night illumination cottage to help was still enthusiastic, and did not change his attitude after the girl bought a few cheap items. He roughly mentioned a few expensive items that were not placed in the front shop. The dragon chair was fine, as the young shopkeeper did not mention it at all, but he emphasized the 2 golden crowns, one big and one small, and could be sold separately. The bigger golden crown was 18 grains of GUU money, and the smaller one was 16 grains of GUU money. If they were bought together, it would be cheaper by 1 grain of GUU money, for a total of 33 grains of GUU money. Sui Jingcheng asked, "Can I take a look first?" The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course, after looking, if you don't like it, it's fine if you don't buy it." He went around the counter and opened the door. Rong Chang glanced at the words on the door, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. 4 big words, the fated will get it. For boys, the highest price will get it. Rong Chang could not connect the owner of this shop with the young man in green robes from Green Oriole Kingdom's Dragon Head Ferry. Sui Jingcheng took a fancy to the 2 golden crowns at first glance. He did not bargain and asked Rong Chang to take out 33 pieces of grain rain money. One hand for the money, and the other for the goods. Holding the locust wood box that was made according to Nightly Cottage's meditation, Sui Jingcheng left Bian's shop and walked on Laohui Street. His footsteps were light, and he was in an extremely good mood. The young shopkeeper bowed and lowered his head all the way, and sent the 2 distinguished guests out of the shop. He watched them leave. He only felt that it was inconceivable. Actually, this substitute shopkeeper of Bian's shop was a little guilty himself. Although the pair of golden crowns were a pair of genuine magic treasures, they could not be sold for the sky-high price of 33 grains of grain rain money. Nightly Cottage had actually made a private estimate. Although the 2 magic treasures could be used to summon the protection of 2 golden goddesses, and its effect was similar to a robe. At the same time, it also had a certain degree of offensive ability. However, it was ultimately not a robe with the quality of a magic treasure. Therefore, 25 grains of grain rain money was a fair price. Even if some treasures that could not be bought with money were added, for example, if a female Earth Immortal took a fancy to it, it would be 28 grains at most. At the Earth Immortal level, the requirements for magic treasures were actually very simple. The more extreme, the better. This was also the fundamental reason why the 2 golden crowns could not be sold. It was not that no customers liked them, but that the price was too high and there was no benefit to speak of. However, the price of the golden crowns and dragon throne was set by the sword immortal shopkeeper himself. The reason was that he did not want to meet a fool who had too much money. Nightly Cottage was also helpless about this. They always felt that they would have to eat dust for at least 100 or 200 years. They did not expect that only a short time had passed. After walking out of Laohui Street, Rong Chang smiled and said, "It was too expensive." Sui Jingcheng was a little embarrassed. However, she really liked this pair of golden crowns. Sui Jingcheng said softly, "Senior brother Rong, I definitely won't buy anything else from now on." "I don't mean to blame junior sister." Rong Chang shook his head and said with a smile, "Our master is very forthright when he buys things. He once took a fancy to a beautiful robe and insisted that the other party raise the price. Otherwise, he would not buy it. At that time, master did not reveal his identity. The other party was scared half to death, thinking that he encountered a troublemaker. Later, when he learned that it was our master, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling that he should have doubled the price." Sui Jingcheng said with a sigh, "If I had known, I would have gone to Fuping Sword Lake to take a look." Rong Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it. If Master Li Cai was present, he would definitely ask Rong Chang if he had any Dharma treasures he wanted to buy recently. After returning to the ferry, the two sat down. Regarding the refinement of the 2 exquisite golden crowns, Rong Chang had to impart to her a sword refinement formula for Fuping Sword Lake. If a sword could be refined, then naturally, everything could be refined. After reciting the 1,000-word sword refinement formula, Sui Jingcheng closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she said with a smile, "I'll remember it." Rong Chang did not repeat it. Although the little junior sister from back then and the current Sui Jingcheng had completely different temperaments and were like two different people, in terms of cultivation talent, they were cut from the same cloth and would not disappoint. However, Sui Jingcheng still made Rong Chang repeat it to prevent any mistakes. Then, Ji Mo knocked hard on the door at the corridor, making loud banging sounds. Sui Jingcheng opened the door. Ji Mo said hurriedly, Sui Jingcheng, let me tell you a secret. Liu Jinglong might have been swapped. The person we're looking at now might be someone else." Sui Jingcheng was confused and turned to look at Rong Chang. Rong Chang was a little helpless and said to Ji Mo, "Don't talk nonsense." Ji Mo sat down on the chair and frowned in deep thought for a long time. Suddenly, he came to a realization and slammed his fist on the table. "Well, that shameless bastard was teasing me." Rong Chang stood up and left. Along the way, Ji Mo's state of mind was unstable, but Rong Chang could not say anything. Fortunately, Ji Mo's state of mind had returned to the tranquil state of Taoism during this trip to Dragon Head Ferry. That was a good thing. The two cultivators who seemed to be Mr. Green Robes had contributed greatly. Of course, Sui Jingcheng had contributed as well. After Rong Chang closed the door, Ji Mo told Sui Jingcheng what had happened. Sui Jingcheng held his forehead and did not want to speak. "Both of you have high cultivation realms, but you're both muddle-headed. This Mr. Liu too, has he become stupid from studying too much? Why hasn't he learned anything good after staying with Senior for so long?" Indeed, Senior was right. A cultivator's realm can't be eaten. Ji Mo asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Tell me, could it be that there's more to it? I'm still a virgin. My experience in such matters is far inferior to yours." Sui Jingcheng's face flushed red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Mo sighed. "Forget it." Ji Mo leaned on the table and looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. Sui Jingcheng placed the small and cute golden crown on the table and leaned on the table like Ji Mo. His cheek was resting on one of his arms as he reached out and tapped the golden crown gently. Ji Mo said softly, "I miss Master a little." "What about you? Do you miss that man too?" Sui Jingcheng murmured softly, "If you don't say it, you'll miss it. Once you say it, you won't miss it anymore. Don't you think it's strange?" Ji Mo said helplessly, "How would I know?" Both of them were speechless. Ji Mo was suddenly in high spirits. He stood up, moved a chair and sat beside Sui Jingcheng. He whispered in her ear, "Sui Jingcheng, let me tell you. There are many ways to do duo cultivation and it's not dirty at all. It's one of the branches of Taoism and it's upright. Otherwise, why would those Daoist couples on the mountain get married?" "Right, I know a little. For example," Sui Jingcheng listened for a moment and pushed Ji Mo away. She said angrily, "Why are you such a hooligan?" Ji Mo said resentfully, "I heard it from someone else." Sui Jingcheng's face was red. She stood up abruptly and chased Ji Mo out of the house. She slammed the door shut. Ji Mo coughed and imitated Chen's voice. "Jingcheng, I'm here. Open the door." Sui Jingcheng said angrily, "Ji Mo." Ji Mo's tone remained unchanged. "Jingcheng, why are you so disobedient? Call me Senior." Sui Jingcheng looked around and picked up the walking stick. She opened the door and was about to hit Ji Mo. Ji Mo had already skipped away. He popped his head out at the corner of the corridor and said with a cheeky smile, Hey, even a girl like me will be tempted when I see you now. I think that guy walked with you all the way and definitely did not pay attention to his eyes. It's just that his cultivation level is high and your cultivation level is low. That's why you didn't notice it. Sigh, I just don't know if you've suffered a great loss or gained a great deal." Sui Jingcheng was so angry that she wanted to chase after him. Ji Mo had already returned to his house in high spirits. He was in a good mood. Sui Jingcheng closed the door and leaned against it. She smiled sweetly and sat at the table. She put on the golden crown and held the bronze mirror in her hand. After that, she took off the golden crown and kept the bronze mirror. Sui Jingcheng began to carefully read the middle volume of Shong Shong Xian collection. Daoist cultivators do not know day and night. Qi refinement warriors who had just stepped on the path of cultivation would often lose their sense of the speed of time. Late that night, Sui Jingcheng put down the last volume of Shong Shong Xian collection and turned to look out of the window. Moonless Chinese parasol tree, showering banana, wild geese, autumn wind, spring grass, horse hooves, snowy skiff, childhood sweethearts, talented scholar and beautiful lady, famous general's saber, beautiful lady's bronze mirror. There were so many matches made in heaven in the world. Then, what about Sui Jingcheng and the senior? Qi Jinglong was flipping through a book bought from Fu Shuai Du. It was a miscellaneous book about the imperial porcelain of various continents and countries. It was printed by the Qianglin sect, which was the best at doing business in the North Continent. He suddenly frowned. He closed the book. He closed his eyes. At the Kingfisher Inn at Longtu Ferry, Chen Pinggan talked about a lot of things with him. Most of them were mentioned in passing without leaving a trace. There was the crash of the cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, the buy-in in the southeast of the North Continent, and the matter of the natal porcelain in his hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven. These topics were mixed in with many other topics and were not conspicuous. Chen Pinggan did not deliberately pursue any answers. It was more of a casual conversation between friends. But Qi Jinglong was not stupid. There was a hidden thread in all of this. Perhaps Chen Pinggan himself didn't notice it. The cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, Mr. Jian Wang, one of the top 10 eccentrics in the North Continent, was dead or alive. The ferry crashed in the most powerful Zhuiying dynasty in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The North Continent was furious. The heavenly Lord Xie Shi went south to the Aquarius continent. He first returned to his hometown, the Lizhu Grotto Heaven of the Dali dynasty. Then, he went to the central region of the Aquarius continent and challenged Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 academies. The Dali cavalry went south and swept through the entire continent. The natal porcelain of Lizhu Grotto Heaven was not considered a secret among the major sects in the North Continent. Chen Pinggan first changed the way he addressed himself, from Mr. Qi to Mr. Liu. Finally, he changed his address to Qi Jinglong instead of Liu Jinglong. Chen Pinggan was now only a third-level Qi refinement warrior. He had to use the natal item of the 5 elements to rebuild the longevity bridge. Chen Pinggan was knowledgeable, but he strived for balance. He tried his best to cultivate his mind. Qi Jinglong sighed heavily. He stood up and went to the window. He believed that Chen Pinggan's trip to the North Continent this time definitely had a far-reaching plan. Moreover, Chen Pinggan had to be careful at every step. He had to be even more cautious than when he was traveling in the Jianghu, where he had enough tricks up his sleeves. Qi Jinglong muttered to himself, "Could it be that your natal porcelain is now in the hands of a major sect in the North Continent? Then you have to be more careful today. The higher your level in the future, the more careful you have to be." Qi Jinglong's heart was heavy. If he was in the prosperous White Jade continent, everything could be negotiated with money. However, things were much more complicated in the North Continent. Especially for a foreigner, it was even more difficult to reason with him in the North Continent. Qi Jinglong did not mind standing beside Chen Pinggan. The price was either he had to leave the Taihui sword sect or he had to ruin the reputation of the Taihui sword sect. Once Qi Jinglong got involved, the trouble would become even more troublesome. It might even attract more sword immortals who had chosen to watch from the sidelines. That was the scary thing about rules. The North Continent liked to stick together. When something was right or wrong and did not involve absolute good or evil, as long as a foreigner wanted to rely on his identity to do things, it was wrong. Then, to the sword immortals in the North Continent, it would be the same as begging them to draw their swords. In history, the head of the Liu family of the White Jade continent and the Daoist of the Celestial Master residence of Mount Longhu had wanted to go ashore in the North Continent to investigate the culprit. In the end, more than 10 sword immortals of the upper 5 realms blocked the way. No one shouted for help. They all gathered by the seaside and stopped on their swords. Without exception, They did not say a word and only drew their swords. Regarding this, the otherworldly experts, including Venerable Fiery Dragon, never cared. Even if Venerable Fiery Dragon was a legendary celestial master with a different surname from Mount Longhu, he did not have the intention to mediate or intercede. Once they fought, the Sword Immortals would choose to draw their first sword. After that, it would be a fight to the death. Every time a Sword Immortal died, there was a high chance that two more would rush to the battlefield. This was why the North Continent was in the northeast, but they forcibly snatched the word North from the White Jade Continent. Unconvinced. After a huge grudge, the White Jade Continent in the North Continent was aggressive and talked nonsense to the North Continent. There were even great cultivators of the White Jade Continent who insulted the Sword Immortals of the North Continent who died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Not only that, they even threatened to expel all the cultivators of the North Continent. Then, there were more than 200 Sword Immortals of the Northeast Continent who were prepared to travel on their swords to the White Jade Continent. Among them, there were 10 Sword Immortals of the Upper 5 Realms. Before they left, this group of Sword Immortals did not say anything to the White Jade Continent. They directly traveled across the continent. Half of the Sword Immortals of the Upper 5 Realms had once sharpened their swords at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. When the White Jade Continent suddenly found out that the 200 Sword Immortals of the North Continent were only 3,000 miles away from the coast, almost all the Immortals with the surname Zone were about to collapse. This was because the other party had threatened to challenge the White Jade Continent with their swords. No one should rush. From east to west, one by one, everyone would have a share. As for the surname North of the White Jade Continent, don't you all care about it? Just keep it. Other than this group of Sword Immortals who were opening up new territory, there were also Sword Immortals who continued to travel west. In the end, an old scholar blocked the path of the Sword Immortals. It was unknown what the old scholar talked about when he faced the 200 Sword Immortals. But in the end, the Sword Immortals of the North Continent did not go ashore on a large scale and chose to return to their continent. But after that, the White Jade Continent no longer had the surname North. Qi Jinglong thought about these past events. Even if he did not personally experience it and could only hear about it from the seniors of the sect, he was still fascinated. But the two Sword Immortals of the Tai Hui Sword sect were among those who traveled across the continent, and were not willing to talk about it. Qi Jinglong only heard some elders of the sect talking about it. The two Sword Immortals had a dispute about who would guard the sect and who would attack across the continent. The general idea was that one was the sect master, so he should stay. The other was saying that his sword technique was not as good as his, so he should not go and embarrass himself. Qi Jinglong started to think about all the possibilities, the best and the worst, as well as many other things in between. This was the same as Chen Pingan's way of looking at big and small difficulties. But after thinking about it, Qi Jinglong felt that this was a complicated situation that could affect all parties. So Qi Jinglong planned to gather more information. One thing was very important to help out of kindness, and that was to not cause trouble for others. Qi Jinglong sat back in his seat. The Qianglin sect would be a better place to start. Because this sect was rolling in money, it was very complicated. Asking for information about them would not alert the enemy. There was also a sect that had been on good terms with the Tai Hui Sword sect for generations. It was said that they had done business with the Pearl Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain, so he could ask around. In addition, Qi Jinglong had some other ideas. It was nothing more than going step by step, pursuing a slow but infallible path, seeking victory in stability. After Qi Jinglong had a rough idea, he poured himself a cup of tea. Among the 10 young people of the North Continent, Chongxian Bureau was full of young Ningzhen's brothers, and Qi Jinglong was naturally familiar with them. Especially young Ningzhen, who went to practice martial arts, he liked to go to a dead end. Young Ningzhen was ranked 9th, and his brother, Young Ningzhen, was at the bottom. But in fact, Young Ningzhen's ranking could be moved up a few places. The 4th person, who was behind Qi Jinglong, was called Huang Shi. He was a wild cultivator, the youngest wild nascent soul cultivator in the history of the North Continent. He was the kind of terrifying cultivator who could kill his opponent bit by bit, but even Jade Realm Sword cultivators found it extremely difficult to kill him. He relied on his mystical arts, the half-immortal weapon that he had killed his way out, and the half-immortal weapon that he had picked up in his early years by chance. One attacked and one defended. Moreover, this person had a gloomy personality, was extremely shrewd, and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was known as the native of the North Continent, Jiang Shangzhen. In this revenge, he single-handedly slaughtered a second-rate immortal sect, leaving no survivors. The scary thing was that he did not choose to barge into the sect openly. Instead, he sneaked in 3 times and calculated people's hearts to a terrifying extent. When a Jade Realm Sword cultivator arrived with a group of people, he was just far away. The old patriarch of the immortal sect took his last breath. His golden core was stripped, and his natal nascent soul was lit. It was placed on the roof of the ancestral hall, burning fiercely. On the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there were cultivators' natal lamps that were constantly burning their souls. Some were extinguished and turned into ashes, while some still had remnants of their souls. An immortal mountain that was originally full of spirit qi now had a gloomy aura, like that of a ghost. Qi Jinglong had interacted with him once. Qi Jinglong even drew his sword. However, that person retreated as he fought, and even said some heartfelt words to Qi Jinglong, as well as some inside stories that Qi Jinglong had never heard of before. Among them, the matter of distraction was a warning from this person. This wild cultivator was called Huang Shi. Huang Shi had also done some inexplicable feats. In short, it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil. The 2 people before Qi Jinglong. There was no need to think too much about the first person. As long as he was willing to make a move, the other party would definitely lose. Even if the other party was a level higher than him, it was no exception. And this was under the circumstances that he had never used the immortal weapon that recognized him as its master. Even Qi Jinglong could not help but admire him. However, Qi Jinglong would not be disheartened because of this. On the Great Tao, there would always be a higher mountain. It had always been so. Moreover, Qi Jinglong firmly believed that as long as the gap between them was not too far apart, he would have a chance to catch up. As for the second person, he was called Shu Xian. Before this person was born, there were several sects that were waiting for an opportunity. It was said that there were also otherworldly experts from the central divine continent who were spying on him. There was definitely a deep connection between them. On Shu Xian's path of cultivation, he had finally refined a natal item of the 5 elements. It could be said to be marvelous and majestic. He had 2 personal maidservants. One was responsible for carrying his saber, and the saber was called Cough Pearl. The other was responsible for carrying his sword, and the sword was called Fu Li. He was the only disciple of the number 1 sword immortal in the north of the North Continent, Bai Chang. Therefore, Shu Xian was not only the eldest disciple of this sword immortal, but also a disciple in seclusion. There were not many rumors about Shu Xian. However, every one of them was very shocking. For example, he was actually half the master of the Qianglin sect, and the Qianglin sect's business had already expanded to the Aquarius continent and even the Tongya continent. Another example was that one of his ambitions was to defeat his master, Bai Chang. The most recent rumor was that Shu Xian hoped to become Dao companions with the female sect master of the Cool Breeze sect, He Xiaoliang. As long as she agreed, Shu Xian was willing to leave the sect and join the Cool Breeze sect. However, regardless of whether the disciple declared that he would defeat his master or leave the sect, the great sword immortal Bai Chang remained indifferent. However, it was said that Bai Chang was currently in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. This should be the reason why Bai Chang did not go to the inverted hanging mountain together. No one would doubt Bai Chang's boldness. This was because Bai Chang had thrown himself into the Great Wall of Sword Qi twice in his life and stayed there for nearly 70 years. As Shu Xian had never fought before, the people of the North Continent were still unsure if he was a swordsman or not, let alone what Shu Xian's intrinsic flying sword looked like. However, no one doubted Shu Xian's second place on the list of the top 10 youths. This was because Shu Xian had broken through to the cave abode realm, golden core realm, and nascent soul realm. These three major cultivator thresholds all had magnificent phenomena. Some people said that Xu Xian had already reached the upper 5 realms, but Bai Chang had personally suppressed all the phenomena. Moreover, Xu Xian was the youngest among the top 10. He was 3 years younger than Huang Shi, who was ranked 4th. Next was Liu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect. The 5th was a female martial artist. If Yang Ningzhen was not included, she was the only one who was purely a martial artist on the list. The 6th was already dead. Her sect had been investigating for more than 10 years, but there was no result. The 7th was in a battle with someone at Julie Mountain. Both sides were severely injured, and the so-called top 10 only existed in name. The other party was an old nascent soul sword cultivator from an enemy sect. It was obvious that he wanted to use his life to destroy the future of this young genius. Since he knew that it was a trap, he could not resist and chose to fight. This was the outcome. The great Tao was always ruthless. The 8th was Fairy Lu of the Water Scripture Mountain. However, there were some rumors that there were a few newcomers on the mountain who were completely qualified to be in the top 10, and their rankings were not low. Qi Jinglong flipped through some calligraphy and painting collections. Recently, he had been studying the calligraphy intent of the cursive calligraphy and the 8 sides of the blade. This was sword practice. Studying the freehand brushwork and sketches of famous paintings was also sword practice. When he read, he flipped to a line of bird seal by Green Moss, which was also sword intent. Qi Jinglong had always believed that the so-called I speak reason would be a process that went from complicated to simple, and when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Just like reading thick and thin books, in the end, it might only leave behind a few words that added the finishing touch, but it could accompany and benefit a lifetime. Moreover, the fundamental principles that supported a stomach of knowledge were like the pillars and beams of a house. They supported each other, but they did not fight with each other. In the end, the Tao heart was like the Beko Keikyang building, rising layer by layer until it reached the sea of clouds. Not only that, the land occupied by the house could also be expanded. As the rules were grasped more and more, the so-called limited freedom would naturally be infinitely close to absolute freedom. In the dead of night, Qi Jinglong had been reading under the light. Everyone felt that he was distracted. Fortunately, there were still people who did not feel that way. Dressed in a green robe, he walked along a big path. It was autumn. On this day in Jianghu City, Chen Pinggan suddenly found an old restaurant and ordered a gold-plated hot pot. Many of the Jianghu people were shouting over there. They were sweating profusely, but their chopsticks were still flying. One of them might have been a Jianghu person who had read books. He was drunk and said something for no reason. He asked Chen Pinggan to order an extra pot of wine. That person said that the oil pot that the weak gathered in was the hot pot on the table of the strong. Chen Pinggan drank a big bowl of wine and felt that Senior Song was right. The hot pot was wine, and the taste here was unique in the world. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.